Chapter 668. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor. Chapter 668. Sleep and you advance in level. Chapter 668. Sleep and you advance in level. She called out a scarlet bee and said, "Little Seven, can you bring it with you wherever you go?" Bring the little bee. Little Seven took the scarlet bee. She had a good impression of this kind of spirit beasts that could transmit information. She took it and placed it on her hair. The scarlet bee held on to her hair and did not move. It looked like a hairpin. "This is my scarlet bee. I have made a contract with their king. It will be with you. If you meet with any danger, you must inform me immediately," Sima Yue explained. Little Seven's heart was moved. She knew that Yu was really good to her. She was really worried that she would be in danger. Although she guessed that her identity would bring her trouble, she didn't chase her away. Instead, she kept the scarlet bees by her side. She touched the scarlet bee on her head and truly accepted her. If she had stayed by her side with a purpose in the past, now she really wanted to be with her. "Little Seven, you can play in the courtyard. Don't run around. I'm a little tired, I'll sleep for a while." Sima Yue felt tired and quickly fell asleep. Little Seven knew that Sima Yue slept more after she was injured because she would feel tired after waking up for a while. She thought for a while and got down from the bed. She stood beside the bed and bit her finger. She dripped her blood into Sima Yue's mouth. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. She dripped 9 drops until Yue could not take it anymore. Only then did she retract her hand. Yu, who was sleeping, felt as if she was trapped in a cocoon and couldn't move. Suddenly, she felt as if she had drunk a sweet fruit juice. It tasted so good that she even smacked her lips twice. That fragrant smell cleared up her muddled mind, and the shackles on her body disappeared. She broke out of the cocoon that had wrapped around her. Little Seven sat on the stool and watched as Sima Yue advanced in level. She felt that her divine sense had recovered and smiled in satisfaction. Although Sima Yue was in a deep sleep, the sound of her advancement woke her up. She quickly sat up and crossed her legs. She entered a state of cultivation and successfully advanced in level. She opened her eyes and saw Little Seven sitting on the stool opposite her and smiling at her. She was confused by the situation in front of her. "I advanced in level." Little Seven nodded. "You're not dreaming." Little Seven shook her head. "How did I advance in level?" "I don't know, you advanced in your sleep," Little Seven said. "Did he just advance while sleeping?" Sima Yue was speechless at this statement. Was there anyone who could advance in rank while sleeping? The answer was no. "My divine sense is much better." She found that her spiritual sense had improved a lot. Previously, she was always very tired, but now she felt refreshed. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered. However, compared to the 2 months he had been in a coma, it was much better. She glanced at Little Seven. Did her advancement have anything to do with her? She didn't believe that she advanced in her sleep. She smelled a faint fragrance in her breath. It was the same smell as in her dream. Little Seven must have fed her something to advance in level. "Thank you, Little Seven," she said gratefully. "Hee hee." Little Seven smiled. She didn't admit or deny what she did. She knew that Yue wouldn't ask her if she didn't say anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Yue her identity. She felt that if Yue knew, Yue wouldn't treat her like this. She would either be careful or have other intentions. She liked the way things were now. Sima Yue didn't continue asking. She felt her own strength and felt that she had advanced too quickly. She stayed in the 9th star ocean for less than a year. With the help of her godfather, she advanced from a high-level divine king to a high-level divine overlord. Now, only 3 months had passed and she had broken through Divine Overlord and entered Divine Emperor. This speed was faster than a rocket. Although she had advanced by a large level, her beasts hadn't. They had just advanced and needed more power. One advancement wasn't enough for them to advance again. But they still gained a lot of power. She believed that if Sima Yue advanced again, they wouldn't be far off. First level Divine Emperor. She really wanted to go to the Spirit Pagoda to test the power of a Divine Emperor. But with little Seven here, she could only think about it. Sima Lai and the others felt the energy waves and rushed to her courtyard. She was injured, so she shouldn't be the one to advance. Shimin Feng and the others had left, so it definitely wouldn't be them. So they were worried that someone had come here by mistake. They were even more worried that that person would hurt Yue. But when they came to the courtyard and saw Sima Yue, they were stunned. That aura that hadn't stabilized, wasn't it a high-level Divine Emperor? She advanced to Divine Emperor. Yue, were you the one who advanced? Lan asked uncertainly. Yes. Sima Yue smiled. You. How did you advance? Weren't you injured? Sima Yue thought about it and said, I don't know. I just fell asleep and advanced. Pfft, everyone was stunned. She could advance while sleeping. Ha ha ha, no matter how you advanced, it's good as long as you advanced. Sima Lai laughed, has your divine sense recovered? Not completely, but it's no big deal. Sima Yue said with a smile, there's still some left. I just need to recuperate. They all knew that she had spirit fluid. Recuperating was to nourish her. Good. Good. It's good as long as you're fine. Sima Lai was very happy. Sima Yue's previous appearance really made his heart ache. She looked very weak and listless. It was better to be like this now. Lan, Sang Mu Yu and Bei Gong Hang were also happy for her after their initial shock. Sima Lai was right. No matter how she advanced, as long as it wasn't an unorthodox method, it was good. You look better now. Yue, you have to be more careful next time. Don't do such dangerous things again. Lan looked at Sima Yue as if she was her own daughter. She was injured and unconscious, and her heart ached. I will be careful next time. Sima Yue said. She would be careful next time, and not overdraw her divine sense so much before entering the chaotic world. Originally, when her divine sense was exhausted, she would be fine after resting for a month or so. But because she entered the chaotic world, she couldn't recover in a year or so. She glanced at the sky and felt that there were some fluctuations in the air. Her divine sense hadn't fully recovered, but it was still stronger than normal people. She could still feel the fluctuations even though they were so close. The space tunnel opened, and a group of people walked out. When they saw Sima Yue in the courtyard, they rushed over, read, please remember our address. Download, please go to. Chapter 669. Sima Yue caught Shui Qing Man who threw herself at her and asked curiously, Godmother, why are you here? I heard that you were injured and unconscious, so I came to see you. How are you? Shui Qing Man let go of Sima Yue and sized her up. I'm fine. I'm almost fully recovered. Sima Yue allowed her to examine her body. Godmother, it's not time for you to take the pills yet. How did you hear that I was injured? Because something happened, we sent someone to look for you. In the end, he went back and said that you were injured and unconscious. Shui Qing Man said. Did something happen in the clan? Did you fight with someone? Sima Yue asked with concern. Yes. Shui Qing Man said. Yue, since they are here to visit you, let's talk inside. Sima Lai reminded her. Shui Qing Man let go of Sima Yue and smiled at Sima Lai. You are Yue's grandfather, right? I'm her adoptive mother. According to seniority, I should call you uncle. The corners of Wu Luxiu's and the others' mouths twitched. Mother had lowered their seniority just like that. He walked over to Sima Yuyue and asked, "What happened to you?" The messenger said that you were very serious and scared us. Imperial Mother said that she wanted to come, but at that time, the war was urgent and she couldn't come. It was a little dangerous at that time, but it's fine now. Sima Yuyue said, "Did you guys fight with others? If that's the case, why are you still here? With father, big brother, and second brother around, it'll be fine. Furthermore, we are currently stuck in a stalemate. It doesn't matter if we come out for a while," Ural said. Big brother and the others said that if it weren't for the war, they would have come to see you. Wu Luxiu said. "Let's go inside and talk." Sima Yuyue held Shui Qingman's arm and brought them into her house. She introduced them to each other. "Child, tell me what happened to you at that time. Who injured you? Let your brothers take revenge for you." Shui Qingman patted Sima Yuyue's hand and asked. "Godmother, no one hurt me. I was careless and entered the chaotic world." Sima Yuyue said embarrassedly. "How did you enter the chaos world? Don't try to fool us. Tell us everything." "How should I put it? When I made a deal with Big Brother, I exchanged the Black Sea cucumber to save my brother. You all know about this." Sima Yuyue said. I heard from your big brother." Shui Qingman said, "Is this related to your injury this time?" "Originally, it had nothing to do with me." Sima Yuyue continued, "Feng Er accidentally entered a place and a strange force entered his body. Later on, I sealed it. In the past, I collected medicinal herbs in order to destroy the power in his body. Since it's sealed, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with it. Why would it put you in danger?" "It wasn't dangerous at first," Sima Yuyue said, "but someone surrounded and attacked them. At that time, the situation was urgent. He broke the seal and released that force. The situation became very urgent. When I was saving him, I used up all my divine sense. That's why I accidentally entered the chaotic world. You're really something. Even if you want to save someone, you should know your limits. How could you put yourself in danger?" Shui Qingman said. That accusing gaze made Yuyue admit defeat. Yes. I'll take note next time. It's all because of those people who surrounded and attacked Feng Er. If it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be so many problems." Wu Luxiu said hatefully. "That's right." Wu Lier agreed. "Do you know who attacked you?" "Feng Er and the others have already gone to investigate. We don't have to get involved." Sima Yuyue said, "You said you fought with someone just now. What's going on?" "It's all because of those stinky eel clan. Previously, we were busy saving Mother and the entire clan kept a low profile. But because of that, those eel clan forgot who was the boss of the sea." Wu Luxiu said. "You guys fought just like that?" When we sent you off, we caught a few stinky eels. They actually sent people to investigate. The last time you advanced, they already caught a few. This time, Father got angry and brought people to talk to them. In the end, the discussion fell through and they started fighting. You guys kept a low profile all these years, but your strength didn't decrease much. How did you guys end up in a tug of war with the eel clan?" Sima Yuyue didn't understand. When she was in the Ninth Star Ocean, she understood some of the powers around the Violet Water clan. This eel clan was definitely not a match for the Violet Water clan. Because they colluded with the Water Dragon clan. Wu Lier said, "The Water Dragon clan is slightly weaker than us. But with the two clans colluding together, it's still difficult for us to win. Luckily, you left us a lot of pills before you left, so we haven't lost yet." But these pills are almost used up. Then how long can you guys stay this time? Sima Yue asked. About 10 days. Shui Qingman said, this was originally our estimated time. But since you're fine, we plan to go back earlier. Adoptive mother, since you guys are here, then you guys should wait a while. We'll refine some pills for you guys to bring back. Sima Yue said. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Wu Laxiu said disapprovingly. My consciousness has already recovered by more than half. Although it's not as good as before, it's still not a problem to refine these pills. I'm already at the stage where practice makes perfect. Sima Yue said. Forget it. If you're like this, we'll feel sorry for you too. Shui Qingman said. Adoptive mother, don't worry. I won't put myself in danger again. Sima Yue said, I'll go back to the academy and find my friends to refine pills with me. That way, we'll have more. Adoptive mother, this is your first time on land, right? You guys can treat this place as your home. You can let Auntie Lon and the rest bring you around the streets. Mother, since 10th brother has already said so, let's stay. Wu Laxiu said, didn't you say last time that you wanted to see how humans live? We can take a good look around here. Alright then. But we can't wait too long. Shui Qingman was originally worried about Sima Yue. Now that she saw that she was doing well, she started to worry about the Ninth Star Ocean. Alright then, I'll accompany you guys at home today. Tomorrow, I'll go back and find someone to help. Sima Yue said. On the morning of the second day, she entrusted Shui Qingman and the rest to Sima Lai and returned to the inner courtyard. After thinking about it, she decided to go to Parting Garden first. Chapter 670. As soon as Sima Yue walked into the yard, Su Xiaoxiao came over with a broom and said excitedly, Junior brother, you're finally back. How are your injuries? I'm feeling much better. Sima Yue said, are you cleaning again? That's right. You didn't see how dirty this courtyard was a few days ago. It was simply unbearable to look at. Originally, Big Brother and I wanted to see you, but we were caught by Master to work for him. Now the principal is back and wants us to work for him, so Big Brother and I have no time to see you. Su Xiaoxiao complained. What did Master ask you to do? Sima Yue asked with a smile. What else can we do? We just have to deal with Principal Yuan's matters. In the end, Principal Yuan came back before we were done. We didn't pass the inspection, so we continued. I had just finished, so I had time to clean the yard. It's too dirty. Sima Yue looked at Xiao Zhao's angry face. His obsessive-compulsive disorder must have caused him a lot of pain recently. Eldest senior brother went to sleep. Yes, he went to sleep as soon as he came back. He hasn't slept for the past few days. He'll probably sleep until the sky turns dark, Su Xiao said. Little junior brother, wait in the courtyard first. I'll tidy up the house for you before you go in. Don't bother. Senior brother, is senior sister here? She should be there. Su Xiaoxing was about to shout towards Han Miao Shuang's house when he was stopped by Sima Yue. Senior brother, don't shout. I'll go find her myself. She covered his mouth and said. All right then. Go ahead. I'll continue to clean up the yard. Su Xiaoxiao left with the broom. Sima Yue went to Han Miao Shuang's house. This guy had been dragged back to work for the past few days and was now sleeping soundly in the house. Sima Yue knocked, but Han Miao Shuang ignored her. After some thought, she took out a roasted chicken drumstick and ate it. The person sleeping inside sniffed and immediately opened his eyes. He ran over and opened the door. Ha, I knew you were back. Oh, it smells so good. Is there anything for me? Sima Yue saw that she was still in her pajamas. She entered the room and closed the door. Put on your clothes and wash up first. Although Han Miao Shuang really wanted to eat it, but Sima Yue said that she couldn't eat it if she didn't wash up. Thus, she quickly went to tidy herself up. After she was done, Sima Yue took out a grilled chicken drumstick for her and watched her eat. She then asked, "Are you guys busy recently?" Han Miao Shuang shook her head. "Master won't let us continue doing things now." "Then do me a favor," Sima Yue said. "What do you want us to do for you?" Sima Yue took out a pill formula. Han Miao Shuang glanced at it and was immediately interested. "This is a very ancient pill formula. How did you get it?" "I got it by accident," Sima Yue said. "I need a lot of these pills now. Can you and the seniors help me refine it? This is for the spirit beasts." Han Miao Shuang guessed it when she saw the herbs. "Yes," Sima Yue said. "How about it? Can we? We haven't refined this before. But this pill's level isn't high. It's only level 6. It shouldn't be a problem to refine it. How much do you need and when do you need it?" Han Miao Shuang said confidently. 10 days. Including today. As for the quantity, the more the better, Sima Yue said. "No problem," Han Miao Shuang promised. Sima Yue took out an interspatial ring. It was filled with the herbs needed to refine this pill. "Go and tell eldest senior brother and third senior brother. If they are willing, you can show them the pill formula," Sima Yue said. "Okay, I'll go and find them now." Han Miao Shuang took the pill formula and was about to leave. Sima Yue pulled her back. "Wait a while before you go. Just now, third senior brother said that you guys just finished. He's tidying up the courtyard. If he doesn't, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Eldest senior brother, let him sleep for a while." "That's fine too." Han Miao Shuang put down the pill formula and sat down to continue eating. "What about you?" "I'm going to find my friends. They know how to refine it too. I'll go with them," Sima Yue said. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll come back in 10 days. Sima Yue left the parting garden and went to find Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei. In the end, both of them weren't there. She could only take out the mother stone to contact them. The two of them came back quickly. "Yue, you're back. I heard that you were injured. Are you okay now?" "I'm fine," Sima Yue said. "I'm looking for you guys." Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei looked at each other. They didn't know why Sima Yue was looking for them. "I've already set up a spirit barrier. Come in with me." Yue brought the two of them into the spirit pagoda after she finished speaking. 10 days later, Sima Yue took a ring full of pills and went out. She went to the array to leave the inner courtyard. The two of them were still guarding there. She took out Su Jin's token and they let her in easily. After she left, the two of them continued to drink, eat, and chat. "Principal Yuan is talking about her, right?" "Should be. Isn't she Su Jin's disciple?" Principal Yuan actually placed his hopes on her. It's a little unimaginable. It's normal for Su Jin's disciple to be unimaginable. I hope she can do it this time. Whether she can do it or not, we can't do anything about it. Come, let's continue drinking. Sima Yue returned home. Shui Qing Man and the others were waiting for her. 10th brother, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, we would have left, Wu Laxiu said. Sima Yue saw that they were a little anxious and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a change in the war?" "Yes. We received news yesterday that the Water Dragon clan is sending troops over. There should be a big battle in the next 2 days. Wu Laxiu said. We wanted to leave yesterday, but we remembered that today was the agreed time, so we waited for another day. Since that's the case, I won't keep you guys. Sima Yue took out the space ring and passed it to Shui Qingman. Godmother, there are pills inside. Bring them back. They can be put to good use. Shui Qingman used her divine sense to scan and saw thousands of bottles of pills. She asked curiously, these were all refined by you guys in the past few days? Sima Yue knew that the number of pills inside would scare her. She explained, these were all refined by everyone. You know, there are many alchemists in the inner courtyard. Thank you, child. Shui Qingman hugged her and opened the space tunnel to leave. Wu La Er and the others also said goodbye to Sima Yue and followed her in. Shui Qingman was very nervous when she received the news. Now that she was back, she was very confident. She believed that with so many pills, they would be able to get through this crisis. Chapter 671. In the ninth star ocean, Third Mo was running with all his might. A few squid behind him swung their long tentacles at him, but he cleverly dodged them. Another tentacle attacked him from the side. He dodged but was caught by another tentacle. Let's see how you're going to escape now. That squid grabbed Third Mo and waved its tentacles in the water. Open! Third Mo shouted. A long sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced towards the tentacle. The long sword was incomparably sharp and directly chopped off the tentacle. Third Mo's body trembled as he struggled free from the tentacle and caught the long sword. Ah! The cuttlefish that had its tentacles cut off swam around in the water. Its other tentacles swung around and hit a few cuttlefish near it. Third Mo took advantage of the chaos and continued to swim upstream. It would be more advantageous for him to get out of the water. He would be restricted underwater. Stop fighting. Hurry up and chase after that human. Don't let him go to the surface of the sea, a cuttlefish shouted. Only then did the other cuttlefish stop and continue chasing after Third Mo. Third Mo's speed in the water wasn't fast to begin with. In addition to his injuries, the squids quickly caught up to him. The squid surrounded him and said, Brat, hand over the thing, and we'll let you die a quick death. Since the item is already in my hands, how can I return it to you? Third Mo raised his sword and faced them. So many of you have died, yet you still dare to chase after me. Truly a bunch of people who don't fear death. Thinking of their dead clansmen, the cuttlefish retreated. Third Mo snuck into their clan's land and stole the item. Not only was he not killed in the clan's land, he even killed many squids and successfully escaped. However, he was also severely injured. Don't be scared by him. He's already heavily injured. He's no match for us, shouted one of the squids. Let's quickly capture him and bring him back. This place is not far from where the Violet Water Tribe and the Water Dragon Tribe are fighting. If we encounter them, we'll be in trouble. Another one reminded. Yes, let's attack together. Do you think we're afraid of him? That's right. He is now an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, attack together. Third Mo saw that they were not intimidated by his aura, so he made a feint at them and took the opportunity to swim upstream. However, before he could swim 2 meters, he was enveloped by the stench they released. That aura almost suffocated him, and his body became soft. His movements became much slower as well. A few squids surrounded him, and dozens of tentacles intertwined to form a net, enveloping him inside. Then, they spat out a huge bubble, trapping Third Mo inside. As soon as Third Mo entered the bubble, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. It was even worse than the smell from before. It almost made him vomit out the rice that he had not eaten for a few months. He told himself not to breathe and then gathered all his strength to attack the bubble. But no matter how he attacked and how the bubble changed shape, it would not break. The squid wrapped the bubble with its tentacles and smiled proudly. So what if you killed so many of our clansmen? Haven't you been captured by us in the end? Ha ha ha, let's go. Since you don't want to hand it over, I can only bring you back and torture you slowly. Who cares how powerful you were before? Now that you're in our clan's territory, just wait to be cut into pieces. Ha ha ha. Third Mo felt that he was about to faint from the smell. That smell seemed to have an anesthetic effect, and his divine sense became more and more blurry. So, an ice arrow suddenly shot out and directly hit the bubble. The bubble that was stuck inside was pierced by the ice arrow. Third Mo seized the opportunity and pulled hard, tearing a hole in the bubble. When the squid saw the ice arrow floating in the water, they were shocked. That's the Violet Water Clan's little prince's ice arrow. Ha ha ha, it seems like you're not stupid. You know that it's mine. Wu Laxiu swam over with a bow in his hand. There were 3 ice arrows on it. He released the bow and the 3 ice arrows shot towards the squids. Pfff. The 3 squids that were hit by the ice arrows spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, dead. Little prince, what is the meaning of this? A squid looked at its dead clansman and glared at Wu Laxiu. I was about to ask you the same thing. Your squid tribe's territory is not here. Wu Laxiu condensed another ice arrow and attached it to his bow. But this is also not the Violet Water Clan's territory. We are capturing people here. Little prince, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? Is that so? Wu Laxiu aimed the bow in his hand at the squid that had spoken. This is the border of my Violet Water tribe. It has been so since ancient times. We haven't set up any defenses here these past few years. You seem to have forgotten this. Did you really think that this place had become someone else's territory? After Wu Laxiu finished speaking, the ice arrow shot out. The squid that spoke quickly dodged, but the ice arrow seemed to have grown eyes. While it was dodging its tentacles, it tracked down its heart and ruthlessly pierced it. The other squids were scared silly. This little prince's combat strength was actually so strong. Little prince, we were wrong. We will leave now and never come here again. Wu Laxiu put down his bow. The squid secretly sighed in relief, thinking that the other party was planning to let them go. Thank you for your forgiveness, little prince. We will leave now. That squid wrapped itself around Third Mo, but before it could move, it was entangled by a water whip. The water whip tightened and the squid was strangled to death. Following that, the water whip let go of the squid and gently wrapped around Third Mo, dragging him from the squid behind them. The squids all turned their heads and saw Wu Laxiu holding Third Mo in one hand and the water whip in the other. Beside him was Shui Qing Man. Didn't you agree for us to leave? What is the meaning of this now? When did I agree for you to leave? Wu Laxiu looked at them coldly. Since you have come to our territory, then stay as guests. Wu Laxiu and Wu Laxiu worked together and those shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all taken care of by the 2 of them. When Third Mo came out of the bubble, he was still dizzy. Although he did not know these people, he could tell that they were saving him. Especially when Wu Laxiu gently dragged him over, he was even more certain of his thoughts. But why did they help him when he did not have any relations with their clan? After eliminating all the squids, the 2 of them worked together to clean up the corpses. Mother, it's all done. Wu Laxiu smiled and came over. When Third Mo heard the words little prince and mother, he guessed that they must be that clan's royalty. He calmed himself down and bowed to Shui Qing Man. Just as he was about to say a few words of thanks, he heard Wu Laxiu ask, "You are Third Mo, right?" Nine-Headed Birds Academy. Chapter 672. Third Mo was very surprised, but he did not show it on his face. He denied it and said, "You've got the wrong person. Apologize." "How is that possible? You look exactly the same as the portrait 10th brother gave us. How could we mistake you for someone else? Wu Laxiu couldn't believe it. I don't know anyone from your clan. I don't even know which clan you are from. How could I possibly know your 10th prince? Third Mo still refused to admit his identity. At the same time, he was also guessing the identity of Shui Qingman and the others. Why would the queen and prince of a race be willing to save him? They know my identity. Could it be that they saved me for some reason? Ural had also encountered such situations when he was traveling on land. He knew that Third Mo was not clear about their identities and would not admit his identity. Thus, he explained, we are from the Violet Water tribe. Our 10th brother is not a member of our clan, but a human. A human. Third Mo's mind started to spin again. How could a human become the prince of the Violet Water clan? What was his motive for showing them his portrait? You don't have to doubt the reason why we saved you. Shui Qingman smiled and said, we were also entrusted by Little Ten to help you if we meet you at the bottom of the sea if you have any difficulties. We mean no harm. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. However, you're mistaken. I'm not the person you're talking about. Third Mo denied. His trip to the 9th star Dark Sea was a secret. Not many people knew about it, let alone someone who had become a prince of the water race. Although he was very grateful to them for saving him, he did not want to put himself in danger as the matter he was here to do was of great importance. Little Ten is Sima Yue. Shui Qingman smiled as she looked at Third Mo's shocked expression with satisfaction. Yue. Third Mo was truly shocked this time. How come he didn't know that Sima Yue had become the Violet Water tribe's 10th highness? Judging from your expression, you know 10th brother, right? Wu Laxiu said, 10th brother told us to help someone called Third Mo if we see him. Now tell me, are you Third Mo? Third Mo was a little embarrassed as he bowed towards Shui Qingman and said, I didn't know your identity so I hid it from you guys. I'm really sorry. Little Ten said, if you meet you, you may not admit your identity, but as long as you mention her name, you will understand. Shui Qingman said. Thank you for saving my life. Third Mo thanked them again. What are you thanking me for? You're 10th brother's friend, so you're naturally a friend of our Violet Water clan. Wu Laxiu said, you're quite capable. You don't have any human aura on you. If it weren't for the fact that you look so much like the portrait Yue gave me, we wouldn't have cared about this. Alright, 9th brother. Don't talk to him anymore, Ural said. He's seriously injured. Let's go back to the palace first. That's true. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we get back. Wu Laxiu said. Eat the elixir first before you leave, said Shui. Chapter 673. You don't have to worry too much. They have more people than us, but we have pills. A single pill could fill up half a person. The number of people we have added up isn't less than them. Shui Qingman said. That's true. Wu Lali said, I took a look just now. I'm afraid there are over 1,000 pills. How did she know that we need so many pills? Wu Lali asked suspiciously. She doesn't know. Shui Qingman played with Wu Lali's palm, she told us when we went there. Then, she told us to wait for 10 days and went to the school to find help. I heard Lu, and the others say that human alchemists place great importance on pill recipes. Yu also said that not many people know about this pill recipe. She asked someone to help her find this pill, so this pill recipe was exposed. Wu Lali said. That's right. Yu is a good child. We won't lose out if we take her as our goddaughter. Shui Qingman said. I know. You've said it several times already. Our Violet Water tribe didn't treat her unfairly either. In the future, we will be her pillar of support in the underwater world. Wu Loli looked at Shui Qing Man in amusement. Yes, we should really let those people understand what kind of race we are. Shui Qing Man said. This time, the Water Dragon clan participated in the battle between us and the Eel clan in order to suppress us and become the leader of the Water Dragon clan. Dream on. No matter how hard they try, they can never become real dragons. Wu Loli snorted. Sigh, if the divine dragon was still around, the dragon clan wouldn't have so many problems. Shui Qing Man sighed. Divine dragon. That was a very long time ago. Wu Loli said, I don't know what happened that year, but the divine dragon, divine bird, divine turtle and divine tiger all disappeared. Since ancient times, the azure dragon of the left, the white tiger of the right, the black tortoise of the north, and the vermilion bird of the south were all in charge of managing the spirit beasts under them. However, at some point in time, the vermilion bird, mystic illusion, azure dragon, and white tiger all disappeared from the continent, and the spirit beast world gradually became chaotic. I wonder if the dragon god will return one day. On the other hand, the Prime Minister did not get anyone to bring the pills over. Instead, he delivered them personally. Wu Loli was in the middle of a meeting with Wu Loli Shang. A group of Violet Water tribe members were standing guard at the front. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister bowed to the two of them. Prime Minister, why are you here? Wu Loli asked. The Queen and the others came back from the mainland and brought back a lot of pills. The King ordered me to send some to everyone. The Prime Minister said. Imperial Mother and the others are back. How is 10th brother doing? Wu Loli asked. It said that he's fine, the Prime Minister said. How many pills did they bring back? Wu Loli asked. I have less than half. I think there should be more than 1,000 of them, the Prime Minister replied. It just so happens that the medicinal pills from before are almost used up. These medicinal pills came at the right time. Wu Loli smiled. Didn't she say that she was going to visit a patient? Why does she still have so many pills for us? Wu Loli said. This. I don't know either. The Prime Minister replied. Give me the medicinal pill. Then go back and ask Little 9 and the others about Little 10's situation. Wu Loli instructed. Yes, second. Prime Minister, you don't have to go back and ask. Wu Loli said as he looked at Wu Luxiu and Wu Lier swimming over. Prime Minister, you can go back. Wu Loli waved his sleeves. Yes. The Prime Minister left and met Wu Luxiu and the others. He bowed to them and then returned to the palace. Big brother, second brother. Wu Luxiu and the others swam over. Why are you here? We came to check on the situation here. We heard the horn blowing just now. Wu Loli said. A group of people came just now, but we beat them back. Wu Loli said. You came at the right time. Tell us about 10th brother. How is he? Who injured him? He's doing well now. Wu Luxiu and the others told them about Sima Yoyue's situation and how they saved 3rd Mo. With the support of the pills, the Water Dragon clan and the Eel clan can wait to be defeated by us. Wu Loli said confidently. First, second, the other party is attacking again. A clan member ran over to report. Pass down the order. Those who don't have any pills come here to get them. Then move out together and make sure that none of them will return. Wu Loli instructed. Yes, second. The person went down to pass down the order. Wu Luxiu put his hands together and pressed each finger. We've been away for so many days. Let's meet them today. If we don't teach them a lesson today, I'm afraid they won't grow any brains. Then the two of you will take the lead today. Don't fight with their strongest people. Pay attention to your safety. Wu Loli warned. We understand. Wu Laxiu finished speaking and left in high spirits. Sima Yue didn't know about the situation at the Ninth Star Ocean. After she sent Shui Qing Man and the others off, she greeted Sima Lai and took Little Seven back to the sect. When she returned, Han Miao Shuang and the others were still cultivating. For her pills, the three of them didn't rest at all. In addition to helping Su Jin, they were exhausted. Sima Yue didn't disturb them. She walked around and went to find Sima Yulin and the others. She wanted to see how the team was doing. Little Seven ran off alone when she returned to the sect. Sima Yue wasn't worried about her safety here. She didn't know where she ran off to. This time, she went to the cultivation pagoda. When she came to the first floor, there was a teacher who swiped a card at the entrance to manage the order in the pagoda. She saw that when the students entered, they would pass the card to the teacher and tell him how many days they would stay. The teacher would then swipe the number on the card. When she stood in the pagoda, she felt more abundant spirit energy and a richer fragrance. This fragrance, she was slightly stunned. This smell was so familiar. This smell, you're back. Fatty Chu just came out of the pagoda and ran over. I just came back. Sima Yue said. The last time she came back, Fatty Chu was still in seclusion. The two of them didn't see each other. I heard that you were injured before you went into seclusion. It's a pity that we couldn't ask for leave and couldn't go out. It's good to see that you're fine now. Fatty Chu looked her up and down and confirmed that she was fine. I came back once before, but I didn't see you. Sima Yue said. Are you going back now? You're not here to cultivate. No, I just came to take a look. I'm going to look for Big Brother and the others. Then let's go. When a person who just walked to the square heard Sima Yue's name, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly turned around and saw Sima Yue and Fatty Chu walking outside. He subconsciously followed them. Chapter 674. Sima Yue. Sima Yue heard a stranger's voice calling her. She stopped and turned around. She did not see anyone she knew. Are you Sima Yue? A short boy with a big knife came to Sima Yue and asked with his chin raised. Who are you? Sima Yue asked. He didn't seem to know such a person. I'm He Feng. People call me Madman. He Feng replied. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Was he the rumored lunatic of the inner yard? It was different from what he had imagined. In her expectation, the person who liked to fight should be a tall and burly man, not this delicate and pretty boy who was only a few centimeters taller than her. She looked at him from head to toe. Other than the big knife that was worthy of the title of a lunatic, everything else about him seemed normal. Are you Sima Yue? He Feng asked. You've got the wrong person, Sima Yue said calmly. She knew what this guy was up to the moment he found her, but she wasn't in the mood to fight with him right now. You're mistaken. I heard someone call you Sima Yue, how could I be wrong? He Feng scratched his head in confusion. You must have heard wrongly. Maybe someone was calling someone else. Sima Yue said and wanted to leave. He Feng ran in front of Sima Yue and blocked their way. I know, it's you. You're mistaken. He continued to deny. Impossible. Unless you can prove it. He Feng said. How do you prove it? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Fight me. If you win, you'll prove that you're not. He Feng said shamelessly. I'm a new student, and you're one of the top 20 on the billboard. Do you think it's appropriate for you to challenge me? Sima Yue asked. Suitable. He Feng said, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, it means that you are Sima Yue. Sima Yue was defeated by his shamelessness and said, even if I were Sima Yue, I would never fight with you. Why? He asked. Because I'm not interested in your kind of challenge. Sima Yue said, besides, I'm injured. You won't fight with an injured person, right? You're injured. Why can't I see it? Divine sense. Sima Yue said, you know, if your divine sense is injured, it will affect your battle. You definitely don't want to have an unfair advantage. Right? He lowered his head and thought about it seriously. He nodded and said, you're right. You're injured now, so I can't fight with you. I'll look for you later. After saying that, he carried his broadsword and left. Yue, you're in trouble. Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue pitifully. What's wrong? Sima Yue continued to walk forward. It's said that those who are pestered by this lunatic won't give up unless you fight with him. He'll keep pestering you until you agree. Fatty Chu said. It's okay. He can't enter the parting garden. Sima Yue said. That's true. When you can't stand him, you can go to the parting garden. He won't dare to barge in. Fatty Chu said with a smile. Let's go. We'll see what my brother and the others are doing. We'll also see how the team is doing. The two of them returned to their room and saw Sima Yuchi and the others sitting together discussing something. What are you talking about? She walked over and sat down. She looked at them and asked. You came back just in time. Sima Yuchi said, we're discussing some things about the team. What's wrong with the team? Did you encounter any difficulties? We didn't encounter any difficulties. Our team only has these few people. There aren't any internal conflicts. Sima Yuchi said. Then why do you all look so worried? Sima Yue didn't understand. We were just discussing whether or not we should take on a mission. Sima Yuran said. Take on a mission. That's right. Sima Yulu said, we've been cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda for the past few days. We've almost used up all our cultivation points. You've used it up so quickly. Sima Yue asked curiously. We're still a little better. That's because new students have a guaranteed amount of cultivation points. Sima Yuming said, but we don't have a job system. We can't use our own products to exchange for cultivation points. That's why our cultivation points are used up faster. Sima Yuchi explained. I say, the first few times I came, you all went into closed-door cultivation. Sima Yue said. Since that's the case, we really have to think of a way to earn cultivation points. That's why we're discussing this. Sima Yuchi said, most teams rely on accepting missions. We've also gone to see if there's anything suitable for us. Is there? Fatty Chu asked. There are a few that are not bad. Sima Yuchi handed a few pieces of paper in front of everyone. These missions are what we picked out. They're not very difficult missions, but the cultivation points are relatively high. Sima Yue looked at one of them. It was written on it. Go to the dark forest and get 10 flamingo eggs. You can get 1,000 points. There were only a dozen of them. Just this mission alone could give them 100 points of cultivation points. And this was enough for them to cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for 3 months. This mission was not bad. She looked at another one. It was written on it. Kill the 10 great evildoers in the periphery. You can get 1,000 points for killing one of them. And these 10 people were ranked. The higher the ranking, the higher the cultivation points. This is also considered a mission from the sect. She couldn't help but ask. Yes. Sima Yuchi said, we've already investigated these 10 people thoroughly. They are all unforgivable evil people. They specialize in kidnapping and pillaging. Among them, there are even a few who rely on absorbing the essence of women to increase their strength. It can be said that every one of them is full of evil. Their death is not regrettable. Sima Yue looked at the ranks attached to them. Their strength was not particularly strong. It was not to the point where they couldn't be dealt with. These people don't look very powerful. Why is the cultivation points of this mission so high? Because those people are too evil. But they have a lot of means to protect their lives. They are not easy to kill. Sima Yuran said, and this mission has been issued for a long time. The sex missions have a deadline. If this mission is issued within a certain time and no one completes it, the cultivation points will be increased accordingly. Were there many people who took this mission before? Sima Yue asked. Many, but no one succeeded. At first, the 10th place only had 500 cultivation points. It increased by 100 in 2 years. Now it has increased to 1,000. No one succeeded in 10 years. That's right. Sima Yuran said, and the students who took the mission would get information about these people from the sect. But when they went, they would lose track of the prey. Chapter 675. Is everyone so cunning? Sima Yue lowered her head and looked at the names of the 10 people. The first person's cultivation points had reached 5,000 points and he was only an ultimate god. Everyone is crafty, especially the first one. His strength is not the highest, but his cultivation is the highest. In other words, he is the hardest to deal with. Sima Yuran said. Actually, I don't really agree with choosing this mission. Sima Yuming said, we just started accepting missions, so it's better to choose something easier. I prefer to go to the dark forest to look for flamingo eggs. It's similar to the missions we took before. In the past, when they were in the Capital Institute, they would often accept such missions from the Institute. They would go somewhere to do something or look for medicinal herbs. If we want to take on the task of finding flamingo eggs, we can also take this one. Sima Yulin said, when we were choosing the mission, we heard the teachers say that there were 2 people who happened to be in the dark forest. If we're lucky, we might run into them. If we're unlucky and don't see them, then we have nothing to lose. That works too. What do you think? Sima Yuchi asked. I have no objections. Fatty Chu had never cared about these things. As long as he could refine armaments, cultivate, eat and sleep well, and be with everyone, he was fine with anything. I also have no objections. Wei Ziqi said. Previously, he had accepted 2 taming missions and earned some cultivation points. Now, he was not short of them, so this time, he mainly followed them and did not take the lead. Me too. Sima Yue didn't have much desire for the cultivation pagoda because there was an even more powerful spirit pagoda. Ouyang and Beigong were not around. They were still recuperating. However, if it was a unanimous decision, the 2 of them would not disagree. It's settled then. Sima Yuchi said, we mainly take on the task of finding flamingo eggs, and then take on the task of killing them. Alright. By the way, is there a time limit for this mission? Sima Yue asked. In theory, no. However, most of the time limit won't exceed the amount of cultivation points obtained. In theory. Think about it. If you go on a mission and spend a year's time, but you only get a month's worth of cultivation in return, it's not worth it. Sima Yulin explained. That's why those people usually set a time limit for themselves to carry out missions based on the cultivation points they obtain. Sima Yu nodded in understanding. Instead of spending time on an impossible mission, it was better to go back and choose another mission. As for those missions that he couldn't complete, his cultivation points would rise again and again. Have you found out where the dark forest is? The dark forest is located in the central continent and is a rather dangerous place. It's about the same as the Pu Luo mountain range in the Yilin continent. Sima Yulin said. Because many people went in and never came out, it was called the dark forest. The Central Prefecture. That's still a bit far away. Sima Yue said, since it's not easy for us to go out, let's see if there are any missions along the way. We can complete them together so that we don't have to go out again in the future. Everyone felt that this was reasonable, so they looked for a mission in the Central Prefecture. This mission is rather difficult, but the location is in the Central Prefecture. Wei Ziqi took out a piece of paper and passed it to everyone. Investigate the strange things that happened in the bright red mountain peak recently. Fatty Chu looked at the mission on the paper and said, what kind of mission is this? It doesn't explain the situation. Look below. Wei Ziqi said. The danger level is actually 4 stars. Fatty Chu looked at the 4 little stars below and cried out in surprise. Why is it so dangerous? This means that there's something fishy going on there. I've checked this mission as well. Because a few students who accepted this mission died, the difficulty increased. The cultivation points also increased. 10,000 cultivation points. Fatty Chu looked at the cultivation points column and cried out again. If it's 10,000, each of us can get 1,000. It's enough for 2 to 3 years. Sima Yue said. Not bad, let's accept this mission. Won't it be too dangerous? Sima Yulin asked uncertainly. It's definitely dangerous. If not, the sect students wouldn't have died. Sima Yue said, but the rewards are generous, right? With you around, the danger will be reduced by quite a bit. Fatty Chu said. Why don't we give it a try? Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue had so many ways to protect her life, so there shouldn't be any danger. Sima Yulin thought about it and agreed. A team can only accept 3 missions at a time. Let's confirm these 3. Sima Yuchi said, does anyone have any objections? No objections. When Bei Gong and Ouyang Fei come out, we'll ask them for their opinions. If they agree, we'll confirm it. Sima Yulin said. Okay. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei came out of the room in the evening. Sima Yuchi went to look for them and told them about the missions. Both of them didn't have any objections. So Sima Yuchi went to the teacher in charge of the missions on the second day and accepted the 3 missions. The teacher looked at the missions they accepted and looked at their team, saying, are you sure you want to accept the 3rd mission? It's a little difficult for new students. Yes, teacher. We're sure we want to accept these 3 missions. Sima Yuchi said. The teacher saw that he was firm and didn't say anything else. He recorded their missions and gave them a badge. With this badge, the sect would recognize the missions they completed. And with this badge, they could leave the inner sect. Sima Yue took out a mother stone and connected to Little Seven. She told her when they were going to accept the mission and asked if she wanted to go with them. She also told her where they were going and what missions they were going to accept. Little Seven was with Yuan Shaojia at that time. When she heard that she was going to leave, she jumped off the stool and wanted to run, afraid that he would make her stay. Why are you running so fast? Yuan Shaojia grabbed her. I didn't say you can't go. You agree to let me go. Little Seven looked at Yuan Shaojia in disbelief. Go out for a walk. It'll help you evolve. Yuan Shaojia said, take this. When you're in danger, it can take you out of danger temporarily. He stuffed a small box into Little Seven's arms and let go of her clothes. Little Seven kept the box and left his house with her braids. She went to find Sima Yue. When Sima Yue put down the mother stone, she heard a voice that gave her a headache. Chapter 676. Sima Yue, how are you today? He Feng walked in with his big knife. When he saw Sima Yue standing at the door, he walked over. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. Didn't this guy just ask about it last night? Were they planning to visit him 3 times a day? Until she's fully recovered and then fight him. Looking at it now, Fatty's pitiful look yesterday really suited her. This lunatic was more of a headache than she had imagined. Lunatic, I won't be able to recover for the next half a year. You don't have to come and find me every day, she said helplessly. Half a year. That long? He Feng's face fell. Of course. My soul is injured, and my divine sense is damaged. Of course it would take me that long. Sima Yue said, and this is under the condition that we have the support of good pills. Otherwise, it would take even longer. So don't come looking for me for the time being. I can't compare to you even if you look for me. So you'd better leave quickly. She felt that she had expressed her meaning very clearly, but a certain someone did not understand and was still standing in the same place. Isn't this taking too long? How impatient. He Feng said. Sima Yue shrugged, looking as if there was nothing she could do even if she was anxious. Yu, when are we leaving? Little Seven walked in and saw the two of them standing in the courtyard. Where are you going? He Feng asked in surprise. Our club has accepted a mission and we're going to do it. Sima Yue said, we still need to make some preparations, so we won't keep you. Where are you going to do the quest? How long will it take? He Feng asked. He shouted when he saw Little Seven walking towards Sima Yue. Little Seven. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Who are you? Little Seven only knew to ask who He Feng was after she replied. Hi. Little Seven waved her hand and interrupted him, saying, I don't care who you are, hurry up and leave, otherwise I'll send you flying with one punch. He Feng's face was red, but he seemed to be afraid of Little Seven. He didn't dare to say anything and just left with his head lowered. Sima Yue saw that He Feng, who had been chattering around her, turned around and left because of Little Seven's words. She asked in surprise, Little Seven, why is he so obedient to you? Little Seven didn't know either. Maybe it's because I beat him up before. But I don't have any impression of him. It seemed like Little Seven often beat people up in the past. Actually, Little Seven didn't beat up He Feng. The reason why he listened to her was because he had seen her send the second place on the leaderboard flying with one punch. He Feng himself wasn't a match for the second place. Compared to Little Seven who ended the battle with a single punch, he didn't dare to provoke him. Yu, when are we leaving? Little Seven happily pulled her hand and asked. She was so happy that she could finally go out and take a look. We are ready, but before we leave, we need to ask Principal Yuan. We need his permission to bring you out. Sima Yue said. He has already agreed. We don't need to go, let's go. Little Seven said. He knows that you're going out. Sima Yue was surprised. Was the principal a god and knew everything? Because when you contacted me, I was in his house. When you looked for me, he heard it. Little Seven said, he even gave me a protective amulet. What protective amulet? Little Seven took out the box and opened it. Sima Yue saw a few one-time array stones inside. The array stones were carved with intricate patterns. One look and you could tell that it was made by an expert. At least, if she wasn't able to make such a good one-time array. The better the one-time array, the shorter the activation time and the further the teleportation distance. The amulet that Principal Yuan gave her was indeed a life-saving amulet. However, he also knew that not many people would discover Little Seven's identity at this time. There wouldn't be any powerful people from the outside world who would come to capture her. Keep this well. If you encounter any danger, activate it and inject your spiritual energy into one of the array stones. Do you understand? Sima Yue returned the box to Little Seven. Little Seven kept the box and said, Can we go now? Wait for them. We can go when they're done. After a while, everyone came to the courtyard. Once everyone was present, they went to the teleportation array in the inner sect. Going out again. Seeing Sima Yue, the two people in the teleportation array recognized her. This time, we're going out to complete a mission. Sima Yue said. Sima Yuchi handed over the mission plate that the sect had given them to take a look. One of them condensed his spirit energy and drew a few lines on the array on the ground, saying, "This is the array that will lead you to the central province. It's random. As for where you will be sent, it will depend on your luck." Sima Yue and Sima Yulin were shocked. He only used his spiritual energy to draw a few lines on the array and it changed completely. Sima Yue couldn't help but look at the two guards. What kind of people were they? They were so skilled in arrays, but they were only here to guard the array. Let's go. Bei Gong Tang saw that she was still in a daze and poked her lightly. They came to the array and it started to activate. After the group of people disappeared, the array lines that were drawn with spiritual energy gradually disappeared. Did you see his expression just now? I saw it. Looks like he knows arrays too. Should be. Just now, his eyes were fixed on you as you set up the array. His hands were moving around unconsciously, as if he was learning. There are many array masters here. If they can learn a thing or two, it's their ability. We don't have to hide it. Principal Yuan asked us to stand guard here because he had the same idea. Ha ha ha, that guy wants us to be teachers. He can only use this method to let others learn. There will always be a few people who can learn something. Those guys have to hurry up. We can't stay here for long. Yeah, time flies. In a blink of an eye, there's only 5 to 6 years left. 50 years of my life have been wasted here just like that. It's all because we were tricked by him. Who asked you to make a bet with him? Even I have to stay here with you for so long. Sigh, there are benefits to staying here. Didn't we improve a lot in these few years? When we go back, we might even improve more than those guys. Maybe. Sima Yue and the others didn't know how long they stayed in the array. When they stepped on land again, they were already in Central Province. Thinking back to when they were crossing the void, the space tunnel was so stable. This was just a temporary array, but it was so stable. She was suspicious. What kind of expert was the one who set up the array? Chapter 677. Sima Yue looked around. They were on a boundless grassland. She did not know where the dark forest was or where the town was. Why don't we randomly choose a direction to try? Sima Yue said. Not good. This kind of grassland stretches as far as the eye can see, and we don't know how big it is. We also don't know if there are any hidden dangers. If we were to walk around carelessly, we might end up in danger. Wei Ziqi said. Then I'll have to ask someone. Fatty Chu looked around, there's most likely no one here. Looks like we can only try looking for spirit beasts. That's the only way. Sima Yue said. Scree. A giant eagle flew over from afar. When it saw Sima Yue and the others, it wanted to catch 2 of them for dinner. He didn't expect to be subdued before he could even make a move. Don't be afraid, we're just asking for directions. Because of Little Peng, she decided to let this person off. What do you want to ask? The giant eagle asked. Where is this? West Coast Desert, the giant eagle replied. Where is it located in Central State? Southeast. Where is the dark forest? How far is it from here? I don't know. I've never been there. Where's the nearest town? The giant eagle rolled its eyes, stretched out its huge wings and pointed in a direction, saying, Go in this direction. Fly for 2 days and you'll see the town. After Sima Yue and the others finished asking their questions, they got the giant eagle to leave. After flying into the air, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the giant eagle's eyes, and then it flapped its wings and flew away. Since it doesn't know much, why don't we go to the city and ask around to understand the situation? At the same time, we can see if there are any teleportation arrays. Sima Yulin said. All right. In order to hurry, Sima Yuyue called Chongming over. It was the strongest and the fastest. But even so, they still didn't see the shadow of a town after flying for 2 days. F***ck, we've been tricked by that bald bird. Fatty Chu cursed. What should we do now? Let's continue forward. Sima Yuchi said, we've already walked so far. If we turn back, we won't be able to find that bald bird. Who knows if it's telling the truth about the town ahead? What if this is also a trap? Sima Yula disagreed. Everyone thought about it and agreed. This direction was a trap for them. Whether or not there was a town was still unknown. That damned bald bird, don't let me see it again. Otherwise, I'll definitely roast it. Fatty Chu said hatefully. I want to eat wings. Seven said. Hey, there's someone below. Sima Yuming said. Everyone looked down and saw a black dot moving on the ground in the distance. It looked like a person. Sima Yuyue patted Chongming's back, and Chongming flew over. When he got closer, he realized that it was actually a very charming woman. There was actually a single woman in this place. It seemed a little unusual. However, they had no choice but to ask her about the situation. Hello. Beigong Tang was the only woman here, and was sent to chat with that woman. That woman was still on guard when she saw them. She looked at Beigong Tang and the people behind her warily and asked, what do you want to do? Don't be afraid, we won't do anything to you. We just want to ask if there's a town here. Beigong Tang asked. Why should I tell you if there is? That woman was not so afraid anymore, but she was unusually cold. Beigong Tang thought about it and took out 2 medium crystals, saying, if you tell us, we'll give them to you. That woman took the crystals and pointed in another direction, saying, we'll reach in 2 days. 2 days again. She wouldn't be tricking them again, right? Come with us. Beigong Tang said. Sure, 20 medium crystals. That woman said without hesitation. Beigong Tang turned around and glanced at them. Seeing that they didn't object, she took out 10 medium crystals. We'll pay the other half when we reach. Okay. The woman took the medium crystals and straightforwardly called out her flying beast. She brought Sima Yuyue and the others in the direction she pointed. This time, they were careful and let the other party bring them there. As expected, they saw a small town after walking for 2 days. We're here. This is the town. That woman landed at the city gate and stretched out her hand to ask Beigong Tang for the remaining medium crystals. Beigong Tang straightforwardly gave her the crystals. After that, they saw her whistle to an old man guarding the city gate. Old Wu, we've received the goods. Oh, not bad this time. You brought so many people. The old man guarding the city gate had already sized up Sima Yuyue and the others. He said satisfactorily, not bad, the pigs this time are very fat. That's right, all of them are the best. The woman said. Old Wu took out a bag of medium crystals and said, we'll go with the usual price. 10 medium crystals per person, half for the children. Here. That woman took the bag and kept it with a smile, saying, then I'll leave first. Hey, what do you mean? Fatty Chu and the others stopped the woman. The woman raised her chin, saying, what do I mean? It's so obvious, don't you know? Ha ha ha, I hope you have a good time here. The woman laughed loudly. Sima Yuchi and the others' expressions were ugly. They were not idiots. How could they not see that this woman had sold them out? The woman laughed loudly and left. How could Sima Yue and the others let her go? However, the moment they moved, a group of people ran out from the city and surrounded them. You are now our slaves. Obediently come back with us to work. Old Wu tapped the smoking pipe in his hand and said faintly. Is that so? We don't know what kind of ability you have to make us work for you. Sima Yuchi snorted. This is the West Coast Desert. You're standing on our land. Once you're here, you have to listen to us obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Old Wu threatened. Old Wu, I'll leave first. That woman cupped her hands to Old Wu and turned to leave. You want to leave after tricking us? Sima Yue laughed and let go of Little Seven's violent body. Little Seven leaped and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ah, dash, the woman's scream was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that she was already lying on the ground. Little Seven stood beside her and looked coldly at the corpse on the ground. When Old Wu's subordinates saw Little Seven's indifferent expression, they were all shocked by her move and broke out in cold sweat. Wasn't she a child? How could she be so strong? Old Wu reacted and waved at those people, saying, capture them all and send them to the mine. Those who resist will be killed. Originally, /BK/HL/HL. Chapter 678. Mine. Who are you people? Sima Yue asked. Who are we? Old Wu raised his head and laughed. You're already here, yet you're asking us who we are. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't know who you were, would we have been brought here by that woman? Fatty Chu snorted coldly. Speak, this lord doesn't want to kill nameless people. You little brats. Old Wu laughed so hard that he almost couldn't hold the long pipe in his hand. Let me tell you, this is the Great Gorge Ridge. We are the Brave Moon sect, the largest sect in the Great Gorge Ridge. This is our mine. There are so many people in your mine. Another town. Old Wu took out a leaf and rolled it up. He placed it in the pipe and smacked it twice before saying with a sneer, these are the places where we miners live. Humph, humph. Now that you're here, it's better for you to obediently be our miners. Otherwise, you'll suffer physical pain. Just based on the few of you, you want to keep us here. Sima Yuran took out his weapon and pointed it at Old Wu. Old Wu glanced at Little Seven and said, this little baby is indeed surprising, but this is the Brave Moon sect. He took out a whistle and blew it. Immediately, a group of black-robed men flew out from the city walls and surrounded them again. The people who came this time are not bad. Sima Yue said, Old man, do you have a teleportation portal here? Of course. We're the largest force in the entire Great Gorge Ridge. How could we not have a teleportation array? But even if there is a teleportation array, you won't have the chance to use it. You can only mine for us for the rest of your lives. Go, give them the slave rings. At Old Wu's command, those people took out a pure silver necklace and looked at the few people in the middle. Coincidentally, at this moment, a huge warship sailed over. It was like a yacht in the sky. The warship arrived at the city gate and landed. A group of people holding whips appeared on the deck of the warship. Then, a group of people wearing silver collars came down from the ship one after another. Everyone had their heads down and looked very tired. At the same time, the city gates opened, and a group of people walked out. They were all wearing silver necklaces, and all of them had numb expressions. Their hopes for the next day could not be seen. And their collars were exactly the same as the collars in the hands of the people surrounding them. It's a slave ring. Fatty Chu recognized it at a glance. Fatty, you know. Once this thing is worn, as long as you don't take it off, you'll always be a slave. Others will know that you're a slave, and ordinary people can hunt these slaves down. Every faction has something like this. It can suppress one's strength, and it can't be taken off easily. Sima Yue looked at the people getting on and off the ship. Indeed, some of them were quite powerful. However, these people obediently listened to the turtle slaves. When the people who came out of the city had boarded, the people on the ship cupped their hands towards Old Wu and asked, "Old Wu, are we bringing these people along as well?" Old Wu waved his hand at them. "These guys haven't been trained yet. You guys can go first." "All right." The battleship took the newcomers and left. Sima Yue squinted her eyes at the battleship. Her eyes were filled with interest. Fatty Chu happened to be beside her and saw her interest. He said, "This kind of battleship can hold many people and can fly in the air. Furthermore, its defense is very good. However, it's very difficult to make and requires a lot of materials. Ordinary factions can't make this kind of thing. Can you make it?" Fatty Chu shook his head. "Maybe in a few decades." Sima Yue looked at Fatty Chu approvingly. This kind of battleship was hard to refine even if one used their toes to think. However, this guy confidently said that he would be able to refine it in a few decades. His ambition was commendable. "Fifth bro, let's talk later. What do we do with these guys now?" Sima Yue asked. "Didn't you want to put the slave rings on us? Then let's put them on," Sima Yue said. "Those people were wearing them just now. I don't think they did it willingly. Let's help them." Sima Yue didn't hide anything this time and directly called out those old guys from the Spirit Pagoda. Some of them went with Little Rock the last time, so there were still some left. With those old guys taking action, those who came later weren't their opponents at all. Those who came at the beginning who were weaker were all taken care of by Sima Yue and the others. "Young master, it's all done. Do you want their lives?" Honor Rock asked. Sima Yue thought about it and shook her head, saying, "Let's bring them into the city first and see what's going on inside." Of course, there were only a few who survived the battle. The others were all killed during the battle. Sima Yue set a fire and burned the corpses clean. Those old guys felt the heat and couldn't help but think of that person in the Spirit Pagoda. They had followed Sima Yue to protect Little Rock. They never thought that there would be a real divine bird by her side, their real king. After it was burned clean, Sima Yue waved her hand and those flames returned to her hand. She played with the flames in her hand and looked at Ol Wu with an evil smile, causing him to break out in cold sweat. "Let's go in," Sima Yue said. "Wait a minute." Little Seven stopped him. Then, she ran to the ground and walked around. Finally, she came in front of those who were still alive. She picked up the slave rings and put them on. "Let's go." She clapped her hands and looked at her masterpiece satisfactorily. Sima Yue pinched her little face, saying, "Let's go. Let's go take a look at their teleportation array." Each of them carried one and entered the city. Once they entered, they realized that it didn't look like a real city. There were only rows of houses and a few zombie-like people walking on the streets. A group of patrolling people happened to walk over. When they saw that they had caught Ol Wu, they rushed over. However, before they could reach Sima Yue, they were all killed by Honor Rock and the others. Those people with numb expressions came over one after another. When they saw that they had caught Ol Wu and killed so many patrolling soldiers, there was finally a ripple in their eyes. "Benefactor, save me." A man wearing tattered clothes rushed in front of Sima Yue and the others. Looking at his eyes, he didn't seem to have been here for long. That was why he was still thinking of resisting and escaping. As for the others, they merely watched from the side. They didn't plan to help. There was even someone who tried to dissuade him. "Kid, you should come back. So many people came in the past, but not many succeeded. Those who tried to escape were all killed." Chapter 679. That person's face flashed with a trace of struggle. Finally, he looked at Sima Yu and the others and said, "Please save us." Sima Yu did not reply immediately. She looked at the man and asked, "What's your name?" "Jinghuan." Sima Yu looked at the familiar eyes and asked, "Who is Jingwen to you?" "You know my third brother." Jinghuan looked at Sima Yu in surprise. She knew that Jingwen was the third child in the family. She really didn't expect that she would actually meet her younger brother here. "What is your ranking?" she asked again. "Sixth brother." Sima Yu grabbed his left hand and saw the thick calluses on his palm. Jingwen often said, "My sixth brother is a refiner, left-handed." Sima Yu pulled him up and said, "How long have you been here? Do you know anything about this place?" "It's been almost half a year. I know a little about this place." Jinghuan saw Sima Yu's reaction and knew that she was willing to save him. Half a year was not a long time in this world, so Jingwen and the others did not know that he had gone missing. "Do you know my third brother?" Jinghuan asked. "Yes, I do." Sima Yu nodded. "Don't worry, we will get you out of here." Speaking of which, Jingwen was still Feng, or savior. If it wasn't for the heart protection pill he refined to protect Feng, or for so many days, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until she saved him. "Thank you." Jinghuan bowed. "May I know your names?" "I'm Sima Yu." Sima Yu said. Seeing the confusion in Jinghuan's eyes, she continued, "You might not know me, but you should know Shiman Feng. You know Brother Feng?" "Yes, our relationship is pretty good. It's because of him that I met Jingwen." Sima Yu said. "Let's talk about other things later. Let's deal with these things first. Follow us first." "All right." Jinghuan followed Sima Yu and the others as they continued to walk forward. Although Sima Yu and the others looked young and weak, the people behind them were unfathomably strong. They might really be able to leave. He was different from the other slaves. Although he had been here for half a year, he didn't want to accept his fate. He didn't want to stay here forever. However, he was wearing the slave ring, which suppressed his strength. Their interspatial rings had also been snatched away. He had no way of contacting Jingwen and the others. This was the West Coast Desert. Very few people came here to begin with, and it was always heavily guarded. If they wanted to leave, the chances were zero. Sima Yu was his only hope. Sima Yu looked at the people walking out of the house. She asked Jinghuan, "Are these the people who were sold here?" "More or less. Only a very small number of people came willingly. However, even those who came willingly can't leave. Those who tried to leave were either beaten to death or put on the slave ring." Jinghuan said. "How did you get here?" Sima Yu asked. "I was tricked." Jinghuan said, "I traveled to Wangsha City and wanted to use the teleportation array to go to other places. However, I was sent to the West Coast Desert. I flew here for 10 days and 10 nights but couldn't find my way. Later, I met a girl who said she knew how to leave this place. So I followed her. Who knew that I would be captured and used as labor here?" Thinking about his experience, he clenched his fists. Was it a girl wearing a purplish-blue dress with a cloud ribbon around her waist? Fatty Chu asked. "You were tricked here by her too. Then where is she?" "She's dead." Sima Yu said. "Dead? She tricked us and still wanted to live." Sima Yu said, "We kindly sent her to the ghost realm. After a person died, their soul would enter the ghost realm. As for whether they could survive in the ghost realm, that was another matter. I still want to take revenge on her after I leave." Jinghuan said, "The headquarters is just ahead. The teleportation array is here." Sima Yue asked. Jing Huan nodded. This is the only way out. The Brave Moon sect used this place to send the ores back. You said that you were sent here when you used the teleportation array in Wangshu City. Sima Yue suddenly asked. Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that the Brave Moon sect probably had some ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Jing Huan didn't understand. Yes. Sima Yue pointed at the people on the street. Look at these people. They're all wearing slave rings. This means that they didn't want to stay here. Even if the teleportation array between the cities is different, it's impossible to send people to such a remote place like the West Coast Desert. It's only when people are here that you can come here and become their slaves. But why don't they send people here directly? Sima Yue asked. Because they can't be sure if there's anyone powerful among the people sent here. If they send people here directly, what if they meet someone powerful? Can they still protect this place? Sima Yue said, and if they send people to the West Coast Desert, if the other party is powerful, they should be able to walk out on their own. If they meet someone weaker, they won't be able to do anything even if they're tricked into coming here. What a despicable Brave Moon sect. Jing Huan said hatefully. That's why I'm thinking that there should be many people like you. Who knows, there might be many people with illustrious identities among them. Sima Yue said. You're thinking of. Sima Yulin looked at Sima Yue and understood what she meant. It's fine if we didn't encounter this. But we've encountered it, and they almost tricked us as well. We naturally can't just stand by and watch. I was still hesitating before. Since the Brave Moon sect is the #1 sect here, they're definitely not weak. But if there are many people from other powers among them, then things will be easier. Sima Yue said with a smile. That's right. Those who were tricked naturally won't let the Brave Moon sect off so easily. If they return to their own sect, they'll definitely report this matter. Their own sect members are trapped here mining, so those powers definitely won't let the Brave Moon sect off so easily. When the time comes, many people will come looking for them. Even if they're the #1 sect, they won't be able to get anything out of it. Wei Ziqi continued. You want to release everyone here? Sima Yuran asked. That's right. Before we release them, we have to tell them the truth. Otherwise, they'll think that they were accidentally sent here. Sima Yue said. Those who tricked them wouldn't be let off so easily. Jing Huan's eyes shone, saying, I know a few people. They're also from large sections. Furthermore, 2 of them have high statuses. Chapter 680. Their identities are not bad. How bad are they? Sima Yue asked. One is the young master of a sect, and the other is the disciple of an elder. Jing Huan said, I don't know what their sect is called, and they didn't say. I think they're afraid of losing face for their sect. Since there's a young master of a sect here, there should be people with other identities as well. I think they won't say it for the sake of their own sect or clan's face. However, if they really get their freedom and go back, they will take revenge. Sima Yulin said. Then we can tell them what the Brave Moon sect did. This way, those who haven't figured it out will understand how they suffered all these years. Sima Yuming said. That's a good idea, but we have to settle things here first. Sima Yulin said. What's going on here? Fatty Chu asked. Stupid. Wei Ziqi poked his head. We're already standing in front of the main house. What do you think we have to do? Of course, we have to take care of the Brave Moon sect. I thought it was something big. Is this even a problem for us? Fatty Chu rubbed his forehead. In his opinion, it really wasn't a problem. Alright, even if it's not a problem, we still have to deal with it. Sima Yue said, Jing Huan, do you know how many people are here? Jing Huan shook his head. If we're not mining in the mines, we're in our own houses. We can't move around as we please. Even if we're working, there are supervisors watching over us. Then how did you talk to those people? When we were mining in the mines, the supervisor complained that the environment was not good, so he would slack off on the surface. Jing Huan said. There was no need to elaborate. Everyone could imagine what kind of life Jing Huan and the others were living here. Can you take this off? Sima Yu pointed at the slave collar around his neck. We have to ask him. Jing Huan said. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen anyone take it off. This kind of slave collar usually has a key. Fatty Chu said. He definitely knows how many people are here. Ouyang Fei said. Old man Wu was already dizzy from the beating. He felt dizzy and weak all over. Now that he was being stared at by a few pairs of eyes, he was scared half to death. Speak, how many people are inside? Sima Yuchi placed a knife on old Wu's neck. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Old Wu felt that he was quite strong-willed. Kill you? Sima Yuchi glanced at him. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily? Don't worry, if you don't tell us, we have ways to make you beg for death. Old Wu felt a chill in his heart when he saw the deep meaning in his eyes. If he had any sense, he would have killed himself by biting his tongue. However, he couldn't bear to lose his life, and he didn't believe that they could deal with the people in the headquarters. The power of the Brave Moon sect was not something they could deal with. However, he thought of what they said just now. If these slaves were all released, the Brave Moon sect would definitely face the biggest disaster in history. Yu, why don't you use your fire to burn one of his legs, so that he can't walk in the future? Little Seven said. Sigh, why don't we just burn one of his hands? Let's burn his leg. If we burn his leg, we'll burn more things. Long legs, more meat. Anyway, he doesn't plan to tell us the situation inside. Okay, whatever Little Seven says. Sima Yu patted Little Seven's head lovingly. This little guy had such a black-bellied side. Old Wu's pupils constricted. He thought of Sima Yu's terrifying fire. If one of his legs was really burned, it would be worse than death. Sima Yu shot out a flame and the surrounding air became hot. She looked at Old Wu's 2 legs and asked Little Seven, which leg do you think should be burned? The right leg. Little Seven casually pointed. Little Seven, you're pointing at the left leg. Fatty Chu subconsciously reminded her. The left leg. Then let's burn the left leg. Little Seven did not care if she made a mistake and said disapprovingly. Sima Yu looked at Old Wu and said, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to tell us the situation inside? No. Old Wu gritted his teeth and said. He did not believe that they would harm him, an important hostage, without knowing the enemy's situation. However, in the next second, a bone-piercing pain came from his left leg. He subconsciously wanted to scream, but Sima Yu fed him a pill. He could not scream and could only let out a hoarse cry. The fire burned very slowly under Sima Yu's control. Old Wu watched in horror as his left leg turned to ashes bit by bit. He could only make simple sounds. He looked at Sima Yu in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was willing to talk, Hurry up and stop. Stop. However, Sima Yu did not stop because of his gaze. She waited until the fire had completely burned his left leg before she waved her hand and retracted the fire. You want to talk now? Sima Yu said as she played with the fire. Old Wu was still hesitant. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Sima Yu said, anyway, you're not the only person from the Brave Moon sect here. I'll ask them after I burn you bit by bit. After she finished speaking, she looked at the others. Seeing old Wu's one-legged appearance, the others subconsciously retracted their legs. No. No. I'll talk. 2 hours later, Sima Yu and the rest were already sitting in the main hall of the headquarters. The people from the Brave Moon sect had all been subdued by them. Sima Yu looked at the people in the courtyard and was a little puzzled. This was obviously a very important mine. How could there not be a single top expert here? I asked just now. They said that the experts who were in charge of this place had been summoned back these 2 days. Sima Yu explained to everyone. This meant that they came in so smoothly this time because they were lucky. It just so happened that the experts were not around. She knew it, such a big mine, how could there not be any experts in the sect? Do you know when those experts will be back? She asked. Although there were a few old monsters around, the other party was still the biggest sect in the territory. How could they not have some background? And this mine was so important to the sect. If they knew that something had happened here, it would cause a lot of trouble. I don't know when they'll be back. In order to avoid trouble, we have to settle things here as soon as possible. Sima Yu said. She glanced at Fatty Chu who was eating spirit fruit and said, "Do you know how to break this kind of slave ring?" Chapter 681. In response to Sima Yu's question, Fatty Chu answered without hesitation, "This type of slave ring has the symbol of power. Every type of slave ring is different and the solution is different. So the best way is not to look for me, but to ask him for the key." Old Man Wu was thrown outside with the other people of the Brave Moon sect. When he saw Sima Yu looking at him, he was almost scared to death. "Where's the key?" she asked with a smile. Sima Yu felt that she looked pretty when she smiled, but old Wu looked as if he had seen a devil from hell. "I don't have the key," old Wu said. When he saw Sima Yu's face darken, he was afraid that she would burn his other leg if she was unhappy. He quickly explained, "The key to the slave pendant is really not with me. I am only responsible for putting it on, not taking it off." "Where is the key?" "In the hands of the 10th elder." "Who is the 10th elder?" "He's not here." "Where is it then?" "He went back to the sect." "He's the expert overseeing you." "The 10th elder is indeed the strongest." "Why did he go back?" "We have to send the crystals and stones we excavate back to the sect regularly." "When are you coming back?" Old Wu didn't want to say anything at first, but Sima Yu glanced at his right leg and he immediately became obedient. "Usually, he'll be gone for 5 days." 5 days. That meant there were only 3 days left. "Do you usually contact them?" Sima Yulin asked. "Yes, he has to deliver the news to the sect every day. When the 10th elder is around, he will deliver the news. When the 10th elder is not around, I will be in charge." Old Wu did not dare to play any tricks when he saw Sima Yu's gaze. "Then you have to send a message to them in the next 3 days." Sima Yulin said, "If you were the least bit abnormal, your right leg would be the same as your left leg. And the speed will definitely be slower than today." I won't." Old Wu quickly lowered his head to hide the light in his eyes. These people didn't understand how they would report the daily situation to the other side. If he took this opportunity to ask the sect for help and ask the 10th elder to bring more people, he might still have a chance to live. He felt Sima Yu's gaze on him, and his plan collapsed. She definitely wouldn't allow him to spread the news. As expected, Sima Yu found a few more managers and asked them how they would send messages. Then, when they sent the message, Sima Yulin would watch from the side. In this way, even if he had the intention to call for help, he was afraid that he would have been burned to ashes before the 10th elder could bring people over. Therefore, he sent a message to the other side as usual. The next day, the warship returned with a group of slaves. After the slaves disembarked, they walked towards the city. Why haven't those slaves come out yet? The people on the warship asked curiously. It is indeed a little strange. The man in the lead said. At this moment, they saw Elder Wu waving at them from the city wall and saying, "Something happened in the city today, quickly come in and take a look." The two of them didn't suspect anything. They instructed the people on the ship and walked into the city together. After a while, the leader from before appeared on the city wall and shouted to the people on the ship, "The situation in the city is more urgent, all of you come in." Seeing that their leader had spoken, the others didn't suspect anything. They all disembarked and entered the city. But once they entered the city, they saw Sima Yulin and the others waiting at the city gate. When Sima Yue came down from the city tower, Sima Yulin and the others had already subdued everyone. She and 1,000 resonance separated, and those who were captured realized that this person wasn't their leader at all. "Fatty, can you deal with the warship?" "No problem, carry me." Fatty Chu patted his chest and went outside the city to conquer the warship. "I'll go take a look too." Little Seven was very interested in the flying ship and chased after Fatty Chu. Jing Huan looked at the unconscious guards and asked, "Should we bring these people back?" "No need, I'm too lazy to." Sima Yue said, "They've been poisoned by me, they won't wake up for a while." They didn't bring anyone back today, which will definitely alert the other side. Jing Huan said. The other side he was talking about was naturally the mine. There aren't many people there, but they can't all come over. As long as they don't all come together, it'll be easier to take them down one by one. Sima Yue said. Then we'll guard here. Sima Yuqi said. All right. The slaves who just came and looked at the situation at the city gate in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. The people who were watching the commotion at the side told them what happened to Sima Yue and the others. Those people then understood that someone had come to save them. Although these people were tricked in from the start. Some people's eyes shone with hope, while others didn't believe that Sima Yue and the others could really save them. They just treated it as a small interlude in the long process of mining. This kind of interlude happened from time to time, but no one had ever succeeded. Instead, those who tried to escape were beaten up by the supervisors. After that, Sima Yue told Jing Huan to tell them that the Brave Moon sect had tampered with the teleportation array and purposely sent them here. This caused a small commotion among the absentee workers. There were many smart people among the absentee workers. They already knew why they were here. They knew that the Brave Moon sect had tricked them. But some people didn't think of this. Now that they heard what Jing Huan said, they finally realized what had happened. Those who believed that Sima Yue and the others would succeed this time thought that they would definitely complain to their sect or family clan. Since you've already controlled these people, let them go. It was unknown who shouted, but the others followed suit, begging Sima Yue to let them go, to let them leave now. Sima Yue wasn't in a hurry to speak. She waited for them to finish shouting before saying slowly, if you want to leave now, we won't stop you. But you're all wearing slave rings now. Once you leave, you'll only be treated as slaves. Also, there's a tracking device in the slave rings. Once you leave, you'll be facing the West Coast desert. Now that such a big thing has happened here, the Brave Moon sect will definitely send people to investigate. When the time comes, they will follow your slave pens to find you. Don't let us not remind you. All right. I've said what I wanted to say. There's no one guarding the city gate now. If you want to leave, you can leave now. After Sima Yue finished speaking, a few people walked out of the crowd and ran towards the city gate. They didn't believe that Sima Yue could save them, so they chose to believe in themselves. They would definitely be able to walk out of the West Coast desert. Chapter 682. After a while, some people left. They were either alone or in groups. In short, they left here without looking back. Crazy Wife, Divine Dr. Wu Xiaojie Chapter 682. Part 2. After waiting for an hour, a third of the people here had left. Only after waiting for everyone to stop moving did Sima Yu tell the remaining people that the reason why they were waiting here was to wait for the key to the slave ring. Moreover, they had an array formation master here. After taking off the slave rings, they could leave through the array formation. The people who stayed behind all cheered. They were right to stay. Compared to going out to face the endless West Coast desert, it was better to have a teleportation array. Sima Yue did not think about the people who had left. They had met by chance, and letting them go today was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, she had her own motives. However, as she watched them leave, she did not intend to ask them to stay. She had already told them what they had to face when they got out, but they still insisted on leaving. Whether or not they could get out of here would depend on their own abilities. However, she thought that since they hadn't been able to leave back then, they might not be able to leave now. However, whether or not she could get out had nothing to do with her anymore. Because the battleship didn't bring any new slaves over, they sent a few people back to investigate. Those people were taken care of by Sima Yu and the others. After that, they sent some people back, but the same thing happened to them. The leader over there was very worried about the situation in the city, but they had to watch over this place and supervise the slaves mining. They simply couldn't leave, so they could only transfer some people back to check on the situation. The result was the same. No one came back. Needless to say, something must have happened over there. Left with no other choice, he left some people here to look after the slaves while he personally led the people back. Although this leader was somewhat powerful, in the face of those old fellows, he was still taken down in 2 moves. 2 days passed in a hurry as they continued to attack and destroy each and every one of them. Today is the day the 10th Elder returns. You guys guard the teleportation array. Once he comes over, immediately subdue him and destroy the teleportation array. Sima Yue said to Honor Rock and the others. Yes, young master. Honor Rock accepted the order. They had already seen the portrait of the 10th Elder and knew who he was. At noon, the teleportation array lit up as usual. Everyone held their breaths as they waited. This time, the person who appeared was not the 10th Elder, but the steward who came with him. The steward stood still and was pulled to the side to be restrained. Where's the 10th Elder? Sima Yu asked. The 10th Elder said that he had something to do and asked me to come back first. He will only be back tomorrow. The steward tactfully explained. Sima Yu and the others exchanged glances, saying, let's just wait here. On the morning of the 2nd day, the teleportation array lit up again, immediately attracting their attention. He's here. The figure of the 10th Elder appeared on the teleportation array, together with another elder of the Heroic Vigor sect. Who are you? Seeing that the courtyard was full of strangers, the 10th Elder scolded loudly. Go. Sima Yue ordered. Honor Rock and the others captured the 2 of them. Then, she immediately went forward and destroyed the array. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 10th Elder was caught before he could even fight back. The 10th Elder and the others were old monsters who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. When they saw this scene, how could they not understand what was going on? Who are you? Why are you interfering with the affairs of the Heroic Vigor sect? We don't want to interfere with your affairs, but you shouldn't have sold us to you. Sima Yue said, we won't talk so much nonsense with you. Where's the key to the slave ring? I don't have it. The 10th Elder denied. If those slaves were freed, then what they had done all these years would definitely be exposed. The Heroic Vigor sect would be destroyed. Do you think you don't have it just because you say so? The key must be in his interspatial ring. If we kill him, the interspatial ring will be ownerless. Are you afraid that we won't be able to find the key? Wei Ziqi said. That makes sense. Sima Yue nodded. Wait a minute. The 10th elder said, I'll give it to you. With a thought, a black iron block appeared in his hand. Stop him. Fatty Chu cried out when he saw the black iron block. Sima Yue and the others didn't know why, but they immediately condensed their spirit energy and attacked the 10th elder. Ah dash, the 10th elder's left hand grabbed his right arm. Only half of his forearm was left, and the other half was lying on the ground. Fatty Chu rushed forward and picked up the iron block. After injecting some spiritual power into the black iron, it actually turned red. Fatty Chu fiddled with it for a while before the iron block returned to its original state. Seeing Fatty Chu heave a sigh of relief, everyone asked him. Fatty Chu, what's wrong? This isn't a key at all. It's the controller of the slave ring. As long as it explodes, the slave ring will explode as well. Fatty Chu said. If the slave ring exploded, it went without saying that those people would all die. The 10th elder looked at Fatty Chu with surprise. He didn't think that someone so young would know about this. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he was too slow. What a good 10th elder. Jing Huan went forward and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying far away. Where's the key? Sima Yulin asked again. The 10th elder lay on the ground, refusing to look at them. Since you don't want to say, we won't force you. Sima Yu said, send him directly to the ghost realm. The 10th elder was different from old Wu. One look and you could tell that he had a backbone. The method used on old Wu was useless on him. But we still don't know if the key is in his interspatial ring. If it wasn't, they wouldn't know where the key was if they killed him. No problem, I have a way. Sima Yu said. She glanced at Honor Rock. Honor Rock obeyed and punched him in the heart, ending his life. The 10th elder didn't think that he, who had been so powerful his entire life, would die like this. He looked at the sky and his eyes began to dilate. Sima Yu came beside the 10th elder and placed both hands on his temples. Then, she sent her divine sense into his brain. Fatty Chu and the others were shocked when they saw her like this. She was injured like this the last time. However, they didn't dare to say anything now. They were afraid that they would hurt her even more. After a while, Sima Yu threw the 10th elder's body on the ground. She condensed her water spirit energy and washed her hands. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and said to everyone, the key is under his bed. Sima Yu Lo and Jing Huan went to the 10th elder's house. You were injured because of this the last time. Why are you still? Sima Yu Qi reprimanded her coldly. Chapter 683. Big brother, don't be angry. I'm different this time. Sima Yu said. How is it different? You're the one who placed your divine sense in other people's bodies. Sima Yu Qi was really angry. They did not know the exact details of Sima Yu's injury when they were still in the sect. It was only after Sima Yu Qi went out that Sima Lai and the others told him about her injury. How could he not be angry when he saw her doing such a thing? Big brother, this time we're just sending our divine sense into his brain to search for memories. It's not dangerous at all. Sima Yu said, besides, he's a dying man and his consciousness is about to dissipate. There's no danger for me to do this. Sima Yu Qi's expression was still cold. Really, can't you see that I'm perfectly fine? Sima Yu giggled as she approached him and swung his hand coquettishly. Don't do something so dangerous next time. Sima Yu Qi saw her like this and finally forgave her. At this time, Sima Yu Lo and Jing Huan walked over. Jing Huan was extremely excited. The slave collar around his neck had been taken off and he seemed to have relaxed. He came in front of everyone and bowed, saying, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Sima Yue said, "We have destroyed the teleportation portal here. If there is no news today, they will definitely send someone over. The strong ones can tear through the void. It doesn't matter if a few come, but if too many come, Honor Rock and the others won't be able to handle it. So, it's best if we can rescue all of them today or tomorrow." "Where is Old Wu now?" Sima Yulin asked. "The brave Moon Sex people have all been played to death by the angry absentees," Bei Gong Tang said. It meant that Old Wu was gone as well. "Ziki, you've been looking at Elder Wu's messages for the past few days. Today, imitate him and send a message over. While you're at it, tell him that the teleportation array is broken. Even if they are suspicious, they will only send someone tomorrow or the day after." Sima Yue said, "This period of time is enough for us to evacuate." "Okay." Wei Ziqi replied. "Yulin, let's set up the teleportation array first." Sima Yue said to Sima Yulin. "All right." She then looked at Fatty Chu and Fatty Chu immediately understood what she meant. Grinning, he said, "You guys go and do your own things. We will search them thoroughly." He really knew himself well. Sima Yue gave him a look of approval. Then, everyone dispersed to do their own things. Sima Yue and Sima Yulin came to the city and found an empty space to set up a teleportation array. In the past 2 days, the two of them had studied the array formation in the headquarters and changed the spatial coordinates. This way, they could leave here without being teleported to Wangsha City. The two of them spent half a day setting up the teleportation array. The absentee workers had already lined up and were waiting. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. If these people didn't let them use the teleportation array, they would be in trouble. After Sima Yue finished setting up the array, she got them to come over one by one. Sima Yuming took down their slave rings first before they stepped into the teleportation array. Sima Yue activated the teleportation array and sent them away. 10 of them used one teleportation. Over 1,000 of them used over 100 teleportations before they were all teleported. A few of them expressed their gratitude to Sima Yue and the others as they left. Some of them even told them their names and said that they could ask for help in the future. Sima Yue didn't stand on ceremony either. She said that she would definitely ask them for help in the future. By the time they sent everyone off, it was already late at night. Jing Huan was the last batch to leave. He looked at Sima Yue and the others. "Aren't you guys leaving? Since we're going to save them, we'll save them together. We can't leave those in the mines behind," Sima Yue said. Jing Huan knew what they wanted to do and didn't say anything else. "You don't have anything on you. Take this. Once you get out, you should be able to find your family." Sima Yue handed him a bag. Jing Huan guessed that there were some crystals inside. He was penniless now and might not be able to find his family even if he got out. As such, he accepted it. When he came out of the teleportation array, he looked at the things inside. Other than some crystals, there was also his space ring. Although Sima Yue really wanted to swallow his interspatial ring as well, she still returned it to him on account of his older brother. However, she believed that he wouldn't spread the news of her getting the space ring. Others would only think that he was an accomplice. "All right, Fatty, it's up to you now," Sima Yue said to Fatty Chu after sending everyone off. "Hee, you guys just wait and see." Fatty Chu rubbed his hands excitedly. They were the only ones left in the city. When they came out of the city, Sima Yue took out the battleship. Fatty Chu ran up and ran towards the cockpit. Sima Yue and the others followed. Very quickly, the battleship took them away from this place and headed straight for the Brave Moon Sex mine. There weren't many guards left in the mine. Sima Yue and the others went over and quickly took control of the mine. The absentee workers didn't know what was going on. When they knew that they were free to leave, everyone cheered. Sima Yu and Sima Yulin set up the array again. Because it was the second time, the two of them finished it very quickly. The absentee workers took off the slave rings and recovered their strength. They took care of all the guards and left through the teleportation array. Sima Yu didn't have any sympathy for these supervisors. These people usually did many bad things when they were supervising here. Jing Huan had told them a lot. There were fewer people here. Sima Yu sent them off and it was only daybreak the day after. Sima Yu looked at the empty mine. Some of the ores were casually thrown on the ground. Everyone laughed. Then, they moved together and kept half of the mine into the spirit pagoda. Then, they quickly left the scene. When the Brave Moon sect people noticed that something was wrong and sent people to check, they only saw a few 100 meters deep pit and a huge mine. Now, only some leftovers were left. The higher-ups of the Brave Moon sect were furious when they heard the news. That was their best mine. How could it disappear into thin air? Who would believe this? And those absentee workers had all escaped. They knew what they had done all these years. Now that they had escaped, the Brave Moon sect would definitely not be able to escape the fate of revenge. Those who knew about it had all escaped. Only a few ordinary disciples and those who didn't know the origin of the absentee workers remained in the sect. They were heartbroken that the mine was gone and waited for the anger of the other sects. Chapter 684. Have you heard? Heard what? Is there any big news recently? You really don't know? Don't keep me in suspense, hurry up and tell me. The largest sect in the Great Gorge, the Brave Moon sect, has been destroyed. What? Really? Of course it's real. When have I ever given you false information? You're right. Tell me, what's going on? Let me tell you. Don't you know that the Brave Moon sect has done a lot of bad things over the years? Hurry up and say it. If you keep us in suspense, we'll have to use our fists. That's right. Hurry up and say it, or I'll beat you up until you can't get out of bed. All right, I've told you. The person who first mentioned this said, the Brave Moon sect must have tampered with the transmission array of the Brave Moon City and sent many people to the West Coast Desert. West Coast Desert? How did they teleport people there? You don't know, right? This Brave Moon sect found a mineral vein in the West Coast Desert, but because they didn't announce it to the public, they didn't dare to openly recruit people, so they used these methods to quietly get people there. Then how could those people submit? Of course they won't give in. The Brave Moon sect actually made a slave ring. Slave ring? Suck, really? The Brave Moon sect is the #1 sect in the Great Gorge Ridge. How could they use such despicable things? Yes, so when those people escaped and returned to their own forces, those big clans and sects were furious. Many forces joined forces and destroyed the Brave Moon sect. This Brave Moon sect has only themselves to blame. They actually dared to use such a despicable method. It would have been fine if they had only captured commoners, but they had actually dared to capture people so casually. Serves him right. This ore is not something that can be dug up by normal people. A spirit master is equivalent to 10 people. Of course, they can only use this method to capture people. Those people were placed in the slave ring, so they naturally didn't have the strength to resist. Some people understood why the Brave Moon sect dared to do this. But how did this matter come out? How did those people escape? It said that they captured someone they shouldn't have. Not only were they not captured, they even released everyone. That's what happened after that. Speaking of which, if those families and sects didn't send people to destroy the Brave Moon sect just to vent their anger for their own disciples, right? Maybe he's thinking about the mine in the West Coast Desert. You guessed it right. The man smiled and said, "Those sects did not kill all the people of the Brave Moon sect. They finally forced out the location of the West Coast desert mine. But guess what? Could it be that someone beat us to it?" Someone guessed. Yes and no. What do you mean by no? What happened? When those people went to look for it, the mine was gone. A huge pit has appeared where the mine used to be. Hiss. Are you serious? How could an ore vein suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone dug out the entire mine in such a short time? How is that possible? That's a mineral vein. The Brave Moon sect has only dug 1/10 of it for several years. How could it be dug up in such a short time? Then what's going on? Isn't it too strange for him to disappear into thin air? It's become a mystery. Some people speculate that a powerful person from other places passed by and absorbed all the ore in the entire mine. But who knows if it's true or not? Could it have been taken away by those people who saved them? No. Those people who were released said that those who saved them looked very young. They were not more than 50 years old and their strength was not very strong. It's impossible that they lost the mine. How could a dozen people save people? It said that there were 2 array masters and a refiner. These array masters are usually very rare. Their strength is not strong, but their combat power is quite amazing. I'm really curious, where did this mine go? Sima Yue and the others sat in the private room, listening to the people in the lobby below talk about the Brave Moon sect. They were now in the Red Leaf Ridge next to the Great Gorge Ridge. It had been half a month since the original incident. I really didn't expect that those people would be so fast. This Brave Moon sect is a big sect, but it was destroyed so easily. Fatty Chu commented after listening. Even if the Brave Moon sect is strong, they can't bear the anger of all parties. Even those who are weaker will use the excuse of venting their anger for their own sect members after hearing that they have such a large mine. If they don't put in effort, how can they get a share of the pie? Therefore, there were surprisingly many people who came to suppress the Brave Moon sect this time. This Brave Moon sect was naturally destroyed very quickly. However, the final result was very surprising. The mine was gone. Sima Yue and the others thought of the expressions those people might have when they saw the huge pit and smiled unscrupulously. No one would have thought that they actually had a space here that could accommodate the entire mine. When this thing was in the Spirit Pagoda, it was naturally under the control of Little Spirit. It was easy to dig out the crystal stones and ores inside. After they left the Great Gorge Ridge, they had been staying in this inn, intending to explore the situation before leaving. Now that they heard that the matter did not affect them, they could go out with peace of mind. They had accepted the mission of the academy, so it was not good to stay outside for too long. So everyone planned to continue to set off for the dark forest. After staying here for a few days, they had already figured out the location of the dark forest. They could take the teleportation array from here to Qing City, which was the closest to the dark forest. Then, they could take a flying beast and fly for 8 to 10 days. The dark forest and the West Coast desert were both uninhabited areas. There were no cities inside and the area was vast. It was easy to get lost after entering. Once lost, it would take 8 to 10 years to get out. But those who got lost did not come out for 8 to 10 years because there were many spirit beasts inside. Once they stepped into a place that they should not step into, the consequences were self-evident. After Sima Yue and the others arrived at Qing City, they did not rush to the dark forest. Instead, they found an inn to stay in. Then, Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang and Little Seven went out together. They asked the innkeeper for the location of the Xian Yuan Pavilion in Qing City. They learned that it was only 2 streets away, so they planned to walk there slowly. After walking for half an hour, they saw the signboard of the Xian Yuan Pavilion. When they entered the door, a man brushed past them. That person was wearing a cloak, covering his entire body. But when he passed by, his sharp chin was exposed. Chapter 685. Yue, what are you looking at? Bei Gong Tang asked when she saw that Sima Yue was looking outside. I think I saw someone we are looking for. Sima Yue said. The person we're looking for. You're saying. Bei Gong Tang glanced outside, but did not see the person they were looking for. I don't know if I'm seeing things. Sima Yue said, the information given by the academy was that the others would be here. This was not included in the information given by the academy. Also, with the cloak, I can't see clearly. Then maybe he's mistaken. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yue nodded. Maybe. When they walked in, someone immediately came up to greet them. I'm looking for your manager. Sima Yue took out her token and said. When the shop assistant saw the token in Sima Yue's hand, he said respectfully, the manager is upstairs, please follow me. The three of them followed the clerk upstairs and arrived at a room at the end of the third floor. He lightly knocked on the door and said, Steward Liu, young Master Yue is here. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. How could a shop assistant recognize her through the token? The shop assistant saw her confusion and said, Young Master Yue, the head pavilion has already sent a message to all the branch pavilions. Now everyone knows who you are. So that was the case. When Steward Liu heard the shop assistant's voice, he immediately came to open the door. Steward Liu, this is young Master Yue. The shop assistant passed the token to Steward Liu. Steward Liu took the token and looked at it. He raised the token above his head with both hands and bowed to Sima Yue. Greetings, young Master Yue. Steward Liu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Sima Yue said as she received the token. Young Master Yue, this way please. Steward Liu made an inviting gesture. Sima Yue nodded and walked in. The staff outside was about to leave when she called out to her again. Young Master Yue, is there anything else? The shop assistant asked. When I came in, there was a person wearing a cloak who went out. We passed by each other at the door. Do you know what he came here for? Sima Yue asked. I'm sorry, young Master Yue. But I'm not sure. But I can ask someone else. The shop assistant replied. Then I'll have to trouble you to ask. Sima Yue smiled at him. It's no trouble at all. I'll check it out right away. The employee left. Sima Yue came to the steward's house and sat down. She casually looked at the decorations. It was simple but not simple. It seemed that Steward Liu's taste was not bad. I wonder what young Master Yue is here for. Steward Liu asked with a professional smile. It's because Yue. We. Thinking that you've been here for a long time, you should know more about the situation there, so I wanted to ask you. Sima Yue said. When Steward Liu heard this, he subconsciously frowned. Young Master Yue wants to go to the dark forest. What's the matter? Sima Yue saw his reaction and asked curiously, we received a mission from the school to go to the dark forest to look for flamingo eggs. Fiery bird. Steward Liu's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Steward Liu, please speak your mind. Sima Yue said. I wonder if young Master Yue is willing to give up on this mission. Steward Liu asked. Give up? Why? Sima Yue asked curiously. The dark forest is divided into several zones. Some of them are not dangerous and normal people can enter. Some of them are very dangerous and very few people come out after entering. Flamingo is in one of the more dangerous zones. Steward Liu said, furthermore, outsiders have ranked the zones according to the degree of danger. Flamingo's zone is in the top 3. Sima Yuyue did not know much about the dark forest. She blinked and asked, "How dangerous is the top 3? Dangerous?" Steward Lu had never heard of this term before, but he roughly understood the meaning. He said, "Monarch rank and above cannot come and go freely." Above the supreme god rank was the monarch rank. They were not even divine overlords. She was only a divine emperor. Based on their strength, finding flamingo eggs was easier said than done. Sima Yuyue could not understand. Since the flamingo eggs were a mission from the school, it should not be too difficult. Why was it so difficult? Has the flamingo's zone always been so dangerous? No. Steward Lu said. But recently, for some reason, the animals in the forest have migrated. Many of the spirit beasts have changed their living areas. Therefore, the danger of the flamingo's zone has increased. When did this happen? It started 2 years ago. Sima Yuyue remembered that Sima Yuqi said that this mission had been issued for almost 2 years. No wonder no one had completed it. It turned out that the market had changed. She calculated in her heart whether to continue this mission this time. The difficulty had increased, but the reward had not. It felt a bit not worth it. She remembered Steward Lu's frown and asked, "You frowned when you heard me mention the dark forest. Do you have anything to say?" "I just feel that the dark forest has changed a bit in the past 2 years. I'm afraid that you will be in danger after entering," Steward Lu said. This is a bit strange. Spirit beasts generally regard their own territory as very important. They will not migrate for no reason. Sima Yuyue said. Because we have not figured out the reason for this migration, we suspect that there are some unknown factors. Steward Lu said, and those who tried to find out the reason did not leave the forest in the end. So I'm worried that if young Master Yuyue goes, it will be too dangerous. Sima Yuyue glanced at Bei Gong Tang. Both of them had a serious look in their eyes. Yuyue, why don't we reconsider? I have to go back and discuss with my brothers before making a decision. Sima Yuyue said, Steward Lu, can you tell us the details of the dark forest? We will take it back and analyze the situation. Okay. Half an hour later, Steward Lu personally sent Sima Yuyue and the rest downstairs. Young Master Yuyue, if there is anything else, just let us know. Steward Lu said. Thank you, Steward Lu. No problem, no problem. These are all things that we should do. Sima Yuyue went downstairs. The shop assistant from before came up and handed a piece of paper to Sima Yuyue, saying, Young Master Yuyue, this is what you wanted just now. Thank you. Sima Yuyue took the paper and looked at it. Her gaze darkened. Then, she kept the paper quietly and held Little Seven's hand as they left Xian Yuan Pavilion. Chapter 686. The following is provided for you, 686. Please enjoy. Yu Yu and the other two left the Xian Yuan Pavilion and quickly returned to the inn where they were staying. Along the way, the three of them didn't talk about the information on the note. Instead, they talked about the dark forest for a while. When they reached the room, Bei Gong Tang asked her what was written on the note. Sima Yuyue gave her the note. Sima Yuqi and the others also surrounded them. When they saw the content on the note, everyone was petrified. No way, we're so lucky. Out of the 10 targets, 8 came. Fatty Chu cried out after reading the contents of the slip of paper. Don't you think it's strange that these people appeared in Green City? Sima Yuyue asked. What's strange about this? Fatty Chu didn't think much of it. Since these people are full of evil, it's possible that they know each other. Since they know each other, it's normal to come here together. This is the nearest city to the dark forest. Maybe they want to go to the dark forest. You may not know what happened in the dark forest. What happened? Sima Yu told them the news she got from the Xianyuan pavilion and said, now the situation here has changed. We need to think about whether we should enter the forest or not. I didn't expect that there would be such a big change here. Sima Yulin looked at the two maps and compared them carefully. Yes, this place that used to be safe has become dangerous. Those dangerous places are even more dangerous. Instead, a large area in the middle is empty. Sima Yuran said. Although this area is empty, there's no way to enter here without going through the front. And because it's closer to other places, it's surrounded by the surrounding area. It's said to be the safest place, but it's actually the most dangerous place. That's right. Why is it like this? It feels like it's protecting the place in the middle. Sima Yuqi said. Let's not care about the area in the middle first. Looking at the map, the position of the flamingo hasn't changed much. But there are many spirit beasts around, making the area dangerous. Sima Yu said. If we want to enter this place to steal the eggs, I'm afraid that before we get close, we'll be torn apart by the spirit beasts in front. So dangerous. Everyone sucked in a deep breath and Sima Yuming said, then are we going to give up on this mission? Do you guys want to give up? Sima Yue looked at everyone and asked. This mission is based on the previous one. If you want to go in now, the difficulty will increase significantly. Wei Ziqi said, with our current strength, let's not even talk about whether or not we can successfully obtain the flamingo eggs. Whether or not we can escape unscathed is still an unknown. I think so too. Fatty Chu agreed. Say, do you all think that the appearance of the 8 great evildoers here is related to the change in the dark forest? Ouyang Fei said. When he said that, everyone was stunned. It's not impossible. Sima Yulin said. When you went out, we heard a few of the waiters talking. They said that there were quite a few foreigners coming to Qing City recently. Wei Ziqi said. This Qing City was originally the closest place to the dark forest. There will always be many people coming here. Bei Gong Tang said. No, ever since the changes in the dark forest 2 years ago, there have been fewer people coming to Qingqing. I heard the waiters say that it has only become popular recently. It seems that after 2 years of silence, this place suddenly regained its original liveliness. Sima Yulu said. If you say it like that, it is indeed strange. Sima Yue said. What should we do next? There have been changes in the 2 missions we received. Sima Yuming looked at everyone and asked. It's all changed. I only knew that there were 1 or 2 nearby. I didn't expect that there would be 8 of them. And I feel that since these 8 people are here, the other 2 should be here as well. Sima Yue touched the blood ring on her hand and pondered. We originally said that if we met 1, we would kill 1. If we met 2, we would kill 2. Now that there are so many, do we still have to act? The 10 great evildoers have a good relationship with each other. Fatty Chu asked. Let's go and meet them first. Sima Yulin said, I heard that they each have their own abilities. When they are together, they are even more powerful. Let's try 1 or 2 of them. What you mean is that if we can deal with them, we will carry out the second mission. Sima Yuran asked. Let's test the waters. If it is difficult, we will give up on these 2 missions. If we can deal with them, we won't have to return empty-handed. Sima Yulin expressed his thoughts. It's not necessarily impossible to get the flamingo eggs. Sima Yue said. Do you want them to send it out? Fatty Chu asked. But Little Rock is not here. We can't let the flamingo give me the eggs. Bei Gong Tang said. Wasn't it still early when we left here? Sima Yue said, maybe Little Rock will be back. Also, I am more interested in this dark forest. Even if we don't go to the flamingo's territory, we can still go in and take a look. Yes, even if we don't go deep, we can still go in and take a look. Wei Ziqi said. But recently, this place has become so abnormal. Something must have happened. If we go in, will we encounter any danger? Sima Yuqi was a little worried. Then let's see the situation first. Okay. So they stayed in the inn and waited to see what would happen next. During this period, Sima Yue went to the Xianyuan Pavilion twice and got a lot of news. The two most important pieces were about the recent situation in the Dark Forest and the 10 great villains. Waiter, check in. 20 of the best rooms. A group of people dressed in white walked over and ordered the waiter. The waiter looked at the clothes of these people and his heart thumped. He quickly walked up and bowed to them, saying, "It turns out to be the lords of the Sage Pavilion. I'm really sorry. There have been too many guests recently and there are not so many rooms." When the man in the lead heard this, he immediately exploded and shouted, "What? Not so many rooms? You know that we are from the Sage Pavilion and you still dare to say this?" "It's true, Lord. There have been more guests here recently. We are full." The waiter trembled. "You, senior brother, forget it. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, master will blame us." A girl stopped him. "Humph," the man snorted coldly at the waiter. The girl smiled and asked the waiter, "How many rooms do you have here?" Sima Yue heard this voice and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This voice was a little familiar. "I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone." Chapter 687. When the waiter saw the woman's smiling face, he could feel the pure and holy aura emitted from her body. He was already drunk. "Waiter," the woman urged. "Oh, we only have 4 third-class rooms here." The waiter came back to his senses and replied with a red face. "If there were only 4 rooms, how could they do it? Ask them to give us 20 of the best rooms." The man in the lead said. "This." The waiter looked troubled. "I'm sorry, sir. We have rules here. First come, first served. We can't chase everyone out." "You can't." The man raised his voice so that everyone in the inn could hear him. The girl beside him pulled him back and said, "Senior brother, since there's nothing here, let's take a look at the other inns." She then whispered into his ear, "Don't forget why we came out this time." When the man thought of his mission, he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. As soon as the leader left, the others followed suit. Before leaving, the woman even apologized to the waiter, causing the waiter to be mesmerized for a few minutes before coming back to his senses. "She's so pure and beautiful." The waiter clasped his hands in front of his chest with a smitten look on his face. Coincidentally, the shopkeeper came in from the backyard and saw the waiter in a daze in the lobby. He walked over and slapped the waiter's head, roaring, "Why aren't you working? You're just standing here like a statue." The waiter pursed his lips and went back to work. Before he started, he looked outside reluctantly. "I really didn't expect them to come here. She's actually so powerful," Fatty Chu said. "That's right. The continent is so big. I didn't expect to encounter one in just a few years. Nalan Lan, I wonder how you will react when we meet," Sima Yue said softly. "I saw that Nalan Lan's words just now were very effective. It seems that she has been doing quite well in the Sage Pavilion these few years." Bei Gong Tang held the teacup, but did not drink it. The girl who had spoken earlier was Nalan Lan. Her senior brother was a disciple of one of the pavilion masters of the Sage Pavilion, but he wasn't a holy son of the Sage Pavilion. From the looks of it, they are also here for the Dark Forest. I don't know what's inside for so many people to come over. Wei Ziqi had some doubts, but was more curious. Speaking of which, there's something I haven't told you yet. Sima Yue took out a stack of papers. This is the information recently collected by the Xianyuan Pavilion. People outside thought that a mysterious auspicious beast appeared in the dark forest, which led to the changes in the dark forest in the past 2 years. A lot of people have come recently, all for this auspicious beast. When the people from the Sage Pavilion entered the shop, she had just returned from the Xianyuan Pavilion. She had just entered the house when she heard their voices, so she hadn't been in a hurry to tell them the news. Did an auspicious beast really appear in the heart of the forest? Fatty Chu's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Do you think it's possible? Sima Yue glanced at him, extinguishing the fire in his eyes. You think that this news is fake? Wei Ziqi asked. This news was given to me by the Xianyuan Pavilion. I think it should be true. But the news they found might not be true, right? You're saying that the auspicious beast is fake? Sima Yue said in surprise. When did the dark forest start to change? She asked. More than 2 years ago. Then this auspicious beast suddenly appeared. She asked again. Should be. Then do you think that if it's an auspicious beast, or a young one, it will appear out of thin air in the heart of the dark forest? She continued to ask. If it's really an auspicious beast, it won't appear suddenly. Sima Yuran said. So, this auspicious beast might be fake. Fatty Chu said. But it says that there are people who feel the aura of the auspicious beast, and it sounds like it's in its infancy. Bei Gong Tang pointed to the information. So it might be an auspicious beast. Sima Yue said with a smile. If we can think of it, others can too. Then why are there so many people coming? Fatty Chu didn't understand. It's better to believe it's true than not. Sima Yulin said, although those people have doubts, a young auspicious beast is too tempting for cultivators. So even if the news might be fake, they are willing to take the risk. If they contracted an auspicious beast in its infancy, it was equivalent to tying a super expert to their side. Don't look at how they are not strong now. When they grow up, their strength is immeasurable. For example, Wulingyu's fire Qilin, no spirit beast has ever defeated it. As for those like Little Roar who cheated, it was very rare. Little Roar knew what Sima Yue was thinking and rolled in Chongming's arms aggrievedly. How was he cheated? It had not completely left its infancy and had suffered such heavy injuries with her. That was why it had not evolved into its growth stage. When it entered its growth stage and matured, it would definitely blind Yu's titanium alloy eyes. The person who felt the auspicious beast's aura didn't say anything. There was indeed an auspicious beast here before, but whether it was in its infancy or not, and whether it was still here, no one can say for sure. Sima Yue said. If we hadn't seen the auspicious beast before, we would also have thoughts about it, right? Wei Ziqi said, so the desire of others is even stronger. They are willing to take the risk because of this. Are we going to join in? Sima Yuran asked. We didn't want to at first, but didn't an old friend come this time? Sima Yue smiled, under the condition of ensuring safety, we can also join in the fun. The 10 great villains should also be here for this. Ouyang Fei said. If those villains got the auspicious beast, this combination would be too strange. Fatty Chu said with a smile. This is the place where the 10 great villains live. It looks like an ordinary courtyard, but my intuition tells me that the 10 of them are all here. Sima Yue took out the last piece of paper. On it was the news of the 10 great villains. I have already sent a few bees to follow them and see if we can find out anything. If it's possible, let's take them down one by one. Sima Yue's expression changed after she finished speaking. What's wrong, Yue? Sima Yue said in a low voice, the scarlet bees have been found. It seems that these people's methods are not ordinary. In a courtyard in Green City, a pale white man in white coughed a few times while holding onto a tree in the courtyard. Beside his feet were the corpses of a few scarlet bees. "Third brother, are you okay?" A black-clothed man with a mole on his chin asked. "I'm fine." The white-clothed man waved his hand. Looking at the scarlet bees on the ground, he said faintly, "I've been targeted again." Chapter 688. A blue-robed man walked into the courtyard. Following their gaze, he saw the scarlet bees on the ground, and his pupils constricted. Explosive Crazy Wife, Divine Dr. 5th Mish Chapter 688, we've already been so secretive. How could we still be targeted? You see, who had just entered the courtyard, said. This method is much better than before. If I hadn't accidentally seen it, I wouldn't have discovered this thing. Shurchin coughed twice and said. Third brother, you're not feeling well. You should go back to the house. Ni wanted to go forward to support Shurchin, but Shurchin waved his hand. It doesn't matter. My body won't last much longer anyway. Shurchin squatted down and picked up a scarlet bee, playing with it in his hand. Fourth brother, do you know what this is? It's just an ordinary bee. Ni said. Sixth brother, this is no ordinary bee. Yusi knocked on Ni's head, then answered Shurchen's question. This bee can hide from a person's spiritual consciousness. It's definitely not an ordinary bee. Sixth brother, you should learn from your fourth brother. Don't just look at the surface of things. Shurchen said. Not an ordinary bee. Then what is this? Ni asked. This should be the extinct scarlet bee of the continent. Shurchen said faintly. Scarlet bee. Ni cried out. He looked at the scarlet bee in Shurchen's hand in disbelief. Then, he squatted down and picked one up. This is a scarlet bee. Scarlet bees are so precious, why would someone use them to track us? This means that the person watching us from behind is definitely not an ordinary person. Yusi said what Shurchen was thinking. Those people outside are really abominable. We only killed some people who deserved to be killed, but we were rumored to be one of the 10 great evils. How abominable. That's why those doctors and alchemists are unwilling to treat third brother. Ni said hatefully. Shurchen slowly walked to a chair in the courtyard and laid down, saying, This is just someone trying to frame us behind our backs. The world has never seen us before and will be misled by rumors. We can't control it. Those fools. Forget it. Didn't we do some ruthless things before? Shurchen was quite open-minded. But third brother, your body. Yusi looked at him worriedly. We'll stall for as long as we can. Shurchen said lightly. Where's little 10? 10th brother went to the dark forest, saying that he wanted to find a medicinal ingredient that could prevent your illness from worsening. Yusi said. Did 10th brother go alone? Shurchen asked. 5th brother, 7th brother, 8th brother, and 9th brother are also going. Ni said, 10th brother is not strong, how can we let him go alone? Third brother, don't worry. This time, as long as we catch that auspicious beast and you drink its blood, your old illness will definitely be cured. Yusi comforted him. I'd rather you guys not get involved in this mess. Shurchen still disagreed with this matter. Third brother, don't say that. As long as you can recover, even if we have to go through fire and water, we won't even blink an eye. Ni said, moreover, this is what big brother and second brother want. Big brother, second brother, sigh. Shurchen sighed faintly. You clearly know that it's very dangerous. That auspicious beast might not even exist. You might not be able to find it even if you go and look for it. You might even fall into danger. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we will work 100 times harder. Yusi said. Actually, there are so many strange people on this continent. There are still some people who can treat your illness. It's a pity that they are burdened by our reputation. Those people are afraid of us and you don't allow us to be strong forever. That's why it's getting worse and worse. Nine said unhappily. His words were full of complaints towards Shurchin. Of course, they didn't blame him for bringing them trouble. It was just that seeing his body getting worse and worse, they were worried and anxious for him. Sixth brother. Yusi glared at Nine. Nine pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Don't worry. Before I die, I will definitely redress the reputation of my brothers. Cough cough, cough cough. Shurchin said as he coughed violently. Third brother, what nonsense are you saying? Yusi went forward and patted his back, not telling him anything. Third brother, you know that I didn't mean it that way. Nine saw Shurchin coughing so badly and became anxious, blaming himself endlessly. Cough cough, cough cough. Shurchin took out a pill and ate it. Only then did his coughing gradually calm down. Seeing the uneasiness on Ni's face, he said, Sixth brother, don't blame yourself. I didn't mean to blame you. Third brother. Nine was still blaming himself. Just now, he was afraid that third brother would vomit blood. That look was so scary. I know that you didn't mean it that way. I wasn't saying it out of anger. Shurchin was better now and wasn't panting so much when he spoke. It's just that the things in the past were more or less because of me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this. That year, when we were dealing with your sworn enemy, we naturally had to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. However, I don't know why those people would spread rumors that we were rapists, kidnappers. Nine said unjustly. Alright, let's not talk about the things in the past. The most important thing for us now is to cure third brother. Yusi said. When are big brother and second brother coming? Shurchin didn't want to talk about this with them and changed the topic. They'll be here in 2 days. Yusi replied. When big brother and second brother come, tell them to be careful. If there are people like this, they might have their eyes on them. Shurchin lowered his head and looked at the scarlet bee in his hand. With these people around, will there be any danger? Nine looked at him and said. I don't know. This was the first time that Shurchin wasn't sure about this loss. Alright, you guys go do what you need to do. I'll stay here and bask in the sun for a while. Alright, third brother. Yes, third brother. The group of people left and didn't notice that on the roof, there was a bee lying motionlessly on the roof. Sima Yue was staying in the inn. After hearing the news from the scarlet bee, her heart was filled with emotions. What's wrong, Yue? Sigh. Sima Yue sighed and told her the news that she had just heard. This is really too inconceivable. After everyone heard it, they were speechless. Only Fatty Chu smacked his lips and sighed. I initially thought that they were really evil people. I didn't think that the truth would be like this. Wei Ziqi said. If they were really evil people, killing them would be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. But now that we know that it's just a rumor, I'm afraid that we can't do it. Sima Yulin said. Those evil people are really, how can they not live up to their name? Fatty Chu sighed once again. Bei Gong Tang couldn't help but hit Fatty Chu on the head. These evil people aren't evil people, but they're bad people. If they're not evil people, that means that the rumor is fake. If those things are fake, then the people who were tortured and killed in the rumor don't exist. That's true, hee hee. Fatty Chu laughed foolishly. Fifth bro, what are you thinking about? Sima Yuran saw that Sima Yue was deep in thought and asked. Chapter 689. Sima Yue looked up and saw that everyone was looking at her. She blinked and smiled. Nothing. Every time you have something on your mind, you will rub your nose with your hand. Sima Yuran said. Sima Yue's hand, which was touching her nose, paused. She did not know if she should let go of her hand or not. Fifth bro, what are you thinking? Sima Yuchi was curious as well. Sima Yue put down her hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, Feng, and I have an idea, but we haven't told you. Originally, I was thinking of telling you about it in the future, but there's no harm in telling you now. What, Yue, you guys are still hiding something from us. Fatty Chu cried out. Sima Yue glared at him and said, I don't want to drag you guys down with me. What, you want to do something bad? Fatty Chu jumped up. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll beat you up. Sima Yue waved her fist and Fatty Chu immediately sat back down. Yue, what are you trying to do? Why are you hiding it from us? This was also what the others wanted to ask her. It's like this. As you know, Feng, and I have a very strong enemy. In order to take revenge in the future, we decided to form a force. Sima Yue said. Build a force. This is a good thing. Why did you hide it from us? Sima Yue chuckled. Fourth bro, if the matter of forming a force was so simple, why would fifth bro hide it from us? Sima Yuran said, I'm guessing that this matter isn't so simple, right? That's right. Sima Yue nodded. If we go against the Yin-Yang Palace and the Zongjing clan in the future, it will definitely be a matter of life and death. Therefore, we don't intend to find ordinary people. Not an ordinary person. Sima Yue nodded. We want to build a group of people who are not afraid of death. In the future, they will have to face life and death. So you didn't plan to tell us about this because you were afraid of implicating us. Sima Yuming said. Sima Yue nodded. That was exactly what she meant. That's why you're interested in the 10 great evildoers. Sima Yulin said with certainty. Yes, since those people aren't really bad people, but they have a reputation. With just the 10 of them, they were able to coexist peacefully after being hunted down for so many years. Presumably, each of them had some ability. My scarlet bees have been around for so many years, when have they ever been discovered? If I hadn't purposely separated them this time, I wouldn't have heard any news about them. Then what do you plan to do? Sima Yuchi asked. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Was he planning to get involved? Big brother, since it's your problem, it's naturally our brother's problem as well. No matter how difficult it is in the future, we will face it with you. Sima Yuchi looked at her steadily. That's right, fifth bro. You're in the wrong. You should have told us about this earlier. We could have planned it together with you. Sima Yuming pretended to reprimand her. Yes, Yu is wrong. Sima Yue said with a smile. They're all going. I want to go too. When the time comes, if you want to create a branch hall, I'll be the hall master. Fatty Chu said with a smile. Since everyone is going, we've always been together. Naturally, we won't be lacking. Wei Ziqi added. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei nodded as well. You guys. Sima Yue looked at their resolute eyes and was moved. Do you know that once you get involved, it'll be very dangerous? We understand. I want to go too, I want to go too. Little Seven jumped up. Little Seven, you want to go too? Fatty Chu looked at her strangely. Why can't I come? Little Seven put her hands on her hips and glared at Fatty Chu. Can you come? Sima Yue joined in. Why can't I come? Little Seven glared again. Sima Yue patted Little Seven's head and said, if you come in, Principal Yuan will want to kill me. He won't. Little Seven huffed. He said that I'll make my own decisions in the future. There's only one thing I can't do. What? You're not allowed to leave the central and outer regions. If you want to leave these two regions, you have to tell him. Little Seven sat back in her seat and said while swinging her short legs. Everyone looked at her with deep meaning. Sima Yue told them before that Little Seven's identity was not simple. Now that they heard what she said, they were even more curious about her identity. Since Principal Yuan has already said so, you can join in if you want. But you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I won't let you join in. Sima Yue said. What condition? No matter what happens in the future, you can't tell anyone. Sima Yue requested. Can't I tell anyone? Little Seven tilted her head and asked. It's not that you can't tell anyone. But if you want to tell anyone, you have to get my permission first. Sima Yue said. All right, I promise you. Little Seven nodded in agreement. Then you, how do you plan to recruit them? We have nothing now and they are more powerful than us. If you want them to listen to you, it won't be easy. Sima Yulin said. Yes. This is indeed difficult. Sima Yuming said. Then we'll have to see if I have the ability. Sima Yue picked up a spirit fruit and played with it in her hand. She didn't eat it. What ability? Fatty Chu asked. Stupid. Little Seven looked at him with disdain. Ha! Fatty Chu, your brain only knows how to refine tools and eat. When will you use it to think? Since their third brother is seriously ill, if Yu has the ability, wouldn't this be a good opportunity? Wei Ziqi said. That's right. Fatty Chu clapped his hands. Then when do you plan to look for them? Sima Yue smiled. Tomorrow. So fast. Not only was Fatty Chu surprised, even Sima Yulin and the others were surprised. Since they aren't easy to deal with, then let's go straight to them. Sima Yue finished speaking and took a bite of the spirit fruit in her hand. On the second day, there was a knock on the door of the small courtyard. Yusi and Ni who were in the front yard looked at each other. Why would someone knock on the door at this time? Ni asked. We've stayed here for so many days and no one came to look for us. Now that everyone isn't here, why would someone come? Could it be? I'll go take a look. You stay here and guard. If it is, take third bro away. Yusi said. Okay. Ni turned around. Before he left, he saw Shurchen standing not far away. If someone really chased us here, I won't implicate you. Third bro Ni called out anxiously. My brothers aren't here. If you really take me away, you'll take fourth bro's life. Can you bear to? Shurchen patted his shoulder and urged, the knocking sounds outside are urgent. It won't be good if we delay any longer. Go open the door. Third bro, we just found out that someone was watching us yesterday. Today, someone is knocking on the door. I'm afraid. Yusi said worriedly. If it's someone chasing us, they won't knock on the door so politely. Shurchen said, also, 10th bro and the others should be back soon. Chapter 690. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Miracle Dr. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Miracle Dr. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Miracle Dr. 690. The newest version of Readable Chinese Network. Welcome to Readable Chinese Network. Crazy Wife, Godly Physician 5th Young Mistress. No pop-up window reading. Fan Bone Wood's new book Crazy Wife, Godly Physician 5th Young Mistress. Current location, The Voice of God, Crazy Wife, 5th Miss of the Divine Doctor 1, 2, 3, Wink with a Frown, Chapter 690, Abduction, 1, is provided for you. Please enjoy. Sima Yue stood outside the door. The little golden snake had come out to play today, so she had no choice but to call it out and play with it in her hands. The little golden snake coiled around Sima Yoyue's finger and licked her other finger from time to time. "Yoyue, is there any use knocking on the door like this?" Bei Gong Tang asked when she saw that Sima Yoyue was only lowering her head to play with the little golden snake. "You'll know in a while whether it's useful or not." Sima Yoyue poked the little golden snake's head with her other finger. Creak, the door opened, and Yusi saw an absolute beauty standing outside. There was also a handsome young man with his head lowered, playing with a snake. No matter how he looked at it, these two people did not look like they were here to hunt them down. "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Yusi still looked at them warily. "We're looking for your third brother," Bei Gong Tang said with a smile. "Looking for my third brother? What business do you have?" Yusi asked again. "To discuss some things." Bei Gong Tang didn't know what she was talking about. "My third brother's health isn't good. It's not suitable for him to receive guests," Yusi said as he moved to close the door. "Fourth brother, let them in." Cough cough, Shurchin coughed a few times and instructed. Yusi didn't understand, but he still opened the door. "Please." Sima Yoyue poked little golden snake again before striding into the mansion. As they walked past the courtyard, they saw a sickly, pale, skinny man leaning against the door frame in the middle of the courtyard, looking at them calmly. What a gentle man. It seemed that not only was this rumor fake, it was also ridiculously fake. "Those bees are yours." This was the first thing Shurchin said when he saw Sima Yoyue. Sima Yoyue did not deny it. This man's eyes were very sharp, so it was not strange that he could guess that bee was hers. "You are a guest. Please come to the living room for tea." Cough, cough. "Forget about drinking tea. I don't think you guys are in the mood to treat us to tea," Sima Yoyue said calmly. "Why are you here?" Ni stood beside Shurchin and stared at Sima Yoyue. He looked like he was going to beat her up if she didn't say anything. "I'm here to talk business." Sima Yoyue wasn't intimidated by Ni's vicious aura as she smiled at Shurchin. "What is it? You don't have much time left, do you?" Sima Yoyue asked with a smile. "How dare you?" A clear rebuke came from behind them, and a figure holding a sword came along with it. "Little golden snake, don't." Sima Yoyue pressed down on little golden snake in her hand, and dodged to the left at the same time, easily dodging the attack. Hiss, hiss. Little golden snake peeked out from Sima Yoyue's hand, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction. It clearly felt the murderous aura just now. Why did she press it down? It was unhappy, unhappy. Sima Yoyue took out a pill for little golden snake to eat, and patted its head to appease the dissatisfaction in its eyes. "Who are you guys? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Do you really think that us 10 brothers are easy to bully?" The man holding the sword missed his attack, and was blocked by Ni. Of course, Ni was also following Shurchin's instructions. Third brother. The other men also walked in. When they saw Sima Yoyue and Bei Gong Tang, their eyes were filled with anger and vigilance. "Don't be rash." Shurchin raised his hand, stopping his brothers from getting angry. "Third brother, who are these people? How dare they come here to cause trouble, saying that you don't have much time left?" A man wearing a red robe glared at Sima Yoyue. "We don't know who they are either." Shurchin said, "Why don't you tell us, who are you guys? Why are you guys so nervous? You guys are so much stronger than us, are you afraid that we'll hurt you?" Sima Yoyue said. "I have to say, you guys are really brave to come here. I have to say, you look really flashy when you're wearing a red robe." Sima Yoyue said calmly, "All right, I'll tell you who we are. We're students from the Imperial Academy." students. Ni looked at the two of them in surprise. Do you know who we are? We know, you're one of the top 10 evildoers. Sima Yue said, our academy even gave out a mission to kill you guys. And we've even accepted a mission. Pfft, a man wearing a blue robe laughed. How dare you come here after accepting a mission? Didn't I say that we're here to talk? Sima Yue said. So you're here to tell us that my third brother doesn't have much time left? The man in red robe shouted. I'm a doctor and also an alchemist. Sima Yue said. So you're here to treat my third brother? Yu Si asked. That's right. Sima Yue nodded, but looking at his half-dead state, we don't know if he can be saved. Why should we believe you? The man in red did not believe her. You can only try. Sima Yue said, I think you guys don't have a choice now. Those doctors are either useless or unwilling to save him because of your reputation. Anyway, you won't be able to find anyone who can save him. That's why you're here. You know why we're here? Of course. Aren't you here for the rumored auspicious beast? Sima Yue said, unfortunately, your last bet doesn't exist. What do you mean? It's literally what it means. Sima Yue said, you guys want to use the auspicious beast's blood to save him. That's why you guys don't care about the danger and gathered here. You have to know that there are many people who want to kill you. But does this auspicious beast really exist? Of course it exists. Someone once personally felt its aura. Ni said. The changes in the dark forest only appeared in the last 2 years. If there really is an auspicious beast, where did it come from? Will it always be here? Even if there really is an auspicious beast, you guys have seen how many people came from Qing City. How many powers are coveting it? Based on your 10 brothers' abilities, can you get it? Sima Yue said, sickly guy, you're a smart person. Do you think this auspicious beast exists? Shi Chen smiled bitterly, no. Seems like you're still a clear-headed person. Sima Yue looked at him approvingly, so, now that there's a doctor willing to take a look at you, shouldn't you guys seize this opportunity? Since it's an opportunity, of course we'll want to seize it. Shi Chen said, but if we have to pay an undesirable price for this opportunity, we'll have to reconsider this opportunity. That's right. If I want to talk to you about something, I'll have to examine you first to see if it's okay. If I can't do it, then there's no need for us to talk anymore. Sima Yue looked at Shi Chen, are you willing to let me examine you? I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. 5. Tip. Press the Enter key to return to the book list. Press key to return to the previous page. Press key to go to the next page. Read Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor, please remember our address. Download Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor, please go to 10663656141313. The chapters of Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor were reprinted works. All the chapters were uploaded by netizens and reprinted on Zyred Chinese Network just to promote the book and let more readers enjoy it. Chapter 691. The following is provided for you, 691. Please enjoy. Shi Chen looked at Sima Yue and the entire courtyard quietened down. Sima Yue didn't say anything and looked back at him. After a minute, he nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Third brother. The red-clothed man shouted. Shi Chen waved his hand and said, 7th brother, it's fine. You. Dai Yi saw that Shi Chen didn't listen to him and turned to look at his youngest brother, Kong Ren. 7th brother, let her try. Kong Ren was anxious when he came in, but he didn't say anything. But his eyes were sharp and saw that the pill that Sima Yue gave the little golden snake was a 7th ranked pill. You guys. Sigh. Do whatever you want. Dai Yi kept his sword and his face was ugly. Let's go to the living room. Sixth brother, help me in. Shi Chen ordered. Yes, third brother. Ni and Yi came over to help Shi Chen and brought him to the living room. Sima Yuyue and Bei Gong Tang followed him in. Dai Yi and the rest didn't leave and pulled Yusi down. Fourth brother, what's up with these people? How did they find this place? Hong Wu asked. Fifth brother, although these two are young, their strength is not normal. Yusi said. He told them about the scarlet bees yesterday and Sima Yuyue's sudden visit today. These two have such abilities. Dai Yi didn't believe it. That little golden snake, did you see what species it was? The 8th-ranked Shui Qingyang asked. I didn't see it. It doesn't look like a very powerful species. Dai Yi said. Wrong. That little golden snake, I felt an aura that didn't belong to spirit beasts. Shui Qingyang said. He was naturally sensitive to the aura of spirit beasts and this helped them escape countless times in the past. An aura that doesn't belong to the current era. If it's not the current one, could it be the previous one? The man in the aqua blue robe, Tao Hongxing, who was the 9th in the family, joked. After he finished speaking, everyone kept quiet and guessed at this possibility. It can't be. Could it really be? Tao Hongxing exclaimed. I don't know if it's true or not, but I know that the pill he gave the little golden snake was a 7th grade pill. Kong Ren said. A 7th grade medicinal pill. Although this 7th grade medicinal pill is not particularly rare, to be able to feed a spirit pet with a 7th grade medicinal pill in such a natural manner, it means that either this person can refine this medicinal pill, or the force behind this person is very powerful. If it's the second type, then it's fine. If it's the first type, then this person. Kong Ren did not finish his words, but they understood what he meant. They could see that although they didn't know her exact age, she looked really young. If she was really the one who refined it, then she was too monstrous. Let's go and see how she's treating third brother, Kong Ren said and left. Everyone followed him to the hall. In the living room, Ni looked at Sima Yuyue nervously. Seeing that she had not said anything, he asked, how is it? Nothing much. Sima Yuyue retracted her hand and said calmly. What do you mean by, not so good? Ni yelled, do you even know medical skills? Sixth brother. Shi Chen scolded before he quieted down. At this moment, the brothers walked in from outside. How's my third brother's condition? Dai Yi asked first. Sima Yuyue was not anxious. She looked at a piece of paper with an extremely nervous face and said, do you want me to tell the truth or lie? Of course it's the truth. Ni said without thinking. Sima Yuyue looked at Kong Ren and said, are you an alchemist or a doctor? Alchemists all know a little about medicine. His condition, you should be the clearest, right? Yes. Kong Ren nodded. Hurry up and tell us. Dai Yi saw that Sima Yuyue was still keeping them in suspense and urged her. He won't live for more than half a year. Sima Yuyue said. What did you say? The brothers were shocked by her words. Two of them stared at her angrily. The murderous intent on their bodies condensed the air around them. Hiss hiss, the little golden snake flicked its tongue at them. The atmosphere was broken in an instant. I said, with his current condition, he can only live for half a year at most. Sima Yuyue said. Impossible. He should be able to live for another year. Kong Ren shouted. 10th brother, didn't you say that third brother could live for another 2 years if he took good care of himself? Dai Yi looked at Kong Ren in disbelief. Kong Ren closed his eyes and said painfully, but when we were chased last time, third brother used his spiritual energy. It was very harmful to his body. So, he didn't have 2 months left. Do you know what's wrong with my third brother? Hong Wu asked. Isn't it because he was exposed to the cold when he was young? In the end, he couldn't cultivate the ice attribute, so his body was almost completely corroded by the cold. Sima Yue said. Hearing her say this, the brothers started to believe her words. Because Shi Chen's body was just like what she said. Although I don't know where your cold aura came from, for you to be able to walk until now, you should have had a fortuitous encounter. Sima Yu said, unfortunately, it's useless now. It can't resist the cold aura in your body. And it's so strange. It can't be treated with normal strong herbs. That's why you want to use the blood of an auspicious beast to treat it. Because the blood of an auspicious beast is warm, it's very suitable for your situation. This time, the few of them believed her even more. Because what she said was true. Cough cough, cough cough. Shi Chen coughed violently again. Kong Ren took out a pill and wanted to give it to him, but was stopped by Yue. Your pill is useless to him. Sima Yue said. How do you know? Kong Ren stared at Sima Yue with an unfriendly expression. You can ask him. If he eats this pill, he won't cough for a while, but his chest will be stuffy and painful later on. Sima Yue was not in a hurry. Kong Ren looked at Shi Chen. Shi Chen's eyes flashed with helplessness. He could no longer feed him the pill in his hand. Cough cough, cough cough. Shi Chen coughed even more violently. It was as if he would only stop when he coughed out his heart and lungs. Sima Yue saw that he was coughing so violently. She took out a bottle of pills and poured out a pill for Kong Ren. Kong Ren took the pill and sniffed it. After confirming that there were no bad herbs, he fed it to Shi Chen. Once the pill entered his mouth, Shi Chen felt a cooling sensation slide down his throat. His chest that was hurting from coughing suddenly felt much better. He hadn't felt so comfortable in a long time. Shi Chen closed his eyes. He craved for this moment of comfort. The brothers saw that his complexion was much better, and their worried hearts were relieved. Third brother, how are you? Nie asked. Much better. Shi Chen opened his eyes. There was no relief in his eyes after his illness was under control. He looked at Sima Yue cautiously and said, Now can you tell me why you're here today? I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 692. The following is provided for you, 692. Please enjoy. Sima Yue's smile did not diminish. She looked like she was asking for a beating. You and I don't know each other. I can't guess what you're thinking. Shi Chen said. How can you not guess? Aren't you saying that because you know what I'm thinking? Sima Yue continued to smile. I only know that you have a motive for coming here today. And you want to use my illness to achieve it. Shi Chen said confidently. You're really smart. It's so easy to talk to someone like you. Sima Yue was still smiling. This matter, we have to wait. Wait for what? Wait for your eldest brother and second brother. Wait for them for what? Of course it's for this matter. All 10 of you brothers have to be present. Sima Yue said, I think it's better for them to make the decision regarding your matters. Our matters. What matters? Will your eldest brother and second brother arrive today or tomorrow? Sima Yue asked. If there are no accidents, they'll arrive tonight. UC said. Then let's wait. Sima Yue was not in a hurry. She did not plan to continue the discussion before their eldest brother and second brother arrived. We'll visit you tomorrow. Bei Gong, let's go. You can't leave. Dai Yi blocked the door, not letting Sima Yue leave. Don't worry, I'll definitely come tomorrow. Sima Yue patted Little Gold's head. Little Gold immediately stuck out its tongue at him. What a fierce gaze. Dai Yi was stunned by Little Gold's gaze. He could not move for a moment. Sima Yue walked past Dai Yi and walked out of the room. She suddenly stopped and turned around to throw the jade bottle in her hand to Shi Qin. There are 2 pills inside. You won't cough in the day. Take one when you cough at night. It can last you until tomorrow morning. There's another one tomorrow morning. After she finished speaking, she brought Bei Gong Tang and left the courtyard. Third brother. What about them? Shui Qingyang looked at Sima Yue and the rest as he looked at Shi Qin anxiously. Let them go. Shi Qin looked at the jade bottle in his hand. The plum blossom print on it gave people a cold and unyielding spirit. Third brother, how are you feeling now? Kong Ren looked at him. His complexion did look better than before. The effects of this pill aren't bad. Other than my body being a little weak, I can't feel the chill anymore. Shi Qin said. So, this person really has a way to save third brother. Dai Yi thought of the little golden snake's eyes and felt a little scared. The cold chi in third brother's body is very strange. Although it's cold chi, outsiders can't see that it's cold chi that has entered his body. Even I wouldn't have known if I hadn't known that third brother had fallen into that place. We've looked for quite a few people over the years, but none of them were able to tell. However, this person only took third brother's pulse and knew third brother's condition. Kong Ren said. So, he really might be able to cure third brother. Yu Si said. But he has a condition. Hong Wu said, and we don't know what his condition is. No matter what it is, I won't let anything happen to you. Shi Qin said, however, I originally wanted to clear your names before I left. But now, it seems that I can't. Third brother, what nonsense are you saying? Ni and E glared at him unhappily. Shi Qin smiled and didn't say anything. He turned the jade bottle in his hand and looked pensive. At night, 2 men came to this small courtyard together. After knocking on the door a few times, Yu Si opened the door. Big brother, second brother, you're here. Yu Si looked outside and saw that there was no one before closing the door. The 2 handsome men took off their cloaks and asked, how's the situation these 2 days? How's third brother? Yu Si was thinking about how to talk about today's matter. Before he could open his mouth, he heard second brother Feng Kai ask, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yes. Did something happen to third brother? Eldest brother Feng Ji asked. Something did happen today. The brothers are still in the living room. We'll talk when we get there. Yu Si said. Then let's go quickly. Feng Kai said. The next day, at the same time as yesterday, there was a knock on the door. This time, it was Yu Si who opened the door. The moment he opened it, he saw Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang standing outside. They were still playing with the little golden snake in their hands. Thinking about the shock that Dai Yi gave him when he talked about the little golden snake last night, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. Have your big brother and second brother arrived? Sima Yue looked up and asked. They arrived last night. Come in. Yu Si opened the door and let the 2 in. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang calmly stepped into the courtyard. Seeing the 2 people standing outside the main hall, they exclaimed, I thought that the 10 great villains would all look like fierce bandits, especially eldest brother. He should have a valiant bandit aura with big shoulders and a round waist. Why did 2 handsome men suddenly appear? Big brother, have we been teased by a brat? Feng Kai laughed. You came here today to treat my third brother's illness. Feng Ji ignored Feng Kai and asked in a deep voice. Sima Yue looked at Feng Ji. This guy and Feng Kai were twins. The two of them looked exactly the same, but their personalities were quite different. Feng Kai was unruly while Feng Ji was calm and experienced. I'm here to discuss something with you, Sima Yue said. Then go in. Feng Ji didn't say much as he brought her into the main hall. Sima Yue went in. The 10 brothers were all gathered. We're all here now. Feng Ji sat at the highest position and said, Can you really cure my third brother? It's not difficult, Sima Yue said confidently. Condition: to be used by me. Sima Yue said her goal word by word. When she said this, everyone present quietened down. Then, they burst into laughter. Little brat, are you crazy? Ni slapped his thigh as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. You're really indulging in fantasy. Hongwu laughed coldly. The others had different expressions, but none of them took Sima Yue's words seriously. I don't agree. Shi Chen was the first to speak. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I have this body or not. Why should I implicate everyone? Third brother. Shi Chen waved his hand. If I let you all be used by others because of me, even if I survive, I won't feel good. Third brother, don't be anxious. Let's listen to what she has to say. Why did she come here so confidently? Feng Kai said, maybe we can hear something different. Yes, third brother, don't be anxious. Let her speak first. What does it mean to be used by her? Shui Qingyang comforted. Feng Ji faintly looked at Sima Yue. Say it, what are you relying on, and what do you mean by being used by you? I love my academy, actively cooperate with the campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 693. Sima Yue put down the teacup in her hand and said, If you work for me, then you will naturally listen to my orders and work for me. As for me, I will naturally cure your third brother, and let you all live under the sun from now on. What a joke, aren't we living under the sun now? Ni felt that this little fellow was simply crazy, daring to come here and talk nonsense. Little fellow, aren't you afraid that we villains will kill you for saying this? Yu Si asked. Since I dared to come here and talk to you, I'm confident that I can get out of here. Sima Yue smiled confidently. What's wrong? Why are you all so hesitant? Could it be that my conditions are not good enough? What kind of condition is that? To us, other than treating my third brother's illness, there is no other use. Ni said. So you're saying that you're still planning to live a life of being hunted? Or do you want to continue hiding in order to kill less people? Sima Yue asked. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed a few times, and the way everyone looked at her changed. What? Did I say something wrong? Sima Yue lowered her head and stroked the little golden snake's head. Don't tell me you haven't been running around all day to avoid being hunted down. You've been hunted down for so many years. Although you've experienced many dangers, you've always lived well. What does this mean? This shows that you are capable. If he had the ability, why did he have to hide all these years? Wasn't it because he didn't want to bump into others? As for why, I don't think I need to explain it. The reason why they didn't want to fight others was because they didn't want to kill more people. They wanted to tell the world that they were not evil people, but no one would listen to them. When they saw them, they would still shout and kill. Left with no choice, they could only hide and hide. In the past, no one had ever believed in them. No one had ever sympathized with them. No one had ever understood them. They didn't expect that a child in their eyes would say such words today. Only then did Feng Ji really have the intention to talk to her. What do you think? Feng Kai asked. I want to build a force. When my force becomes strong in the future, no one will dare to say anything when you walk around the continent. Sima Yue said. You want to establish a force. Feng Kai opened his eyes wide and suddenly laughed. I didn't think that you were a kid before. Now that I think about it, you are really a kid. Only a kid like you can think of this idea. How is establishing a force something that only a child can think of? Could it be that all these forces had appeared out of thin air? Isn't it built up bit by bit? Sima Yue said. You want to establish a force. You're thinking too simply. NINE also felt that this was child's nonsense. Isn't it just money and manpower? As long as we get rid of these things, wouldn't it be fine? Sima Yue said disapprovingly. Are you a disciple from a large clan? Yu-Si asked. No. Then do you know how much financial and material resources are needed to support a force? I know. You still dare to spout nonsense when you know. How is this nonsense? Sima Yue took another sip of her tea. Since I want to build my own force, I will naturally provide financial support. You have a lot of money? Hong Wu asked. It's considered a lot. Sima Yue nodded. Originally, she didn't have much. The mine in the spirit pagoda couldn't be moved out, and she couldn't take it out bit by bit. But now that she had the Brave Moon Sect's mine, there was no need to consider the financial resources needed to establish a force. Kid, how much is your lot? Do you have 1,000 cubes? 1,000 cubes. How can that be considered a lot? Sima Yue said. I have this much. She raised her index finger. 1. 10 cubes. 1 cubes could provide 1 million crystals, 10 cubes would be 10 million. Sima Yue shook her head. Is it 100 cubes? 100 cubes, that was 100 million. It was indeed not a small amount, especially for someone who wasn't from a large clan. No. Sima Yue still denied. Don't tell me you have a mine. NINE exclaimed. Sima Yue shook her head, and his surprised expression recovered. He knew it, how could this kid have a mine? If you want to establish a force, a mine isn't enough. It's not a mine, it's a mine. Sima Yue interrupted NINE. A mineral vein. What? An ore vein. NINE jumped up from his chair. That's right. Sima Yue ignored their surprise. How is it? Is this financial resources enough? How did you get a mine? Feng Kai looked at her. There wasn't any disbelief in his eyes, only deep surprise. I found it by accident. Sima Yue didn't plan to talk about this with them. This financial resources is enough to support a second-class force for 50 years, and a third-class force for 100 years. The biggest problem was solved, and the manpower problem wasn't a problem anymore. Then what about your manpower? And what's the purpose of establishing a force? Don't tell me you want to establish a force for no reason, Divine Devil Valley Junior Valley Master. Shi Chen asked. Divine Devil Valley Junior Valley Master? Third brother, this isn't Ing Bai Chuan. I've dealt with that guy before, it's not him. NINE looked at Shi Chen and said. Didn't the Divine Devil Valley have 2 Junior Valley Masters in every generation? Shi Chen looked at the blood ring on Sima Yue's hand. This should be the other Junior Valley Master. Oh, I remember now. There was a rumor in the continent that Old Man Devil took in a disciple in the lower continent, and became the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. The Divine Devil Valley was ridiculed then. Dai Yi looked at Sima Yue as if he suddenly realized something. Sima Yue touched the blood ring on her hand. It was better to take it off when she walked on the road, or else it would bring trouble to the Divine Devil Valley. But the blood ring was firmly on her hand in the past, and she couldn't take it off at all. She tried a few times but it still didn't work. Blood ring, don't cause trouble for me. Be obedient and take it off. She thought in her heart, and the blood ring that didn't move before really moved. She was happy, and she tried to take it off lightly. But she didn't keep it immediately, and put it back on, as if she was playing with the blood ring. However, her action attracted the attention of everyone in the room to her blood thumb ring. This should be the blood ring that only the Junior Valley Master has. Feng Kai guessed as he looked at her action. Since all of you can see through it, I won't deny it. Sima Yue admitted. But you said just now that you didn't come from any power or family. Feng Ji's gaze became unfriendly. Chapter 694. Mobile reading. Sima Yue replied calmly, since all of you know about this, do you know that I have never been to the Divine Devil Valley since I came to the Primordial Lands? Really? Feng Ji didn't believe it. You can check it out. Sima Yue said. Even so, since you are the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley, why do you still want to build your own forces? Sima Yue looked at Feng Ji. She knew that she couldn't fool him, and she didn't intend to. In the future, the people who came in would immediately know the purpose of his organization. Yue has a blood feud on her back. Naturally, she formed her force to take revenge. Sima Yue said. You are the Junior Valley Master. You have the Divine Devil Valley backing you up. Shi Chen said. Personal grudge. Sima Yue only said 2 words and didn't say anything else. If they were truly worthy of her trust, they would naturally know about her matters. Although she wanted to recruit them, she wouldn't tell them everything about herself to people she wasn't familiar with. So, you're looking for an assassin, a death warrior? Feng Ji asked. Yes and no. Sima Yue smiled. What do you mean? If they're strong enough to deal with my enemies, they're naturally not death warriors. But if we can't deal with them in the end, then those who will follow me in the future can only die. Will you tell others about your purpose in the future? Of course. Everyone will tell them before they come in. Sima Yue said. How strong are the people you want to take revenge on? How long do you need to gather enough people? Sima Yue and the rest were chatting while everyone in the inn was waiting for them to return. Only Fatty Chu was pacing back and forth. Yulin, will you and Bei Gong be alright? Fatty Chu paced back and forth in the house, extremely worried. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if Yu is unable to successfully recruit them, your life will not be in danger. Sima Yulin said. Will nothing really happen? Fatty Chu was still worried. Of course, nothing will happen. Sima Yuran said, 5th bro is their 3rd bro's only hope of survival. There's no way he would hurt her. That's true. When Fatty Chu heard his words, the worry in his heart dissipated. Only when he saw everyone looking at him with smiles on their faces did he react. Oh, you guys are all laughing at me, aren't you? It turns out that I've been the only one worrying all this time. You're the one who's stupid, you can't blame us. Sima Yue said with a smile. But Yu has been gone for a long time. Little Seven said unhappily. I'll go look for her. Little Seven, wait a little longer. If something happens to you, 5th bro will be worried about you. Sima Yuran said. She's not bringing me along. Little Seven said unhappily. She's doing it for your own good. Sima Yuran comforted her. You don't know if those people are good or bad. If they know about your news, it might bring you danger. Whoever dares to have any thoughts about me, I'll send them flying with a punch. Little Seven shook her fist. The next time I go out, you must bring me along. Seeing Little Seven sticking to Sima Yue, the few of them smiled helplessly. In the small courtyard, Sima Yue had already said what she wanted to say clearly. Since I've already said this, I think you all already know what I think. I won't force you to state your position immediately. Sima Yu said. I know that you still have hope for the auspicious beast in your heart. I won't stop you from looking for them. If you can really get the auspicious beast, then congratulations. You can let him live for 8 to 10 years without paying any price. 8 to 10 years. You're saying that even if we get the auspicious beast, third bro can only live for 8 to 10 years? Feng Kai asked. Yes. Sima Yu nodded. Didn't you say that you can save third bro with the blood of the auspicious beast? The cold in his body is so heavy. How can drinking the blood of the auspicious beast solve it? If it's true, I'm afraid he'll have to drink a few hundred. Where are you going to find a few hundred auspicious beasts? Sima Yu flicked her sleeves. Everyone was silent. You can think about it during this period of time. After this is over, you can give me an answer. Sima Yu said. In order to show my sincerity, I specially refined a kind of pill for you when I went back yesterday. This pill can make you look like an ordinary person for 3 months without any side effects. She took out the pill and threw the bottle to Kong Ren. Kong Ren poured out the pill. When he saw the snow-white pill, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Just this. I wanted to refine this pill for third bro before, but I didn't succeed. He said excitedly. Third bro, after eating this pill, you will be no different from an ordinary person for the next 3 months. This is the pill you mentioned last time. You didn't manage to refine it, but this brat actually managed to. Although Dai Yi said this, he could see that she was very happy. Alright, Bei Gong and I have been out for so long. Our companions must be very worried. We'll take our leave now. Sima Yu stood up as she spoke and cupped her fists towards everyone. Bei Gong Tang followed along. 4th bro, you and 6th bro can send them off. Feng Kai instructed. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang left. You see, and the others quickly closed the door. It's still early now. Let's go shopping and walk back. Sima Yu suggested. You're still in the mood to shop? Bei Gong Tang looked at her little face and wanted to poke her. What do you think is the possibility of this succeeding? It's a success. Sima Yu said. Are you sure they'll agree? Bei Gong Tang said. Do you think they're really evil people? Sima Yu asked. Bei Gong Tang shook her head. Not only do I not think they're evil people, I think they're more sentimental people. And looking at their relationship, it's a little similar to ours. Actually, just based on the fact that they're not willing to kill the innocent and live in seclusion, we can see that they're not evil beyond redemption. Their current lives are just forced. Sima Yu said. They're strong, have courage, don't kill the innocent, and aren't afraid of death. That's the kind of person we want. If we have them, then it'll be much easier for us to build up our forces. You clearly know that they can't find the auspicious beast. Why are you still willing to give them so much time? I didn't say that there definitely isn't an auspicious beast. I just said that there probably isn't one. Sima Yu said mysteriously, if they're lucky enough to meet an auspicious beast, they'll understand that this method isn't the best one. In order to completely cure that sickly person of theirs, they'll have no other way. Chapter 695. Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yu's mischievous smile and felt that this guy was really naughty sometimes. It was a good thing that she never used it on her own people. New_thinking_Lu_Chinese_literature_web dedication of hands. However, she believed that even if Yue had bad intentions towards those people, as long as they became her people, she would treat them well. Come here. Sima Yue suddenly pulled Bei Gong Tang into a small shop at the side. They hid behind the door frame and looked sideways at the few people walking on the street. This Nayland Land's luck is really good. At that time, she schemed to harm you. Just as you were about to return, she was brought to the primordial lands. She also has that kind of physique. Her cultivation speed is actually not inferior to ours. Bei Gong Tang said. Her physique is one of the reasons, but the Sage Pavilion's strength is another important factor. If you look at my senior brother, you will understand. If they want to nurture someone, they are willing to put in a lot of effort. Sima Yue looked outside and said faintly. She tricked you last time. Are you going to pay her back this time? Of course. Sima Yue said, I have a feeling that she is my rival in life. If I don't get rid of her now, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. She doesn't know that we're here. This time, she's in the open while we're in the dark. We have to trick her properly. That's right. Nalan Lan, who was talking to her maid, felt two pairs of eyes on her. This was different from the gazes of adoration and love. It was as if someone had seen into the depths of her soul. She frowned and looked back, but didn't see anyone. Saintess, what are you looking at? The maidservant saw her turn her head and also turned her head to look. It's nothing. Let's go, senior apprentice brother is still waiting for us to return. Nalan Lan turned around and continued to walk, but the doubts in her heart did not dissipate. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang stuck to the wall. They only heaved a sigh of relief when she was far away. Her divine sense has also improved a lot. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yue nodded her head. It seemed like Nalan Lan had improved a lot over the years. The two of you, are you here to buy something or not? The waiter walked over and looked at the two of them with a long face. They came in for a while, but they didn't even look at anything. They just peeked at the people outside from the door. They were definitely not good people. Sima Yue looked around and found that it was actually a small shop that sold spirit cloth. She didn't notice it when she passed by a few days ago, but today she accidentally barged in. Since I'm here, of course I want to see what you have here. Sima Yue did not feel awkward about being caught peeking. Instead, she looked at the spirit cloth seriously. The so-called spirit cloth was a cloth woven from the silk of spirit silkworms. Clothes made from this kind of spirit cloth had a natural defensive ability, but its defensive ability was not as strong as a defensive spirit tool. There were no spirit silkworms in the lower continents, and after he recovered his memories, he didn't particularly think about it. Now that he saw this shop that sold spirit cloth, he suddenly remembered. Let's go, Bei Gong. Let's see how effective the spirit cloth is. She grabbed Bei Gong's hand and walked over. Bei Gong Tang had seen Gu Yunair and the others wear clothes made from spirit cloth before, so she knew what it was. However, she didn't think that Qing City would actually sell spirit cloth. Because Gu Yunair wore clothes made from spirit cloth and went to their broken courtyard to show it off, so spirit cloth was not that common. I didn't think that there would be so many spirit cloth here. In a while, let's buy some for everyone. How about it? Bei Gong Tang saw all kinds of patterns and liked it very much. Okay. Sima Yue agreed readily. Good things naturally had to be shared with everyone. She picked up a piece of spirit cloth and wanted to see the patterns on it. When she saw the familiar stitches, she was stunned. In a daze, she saw a gentle and refined lady holding a needle and thread under the sunlight. A lady rushed into the courtyard. When she saw the lady embroidering, she subconsciously slowed down her footsteps. Yue, where did you go? The lady didn't slow down and didn't even raise her head as she asked. Shimin Yue walked behind her and circled around her neck. Hugging her, she smiled and said, "Third aunt, your embroidery is really amazing. I asked you to learn from me, but you didn't want to." The lady put down the needle and thread and patted Shimin Yue's hand, trying to persuade her again. "Third aunt, please spare me." Shimin Yue rubbed against the lady's body, I don't have this talent. You don't have talent, you're just lazy. You're only interested in your food and medicine. I really don't have talent. Shimin Yue let go of third aunt and squatted in front of her, saying, Third aunt, you've seen my embroidery. Your embroidery stitches make both sides look like the front. But when I embroider, both sides are the back. As if thinking about Shimin Yue's failed product, the lady couldn't help but laugh. Third aunt, your embroidery technique looks really good. Those flowers and plants are all alive because of your embroidery. Shimin Yue looked at the flowers she embroidered and liked them very much. This embroidery technique is unique to my Du family. Our method is different from others. Look here, other people use the stitches like this, but our Du family's embroidery technique is like this. Bei Gong Tang looked at a few bolts and wanted to discuss the embroidery with Sima Yue. When she raised her head, she saw her staring at the cloth in a daze. Yue, what's wrong? She lightly touched Sima Yue's hand and pulled her back to her memories. Sima Yue blinked her slightly moist eyes and forced a smile, asking, What's wrong? What happened to you just now? Your face looked really bad. Bei Gong Tang said worriedly. It's nothing, I just thought about the past. Sima Yue said, Did you call me for something? Bei Gong Tang knew that when she thought about the past, she would be like this. She showed her the cloth in her hand and said, Look at this, what do you think? Not bad. Sima Yue looked at the cloth in her hand and said, This suits you very well. Bei Gong Tang wanted to say that this was chosen for her, but thinking that she was still a man, she went along with her words. This cloth is more simple and elegant. It can be made into different styles for different people to wear. We can buy some back and make a set for mother and aunt you. Everyone can wear the parent-child outfit you mentioned. Okay. Sima Yue smiled, but she was still not very interested. Bei Gong Tang went to choose another cloth. Sima Yue walked around the shop and saw the waiter standing at the side looking at them indifferently. She went up and asked, Your cloth here is really good. The embroidery is also very unique. Can I see your embroiderer? The waiter glanced at her and said, No, our boss is not seeing any guests. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then don't stand here. Didn't I tell you not to treat guests like this? A gentle voice came from the inner room. When Sima Yue heard this voice, her eyes moistened. Chapter 696. Crazy Wife, Divine Dr. Fifth missed the door curtain was pushed open by a slender hand, and a beautiful figure came out from inside. When she saw Sima Yue, she raised a professional smile and said, I am the embroiderer here. This young master has taken a fancy to our spirit cloth. Sima Yue looked at the unfamiliar face, and saw that familiar pair of eyes staring at her blankly. You lecherous wastrel, why are you looking at my master with such a perverted gaze? Xiao Wu rushed in front of Sima Yue, blocking her line of sight. Bei Gong Tang couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Little girl, which eye of yours saw Yue looking perverted? She was just excited, okay? Don't be rude. She is a guest. The lady was confused by Sima Yue's gaze, but she still pulled her disciple away. This gentleman, are you feeling unwell? Third aunt. Sima Yue called out faintly, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time suddenly fell. You, who are you? Third Aunt Du's body swayed, and Xiao Wu quickly went up to support her. Master. Xiao Wu looked at Third Aunt Du worriedly. Third Aunt Du looked at Sima Yue who was crying non-stop. That gaze was so familiar that she felt that she must be hallucinating. Third Aunt, it's me. I'm back. Sima Yue suppressed herself, but she was trembling all over. Yue, you're Yue. Third Aunt Du said doubtfully. Sima Yue nodded while crying, it's me, third aunt. I'm Yuyue. I'm back. Third aunt went forward and grabbed Sima Yoyue's hand, and touched Sima Yoyue's eyes with her other hand. Tears also fell. Although your eyes have changed, your gaze hasn't. It's really you, child. Sima Yuyue threw herself into Du Sanyang's arms, unable to control herself. Third aunt Du hugged Sima Yuyue, still in disbelief. Yuyue, are you really Yuyue? Sanyang, Sanyang. Master. Seeing this, Xiaowu didn't know whether she should go and drag this lecherous wastrel out. Close the door. We're closed for the day. Du Sanyang regained her senses after being called by her disciple and hurriedly ordered. Yes, master. Xiaowu went to close the door. Fortunately, there were no customers in the shop at the moment. Yuyue, let's talk inside. Third aunt Du patted Sima Yoyue's shoulder. Okay. Sima Yuyue let go of third aunt Du and wiped the tears off her face. They went to the backyard and came to the courtyard where the master and disciple usually lived. They left Xiaowu at the front and didn't let her in. Third aunt, are you wearing a human skin mask? Sima Yuyue looked at third aunt Du and asked. Third aunt Du nodded and tore off the mask on her face. She returned to the beautiful appearance in Yoyue's memory. How did you become like this? Didn't you say that you were dead? Third aunt Du looked at Sima Yuyue. Before Sima Yuyue could speak, Little Roar from the Spirit Pagoda wanted to come out. She had no choice but to call him out first. Beautiful third aunt, Woo-woo, Little Roar missed you so much. Little Roar pounced on third aunt Du as soon as he came out. He laid on her chest and shamelessly rubbed against it. Third aunt Du saw Little Roar and the suspicion in her heart disappeared. She reached out and hugged Little Roar, saying, You little guy, you're still like this. And, Little Roar's lecherous nature hasn't changed. Sima Yuyue laughed, the sadness from before dissipating a little. Child, where have you been all these years? I heard that you were already dead. How did you survive? Feng he. Third aunt Du thought of the dead Shiman Feng and her eyes reddened. Third aunt, don't worry. Feng is also alive. Sima Yuyue quickly said. Feng is still alive, but the people from the Zongjing clan said that they killed both you and your brother. Third aunt Du said. Feng is really still alive. I've already met him. Sima Yuyue said, As for me, I really died at that time. But I don't know why, but I didn't go to the ghost realm. Instead, I was reborn in another person's body. Reborn. Third aunt Du looked at Sima Yuyue in astonishment. The bone age of this body was indeed very young. It's good that you can survive. It's just that this body is a man. Sima Yuyue smiled and turned the illusion ring, returning to her female body. Third aunt, what you saw was just an illusion from the illusion ring. I'm still a woman. Third aunt Du covered her mouth in astonishment. She didn't expect her disguise to be so thorough. That's good, she said with a smile. Third aunt, why are you here? How did you escape back then? Sima Yuyue pulled third aunt Du's hand and asked as they sat down at the side. When the clan was in trouble, I wasn't at home at all. Third aunt Du said, the day before the incident, because there was a problem with the shop selling spirit cloth, I rushed over that day. Because of that, I managed to escape. When I got the news and rushed back, it was already too late. I searched the house for a while and didn't find anyone alive. But I heard some rumors that the Zongjing clan and Yin Yang Palace had joined hands to destroy the clan. Then I escaped. You know, I don't like to go out. I often cultivate and embroider at home. Not many people in the outside world know me, so I escaped. Then how did you get here? Sima Yue asked. The Du clan had long ceased to exist. It wasn't easy for her to escape from the central region to the outer region alone. It was also a coincidence. After some experience, I escaped to the outer region. Third Aunt Du obviously didn't intend to explain to Sima Yue in detail. Then I came to Qing City and accidentally found spirit silkworms in the dark forest. I made a living weaving and embroidering here. Then did you meet those people later? I did meet people from Yin Yang Palace once. They went to the dark forest. But they didn't recognize me. Instead, I used my familiarity with the dark forest to lead them to the territory of the spirit beasts and killed them all. When Third Aunt Du said this, her eyes were filled with hatred. She was an orphan. She was the only one left in the Du clan. Later, she married Sima Yue's third uncle. It wasn't easy for her to have a family, but it was destroyed by those people. How could she not hate them in her heart? Sima Yue held Third Aunt's hand and said, Third Aunt, don't worry. I won't let any of those people go. Third Aunt Du grabbed her hand and said, Child, what are you planning to do? Don't mess around. Beautiful Third Aunt, don't worry. You won't mess around. Little Roar patted Third Aunt Du with his little paw and comforted her. Sima Yue saw that Little Roar was touching her in the name of comforting her again. 3 black lines flashed across the back of her head. She couldn't hold it in anymore and grabbed Little Roar, then threw him behind. Little Roar was thrown out. The moment he was about to hit the wall, he twisted his butt and regained his balance, and, as well as, are all automatically searched and collected from relevant websites on the internet. They are only for testing, learning, exchange, and indexing services. Chapter 697. Third Aunt Du couldn't help but laugh when she saw this familiar action. In the past, Little Roar would often be thrown out by Sima Yue when he ran into her arms. She did not expect to see him again. Alright, that's Little Roar's personality. Why are you being so calculated with him? She laughed. Sanyang, you used to be very tolerant of it. You've spoiled it. Sima Yue said helplessly. Aren't you doting on it all the same? Sanyang said. She looked at Bei Gong Tang who was sitting in the lower seat and asked, Yue, who is this? Look at me, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce them to you. Sima Yue said, Third Aunt, this is my good friend, Bei Gong Tang. We grew up together and she knows everything about me. Bei Gong, this is my third aunt, my third uncle's wife. Bei Gong Tang stepped forward and bowed to Third Aunt Du, calling out, Third Aunt. Good girl, thank you for taking care of Yue all these years. Third Aunt Du nodded at her. Yue is taking care of us. Bei Gong Tang said, you've just met your third aunt. I'm sure you have a lot to say. But if we don't go back, they'll be worried. Why don't you stay here? I'll go back and tell them. Sima Yue originally wanted to say that they could use the Sun Mother Stone to speed them up. However, she thought that she would have a lot to talk about with Sanyang, and that she had nothing to do here, so she agreed. Third Aunt, Bei Gong will take her leave first. Bei Gong Tang bowed to Third Aunt Du, I'll let Wu send you out. Third Aunt Du said, then shouted outside, Wu. When Xiao Wu came in, she was no longer dressed as a man. Master. Wu send Bei Gong lay out. Third Aunt Du instructed. Yes, Master. Xiao Wu looked at Sima Yue worriedly. Why was this fellow here with Master for so long? Let's send Miss Bei Gong out first, then come and meet Master's niece. Third Aunt Du explained Sima Yue's identity to her. Yes, Master. It was only then that Xiao Wu regained her smile and brought Bei Gong Tang out. After the two left, Sima Yue looked at Third Aunt Du and said with a smile, Third Aunt has finally found a good disciple. Yes, Wu Her's talent is very good. Although I haven't started to teach her the Du family's needle technique, I have already taught her some other embroidery techniques. She learned them very quickly. When third Aunt Du talked about her disciple, she was very satisfied. Then she looked at Sima Yue. When I asked you to learn embroidery, it was as if I was asking you to eat arsenic. Third Madam, don't you know my talent? Did you forget that both sides of the embroidery were opposite? Sima Yu wasn't afraid of exposing her shortcomings. Thinking of her holding the embroidery needle, Du Sanyang couldn't help but laugh. Holding an embroidery needle is like fighting a war. This is harder than fighting. Sima Yue giggled. Third Aunt Du reached out and poked her forehead. Tell me how you've been all these years. How did you get reborn? How did you come here? And Feng He, how is he? Third Aunt, don't worry. Let's make tea and talk slowly. Bei Gong Tang returned to the inn. Little Seven saw that Sima Yue did not come and her happy face fell. Where's Yu? Not back yet. Not back yet. She's still there. I'll go find her. Little Seven jumped down and ran out. Don't worry, she's not there. Bei Gong Tang pulled her. Not there. Then where is she? Fatty Chu asked. Sit down and listen to me. Bei Gong Tang let go of Little Seven and told them about how they accidentally entered the spirit cloth shop and how Sima Yue and third Aunt Du recognized each other. After listening to Bei Gong Tang, everyone sighed. Fatty Chu slapped the table and sighed. Yue is really something. She can meet her family like this. At first, I thought her family was all dead. I didn't expect that she still had a brother and an aunt. You said her whole family is dead. Little Seven looked at Fatty Chu doubtfully. Fatty Chu covered his mouth and shook his head at Little Seven. Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'll beat you up. Little Seven glared at him. I won't say it. Even if you beat me up, I won't say it. If you want to know, go ask Yue yourself. Fatty Chu hid far away. Are you going to say it or not? Are you going to say it or not? Little Seven chased after him and punched him one by one. He cried out in pain. I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. Fatty Chu cried out. Bei Gong Tang and the others laughed and shook their heads. This Fatty Chu spoke without thinking. When Bei Gong Tang said it, she did not directly mention Sima Yue's loss, but Fatty Chu still said it. Didn't this make Little Seven curious? It was a good thing that although Little Seven's punches were heavy, they landed on Fatty Chu's body. Although he cried out in pain, he did not suffer any serious injuries. On the evening of the second day, when Sima Yue came back, Fatty Chu was still lying on the bed and could not get out. When he heard her talking to someone else, he cried out in the room again. What happened to Fatty Chu? Sima Yue looked into the room. Everyone was holding back their laughter. Little Seven raised her chin and looked proud. When you didn't come back yesterday, Fatty Chu said something wrong and was beaten up by Little Seven. Bei Gong Tang said. Little Seven. Sima Yue patted Little Seven's head and asked, why did you beat Fatty Chu? He won't tell me about you. Little Seven huffed and then grabbed Sima Yue's hand. Tell me. About me. Sima Yue looked at everyone suspiciously. Yesterday, Fatty Chu accidentally said that your family members were all killed. After that, she wanted to know about you. Fatty Chu didn't say anything and was beaten up by her. Bei Gong Tang explained. You beat him up because of this. Sima Yue lowered her head and pinched Little Seven's nose. He deserved it. Little Seven saw the disapproval in Sima Yue's eyes and turned her face away. He is our partner. Sima Yue instructed, if it was you, would you want me to ignore you or beat you up? Little Seven pouted and did not say anything. I'll go take a look at Fatty Chu and then come back to tell you about me, okay? Sima Yue comforted her. Do you want to go with me? No, I'm not going. Little Seven huffed again and turned to go into her house. Sima Yue smiled and greeted everyone before turning to go into her house. Io, alright, stop shouting. Aren't I here now? You're still shouting. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at the person on the bed. Yue, quickly come and take a look at me. I'm going to be beaten to death by you. Fatty Chu wailed. You're wailing so loudly. You're still far from death. Sima Yue walked over and pulled his hand to check his pulse. She knew the condition of his body and subconsciously raised her eyebrows. Chapter 698. Fatty Chu still wanted to wail, but Sima Yue slapped him on the head. Stop wailing, you didn't die from the pain. But it really hurts. Fatty Chu was lying down, and even the slightest movement caused his entire body to hurt. Do you only feel pain? Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him. There seems to be a warm aura flowing through my body. Fatty Chu said after some thought. That's it. Sima Yue stood up. Although Little Seven beat you up, she also opened up all your meridians and acupoints. You're a body cultivator. Opening up all your meridians will help you grow stronger in the future. Really? Fatty Chu couldn't believe it. Didn't you feel a warm current in your body? Little Seven isn't someone who doesn't know her limits. I was wondering why she beat you up until you couldn't get out of bed. So it's because you can tell that your body isn't good. Sima Yue said, alright, just lie down for 2 days. Don't take any more pills. You'll be fine after the pain passes. Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue resentfully. She must have done it on purpose. She was punishing him for spilling the beans. Little Seven was wrong just now, I have to go and comfort her. Have a good rest. She patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. Fatty Chu grimaced in pain and muttered, this guy is really ruthless. Ouch, it hurts. Sima Yue came to Little Seven's room. Little Seven was lying on the bed. When she saw Sima Yue enter, she turned her face away. Sima Yue smiled and walked over to sit by the bed. I was wrong just now. Don't be angry. Little Seven snorted. No one really blames you. Sima Yue touched her head and played with her hair. She added, I don't blame you. You did just now. Seven raised her head and complained. I also apologized just now. Sima Yue pinched her nose. Next time, if you want to treat everyone well, you can tell them directly. I didn't treat them well. Little Seven refused to admit it. Alright, you're not good to them. You're good to me. Sima Yue did not expose her. It's good that you know. Seven wasn't angry anymore, but she was still unhappy. Are you still angry? I wanted to tell you about me, but since you're so angry, forget it. I'm going out. Sima Yue pretended to stand up. Little Seven immediately jumped up from the bed and climbed onto her body, saying, hurry up and tell me. Sima Yue felt that Little Seven was much more mischievous than when she first met her. She was clinging onto her like an octopus. She wouldn't have done that when they first met. I'll tell you if you come down. Sima Yue grabbed her hand to prevent her from falling. Little Seven shrunk back onto the bed and looked at Sima Yue. She was no longer angry. Sima Yue sat back down and reached out to hug her, saying faintly, actually, when I agreed to let you form an organization with us, I didn't plan to hide my matter from you. It's just that I didn't think about it these 2 days, and nothing happened that made me want to tell you. Was your family really killed? Little Seven asked. Yes. Not only did my family die, but I also died. Sima Yue said. You died too. Then how did you come back to life? My body now is not the same body as before. At that time, I was chased by a group of people. Sima Yue talked about the past again. She didn't feel as painful as the first time she thought about it. Although she blamed herself, she didn't break down. Little Seven held her breath as she heard the last part. She could feel Sima Yue's pain and hatred. She reached out and grabbed her hand. That's what happened to me. Now you know why they can't tell anyone about me, right? Yes, I won't tell anyone either. Little Seven said seriously, those people who killed you and your family deserve to die. When you form an organization, you must kill them all. Yes, I'll definitely make them pay with their blood. Sima Yue never hesitated about this. She wouldn't let go of anyone who was involved in this matter. Then what's up with that third madam you met yesterday? That's my third uncle's wife in my previous life. Because she didn't have any children, she treated me and Feng, very well, treating us as if we were her own. Sima Yue said, I thought she was killed too, but I only found out yesterday that she's still alive. That's great, you still have family. Little Seven let go of her and supported her chin with both hands. What about you, Little Seven? Where's your family? Sima Yue suddenly remembered that she had never asked Little Seven about this. I don't have a family. Little Seven said. No family. Don't tell me they also. Sima Yue guessed. I grew up in this world, I don't have a family, I'm all alone. Someone saved me and brought me to the academy. Since then, I've been living in the academy. Little Seven shrugged, she wasn't sad at all. How long have you been in the academy? Sima Yue asked. How long? Little Seven tilted her head and thought, I don't remember how long, but I've met 5 to 6 principals. 5 to 6 principals? How many years is that? If a principal is in power for 200 years, then these 5 to 6 principals should be more than 1,000 years. She looked at Little Seven with a strange gaze. What exactly was this little fellow? She was still a little girl after living for so long. What's with that look? Little Seven saw the strangeness in her eyes and reached out to poke her face. Sima Yue held her hand and smiled, I'm thinking that you're so young, but you've lived for so many years. I'm curious why you haven't grown up yet. You're not allowed to laugh. Little Seven glared at her angrily, how can I be considered a child at this age? I'm not an old monster. Cough cough, okay, I won't laugh. Sima Yue saw her glare and kept her smile. She looked at her seriously, but she couldn't stop the smile in her eyes. I'm hungry. How could Little Seven not see that she was smiling, but she was too lazy to argue with her. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Grilled chicken wings. That's not filling, change it. Then let's have a chicken feast. Okay. Do you want to come with me? Okay. Sima Yue brought Little Seven to the kitchen. Seeing how Little Seven followed her every step, Sima Yue and the rest didn't understand why she was so clingy to Yue. They stayed in the inn for 2 more days. The Scarlet Bees sent news that the 10 brothers were preparing to enter the dark forest. Not only the 10 brothers, but also those who came to Green City. Most of them entered the forest in these 2 days. The city was much quieter. Chapter 699. They've already entered the forest. Aren't we going in? Fatty Chu asked as he bit into a chicken drumstick. It had been a few days since he was beaten up, and most of the people in the inn had left. Only a group of people were still cooking in the backyard of the inn. Those who are in a hurry to go in are after the auspicious beast. We don't want that thing, so why are we in such a hurry to go in? Sima Yue said without turning her head. We can go in and watch the show. Fatty Chu said, furthermore, we still have to trick the people from the Sage Pavilion. What if they all leave when we're late? Don't worry, those people will take at least half a month to reach the central area, Sima Yue said, and those who go to the front will have to open a path for the people behind. That's true. If we walk in front and meet those spirit beasts, they'll have to clean them up. Fatty Chu thought it through and was no longer anxious. At this moment, the waiter came in and said to Sima Yue and the rest, Dear guests, someone is looking for you. Sima Yue put down the bone in her hand, wiped the oil stains on it with a piece of paper and said, It's Feng, and the others. You guys continue eating, I'll take him to see San Yang. Sima Yulin was initially curious as to why someone would come looking for them. Now that he heard what she said, his curiosity dissipated and he sat back down to continue eating. Sima Yue came to the front of the hall. Shimin Feng, Kong Sangyi, Little Peng and the others were all sitting in front of the table. Sensing that she had come out, everyone looked over. Yeah. Yue. I've been waiting for you guys for a few days, you're finally here. Sima Yue said. Fenger, come with me to see San Yang. Sima Yue said to Sima Yue. All right. They first went to the small alley at the side. Sima Yue kept Little Peng and the rest back into the spirit pagoda before going to do San Yang's spirit cloth shop with Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi. Because many people had entered the dark forest, there were no customers in the shop. Third Aunt Du was talking to Xiao Wu about embroidery when she heard the sound. She looked up and saw the three people coming in. Third Aunt, look who's here. Sima Yue smiled and said to Third Aunt Du, seeing Shimin Feng's familiar face. Third Aunt Du excitedly got up and ran over. Seeing the equally excited Shimin Feng, her eyes became moist again. Feng, it's really you. Third Aunt Du reached out and touched Shimin Feng's face. She often touched him like this when he was young. Third Madam, it's me. I'm still alive. Shimin Feng was also very excited, but because he already knew about Third Aunt Du in advance, he didn't cry. San Yang, Feng, has just arrived. You should give him a cup of water first. You two catch up, Xiangyi and I will also chat. Sima Yue said now. Look at me, I forget everything when I'm excited. Let's go inside and talk. Third Aunt Du took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears on her face. They entered the backyard. Third Aunt Du pulled Shimin Feng to catch up, while Sima Yue and Kong Sangyi chatted in the yard. How was your situation this time? Not bad. Kong Sangyi thought of the results this time and couldn't help but laugh. We made preparations in advance and ambushed all those people. The young sect master of Lanfang sect was also killed. Now this Lanfang sect will be distressed for a while. You killed their young sect master, how did they react? Sima Yue asked. Of course they did. Kong Sangyi snorted coldly. But they didn't dare to make it public. Once they make it public, the matter of ambushing us will be exposed. And they won't be able to hide the fact that we found the mineral vein. They joined forces with Wansha sect for our mineral vein. If this news gets out, they won't have a chance. Naturally, they can only swallow this result. Aren't you afraid that they will spread the news and bring you more trouble? Sima Yue asked. They don't have the guts. Kong Sangyi said confidently. Although they know that we found a new mineral vein, they don't know the exact location. Before they know the exact location, they won't do it. It's a pity that the young sect master died so sullenly. Sima Yue shook her head and sighed. That scoundrel, it's good that he died. Kong Sangyi hated the people who took part in it and didn't sympathize with them at all. Yue, I heard that a baby auspicious beast appeared in the dark forest. Is this true? I don't know. Didn't you go to take revenge? How did you know this news? Sima Yue asked. I heard it on the way here. When the person in charge of the transportation array heard that we were coming to Qing City, he sighed and said that no matter what, we all came for the auspicious beast. It's best if we don't lose our lives. Kong Sangyi said. That's why I'm thinking if there's an auspicious beast in the dark forest. I don't know if there's an auspicious beast, but there have been some changes in the dark forest in the past 2 years. Sima Yue said. What changes? Sima Yue took out the 2 maps that she got from Xian Yuan Pavilion and placed them on the stone table. She pointed at some areas and said, the spirit beasts in these areas have changed greatly. Look at these places. The spirit beasts in the past weren't very strong and were places that mercenaries and other people could enter. But now that some spirit beasts have moved in, this place has become dangerous. And these places? Sima Yue compared the 2 maps. Kong Sangyi then realized that the changes were really huge. The area in the middle has become empty. Is the rumored auspicious beast here? She pointed to the center and asked. That's right. Sima Yue said. She didn't expect Kong Sangyi to realize that something was wrong at once. The people who felt the aura of the auspicious beast said that the auspicious beast was in the center of the forest. That's why the people who came recently all entered the forest. Look at you. You don't believe in the auspicious beast, right? Kong Sangyi said with certainty. I don't believe it. Sima Yue said, the auspicious beast appeared too suddenly. This itself is not normal. Then what about the changes in the habitat of the spirit beasts in the dark forest? What do you think? Although there's no auspicious beast in the center of the forest, I think there should be some amazing guy that can make the spirit beasts tremble. Sima Yue said lightly, since the guy who appeared didn't even dare to go near the spirit beasts that live here and asked everyone to follow his orders, I think this guy is not an easy bone to chew. According to what you said, a lot of people went in and the other party is not easy to deal with. Then this time, I'm afraid that the people who went in will not be able to leave so easily. Kong Sangyi guessed. I don't care about the others, as long as the people I have my eyes on are fine. The people you have your eyes on. Who? A few people you don't expect. Chapter 700. Kong Sangyi did not continue to ask who those people were. After knowing Yue for so long, she had some understanding of her. As long as she did not want to talk about it, there was no point in asking. The 2 bypassed the topic and continued to talk about the dark forest. The more Kong Sangyi listened, the more he wanted to go in and take a look. Yue, when do you plan to go in? In the next 2 days. Sima Yue said, we were waiting for you guys to come. We were waiting for Feng, and Sanyang to finish talking. As she spoke, she glanced at Kong Sangyi and asked, you'd better not come with us this time. Why? Kong Sangyi was shocked. Did Yue not like him anymore? What we're about to do is very dangerous, and we can't make it public. I don't think Feng would want to lie to you, so the best way is for you not to know. Sima Yue said. I won't tell anyone. Kong Sangyi said, no matter what Shiman Feng wants to do, I will be with him. He can't leave me behind. But your father is the Valley Lord of the Kong Valley. Sima Yue said, although what we do will not affect the interests of the Kong Valley, what if your father finds out about you? Don't tell me you won't tell me. Kong Sangyi understood what Sima Yue meant. She placed her right hand over her heart and said, Kong Sangyi, swear that without your consent, I will not tell anyone what you have done. If I go back on my word, I will go to hell. As soon as she finished her vow, a silver light flashed and disappeared into her chest. Sima Yue was a little moved. Her original intention was to let Kong Sang-yi promise her. After all, Kong Sang-yi was going to be her future sister-in-law. She did not want to push her too hard. But this girl, are you relieved now? Kong Sang-yi didn't feel nervous after swearing, because she really didn't intend to tell anyone about Shimin Fang's matter. Since that was the case, what was the difference between swearing or not swearing? If Feng knew about this, he would probably scold me. Sima Yue sighed. How dare he? You are his elder sister. Kong Sang-yi knew Sima Yue's position in Shimin Feng's heart, so he would never blame her. Now, can you tell me what you're planning? Sure. Sima Yue told him about the discussion she had with Shimin Feng about forming a force. She also said that she had dug out the entire mineral vein of the Brave Moon sect and used it as the starting capital for forming a force. She also mentioned that she was going to recruit the 10 great villains. The more Kong Sang-yi listened, the more surprised he became. His eyes widened, and in the end, he burst out laughing. We heard about the matter of the Brave Moon sect a long time ago. At that time, we were still wondering why they were so blind. We didn't know which big force they had captured, but we didn't expect that those people were you. Kong Sang-yi couldn't stop laughing. You don't know how many forces participated in this matter at that time. As long as they were related to those who were enslaved, they all went to look for the mineral vein. But when they saw the huge pit, they were all dumbfounded. In the end, the mineral vein was actually moved away by you. Anyway, if I didn't take the mineral vein, others would. Sima Yue shrugged. By the way, are the 10 great villains reliable? Their reputation is not good, even worse than mine. Kong Sang-yi said. PFFF, Sima Yue couldn't help but laugh. She remembered that Kong Sang-yi's reputation in the mainland was indeed bad, but after interacting with him, she liked his character. This rumor can't be trusted, right? That's true, you're just someone who doesn't believe in rumors. Kong Sang-yi said with a smile, otherwise, you wouldn't like me. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. This guy was so narcissistic? But Kong Sang-yi didn't think so. He held his chin with both hands. The Kong Valley has been passed down for thousands of years. When I was born, it was already so strong. I have never established my own force. This experience will definitely be fun. But it will also be dangerous. Sima Yue said. What's there to be afraid of? Kong Sang-yi didn't care. As long as I'm with Shimin Feng, I'm not afraid of any danger. Sima Yue shook her head, saying, you can't participate in this matter. I'm just letting you know. Why? I already said that I won't tell anyone. Kong Sang-yi was a little unhappy. He had already sworn, why didn't she believe him? It's not that I don't believe you. Sima Yue said, it's just that you're a member of the Kong Valley, and there are many people in the continent who know you. If you openly participate in this matter, wouldn't you be telling the world that this matter was done by the Kong Valley? Not only can you not openly participate, even Feng can't. You don't want to cause trouble for the Kong Valley, right? Kong Sang-yi heard her say this and became a lot more listless. It's not easy to come across something that interests me. Why can't I participate? Why aren't you participating? Sima Yue laughed at her. I'm only saying that you can't do it openly. But you can still plot in the dark and watch it grow with your own eyes. Moreover, when the time comes to announce it to the world, I intend to let Feng be the pavilion master. After the two of you get married, you'll be the pavilion master's wife. How can you say that you're not participating? Hearing Sima Yue say this, Kong Sang-yi blushed and glared at her shyly. We're all women. What's there to be shy about saying this? Sima Yue didn't tease her this time. During Feng's most painful days, you were by his side. In the future, we'll face many storms. You chose to accompany him and be with him. I'm very grateful to you. Really? Who asked me to like him? Kong Sangyi didn't know what to say at Sima Yoyue's solemn expression. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the establishment of the force. At this moment, the door opened. Shimin Feng and Third Aunt Du came out. Seeing the two people in the pavilion, they walked over and said, "What are you talking about?" "We're talking about Feng Er and Xiang Yi." Sima Yue stood up and sat down with Third Aunt Du. "Feng Er also told me just now." "Miss Xiang Yi, thank you," Third Aunt Du said gratefully. "Third Aunt, don't thank me." Kong Sangyi blushed again. Okay, I won't talk about it." Third Aunt Du saw Kong Sangyi like this and didn't wash her away. She turned her head and asked Sima Yue, "I just heard Xiang Yi talk about establishing a force. Why, do you plan to establish a force?" Sima Yue and Shimin Feng looked at each other and nodded, saying, "Yes, we plan to establish a force to avenge our dead relatives." Third Aunt Du saw Sima Yue's serious expression and knew that she wasn't joking. Her heart was shocked by this news. Chapter 701. Sima Yue saw the shock in Third Aunt Du's eyes and explained, "The Zongjin clan and Yin Yang Palace are very powerful. If we want to take revenge, we can't do it alone. Although I'm the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley, I haven't been there before. I'm not familiar with them, and I can't let them take the risk for my personal revenge." "You're right. We can't let others pay with their lives for our affairs," Third Aunt Du said, "but if we want to build a force, how can it be done in a day? We're not in a hurry to take revenge." Sima Yue said, "Our forces are not strong now, at least wait until we are stronger. But, to establish a force, financial and material resources." Third Aunt Du still felt that this matter was not easy to handle. "Sanyang, we've already prepared the financial resources. We also have all kinds of professional masters. There are formation masters, beast tamers, alchemists, weapon refiners, and seeker spirit masters among our friends, so we don't lack professional masters." Sima Yue said, "The only thing we lack now is people. This isn't difficult either." Hearing her say this, Third Aunt Du nodded and said, "You've always had a plan when you were young. Since you've already thought it through, go ahead and do it. No matter what you do, Sanyang will support you." Sima Yue pulled Third Aunt Du's arm and rubbed against it, acting coquettishly. "I knew Third Aunt would support me," she said with a grin. "Even if I don't support you, you still have to do it, right? Since my opposition is ineffective, I might as well support you." Although Third Aunt Du's tone was helpless, her eyes were full of love. "Third Madam dotes on me," Sima Yue said contentedly. "However, you can't do this alone. Count Third Aunt in as well," Third Aunt Du said. "Third Aunt." Shimin Feng wanted to stop Third Aunt Du. "Feng her, Third Mother's family was broken and her people died a long time ago. It was the Shimin clan who gave it to my family. Do you think Third Aunt can stay out of this matter?" Third Aunt Du asked. "I just feel that since you already have a stable life, if you stay with us, I'm afraid there will be a lot of danger," Shimin Feng said. "I'm your elder. If there's any danger, I should be in front of you," Third Aunt Du said. "Otherwise, if your third uncle knew, he would come back and scold me." "Feng if Third Mother wants to come, then let her come. It just so happens that we're short of people in the early stages. There are many times when you can't appear, and I spend most of my time in the academy. It's good that Third Mother can help us look after things," Sima Yue said. "Yu is still the most sensible." "Feng you're so naughty. You don't have to eat the pastries I make later," Third Aunt Du threatened. "Third Aunt." Shimin Feng grabbed Third Aunt Du's other hand, which made Kong Sangyi's eyes widen. This guy was actually acting spoiled. She thought that Shimin Feng was already different in front of Sima Yue, but she did not expect that there would be a day when he would act coquettishly. Oh my god! Did she see wrongly? Seeing Kong Sangyi's expression, Shimin Feng pretended to cough twice and sat upright. Third Aunt, you know that Feng really likes the pastries you make. If you don't let him eat, he'll cry later. Sima Yue did not feel that acting spoiled was shameful. Anyway, she was a girl and could act spoiled no matter how old she was. Thinking of this, she even rubbed against Third Aunt Du's arm. Hee, I'll make some for you later. Third Aunt Du said with a smile. Outside the courtyard, Xiaowu saw Third Aunt Du like this and her face was full of unwillingness. Why did these people have to stick to Master? Master was clearly hers. Master had never smiled at her like this before. Now she was actually smiling so happily. Sima Yue felt the grievance from there and her eyes flashed. Then she said to Third Aunt Du, Third Aunt, are you familiar with the dark forest? Not really. I have an agreement with the spirit silkworms. They provide me with silk and I give them the spirit wine I brew. Third Aunt Du said, the spirit silkworm's habitat is not in the depths of the forest, so I haven't really gone in. Then do you want to go in with us this time to take a look? Go into the forest. Third Aunt Du was a little surprised. Yes, after leaving here, we have to start planning to build up our forces. Third Aunt, you have to leave with us too. Don't you want to see what the forest looks like before you leave? Sima Yue said, Xiaowu hasn't been there before, right? It's a good opportunity for her to broaden her horizons. The more she sees, the faster she grows. But Wu is still young and her strength is not high. Now that the dark forest is dangerous, won't it be too dangerous to go in? We can protect her. Sima Yue said, Third Aunt, don't worry. Since we've decided to go in, we have enough confidence to come out safely. All right then. Third Aunt Du saw Sima Yue's insistence and agreed. Then when are we going? We'll go after you make us pastries. Sima Yue said, I was just about to inform the others to come over. Since we're all going, I'll make more. Third Aunt Du stood up. Thank you, Third Aunt. Third Aunt Du left and walked to the door of the courtyard. Seeing Xiaowu standing there, she asked, Wu, why are you here? Xiaowu looked at Third Aunt Du pitifully, her eyes full of tears. Hearing her question, she didn't say anything and turned to run away. Master was no longer her master. She would let her do such a dangerous thing. She really didn't love her anymore. Third Aunt Du saw Xiaowu run out crying and knew her character. She shook her head helplessly and didn't chase after her. She turned to the kitchen. Yue, if Third Aunt wants to participate in this matter, then her disciple should also come. But I see this little girl's character. Kong Sangyi said worriedly. The disciple chosen by Third Aunt won't have a bad character. But because she was brought up by Third Aunt and depended on Third Aunt since she was young, she was used to Third Aunt giving her all the love. Now that Feng and I have appeared, she will have a sense of crisis as if we stole her master. A little temper can be tolerated, but if it's too much, we don't mind correcting Third Aunt's character for her disciple. So you let them go to the dark forest with you? Kong Sangyi asked. Yes. Look at her performance in the dark forest. Sima Yue said, and what I just said to Third Aunt is indeed a reason. This child has always stayed in the city and rarely goes out. Seeing more of the outside world can also broaden her horizons and expand her mind. At least she won't feel that there's only Third Aunt in her life. Her talent is very good. Kong Sangyi said. It is not bad, so I hope she can follow Third Aunt well. If she really doesn't listen, then we can only. The matter of forming a force couldn't be spread. She had to exclude all uncertain factors. Chapter 702. Crazy Wife, Godly Doctor 5th Missy Chapter 702, Spirit Silkworm Chapter 702, Spirit Silkworm Sima Yue went to the kitchen alone, intending to help Third Aunt Do and tell her thoughts. I've spoiled Wu too much over the years. Third Aunt Do was not angry. It's good that you want to test her. What we are going to do must be kept secret. If the Zongjin clan and Yin Yang Palace find out, the consequences are not something we can bear. Thank you, Third Aunt. Sima Yue said, but I believe in Third Aunt's judgment in choosing people. Xiao Wu is a little emotional now. Once she releases her emotions, I think she will be a great help to us in the future. I hope so. Third Aunt Du sighed. She did not like to interact with others all these years and relied on Xiao Wu for survival. Even Xiao Wu liked to stick to her. She had something on her mind and neglected to guide Xiao Wu, causing her to be a little stubborn now. She hoped that she could guide her properly this time. Fatty Chu and the rest got the news from Sima Yue and checked out of their rooms and came looking for her. After Third Aunt Du finished making the pastries, she went to look for Xiao Wu and said something to her. When everyone set off, Xiao Wu also came along. Her eyes were red and it was obvious that she had just cried. But the way she looked at Sima Yue and the rest was not as angry as before. Sima Yue smiled at her. If Third Aunt Du could help her open her heart, then they could skip the part of testing her. If not, let's go. According to the route from Chongming, we will probably take 6 to 7 days. She said to everyone. They came out of the city and Sima Yue called Chongming out. Everyone went up and flew towards the dark forest. When Xiao Wu saw Chongming, she was a little shocked. She did not expect her to have such a powerful sacred beast. Thinking about her own contracted beast, it was a level 1 sacred beast that her master had painstakingly obtained for her. Thinking about her master, she thought about what her master had said to her just now. Yue and Feng are my family, and you are the child I brought up. I won't abandon you because of them. I hope you can get along well with them. They didn't join to fight with you for me, but to love you with me. But if you let your jealousy blind your kindness, then not only will they not like you, but master will also not want you. I know you're a kind child, so you won't let me down, right? She looked at the backs of Sima Yue and Shimin Feng. Would they really love her? However, she still wanted her master to be her own. What should she do? He felt so conflicted. Looks like we came out really late. We didn't see anyone along the way. I reckon that everyone is already in the forest. Fatty Chu saw that there was no one around, only the few of them, and sighed. Anyway, we're not going to snatch the auspicious beast. What's the hurry? Sima Yue said cheerfully. Did those people go as well? Sima Yulin asked Bei Gong Tang. Yes. Their eldest brother and second brother left after 2 days. They're probably holding on to their last hope. Sima Yue said. They found out about the scarlet bees last time. You're still using scarlet bees this time. Is it okay? Sima Yuqi was a little worried. I changed to a few higher ranked ones this time. It won't be so easy to find out. Sima Yue said. It's not just them. The others also have scarlet bees with them. I pretty much know what's going on in the forest. Wow, you didn't even tell us. Fatty Chu cried out. Do I even need to say it? Sima Yue retorted. Fatty Chu glanced at the others. Everyone looked at him as if he was stupid. He cried out. Okay, you all know, but I don't. That's not fair. You should say that everyone is smart, but you're stupid. Wei Ziqi said with a smile. You didn't tell us either, but we all guessed it. guessed. Fatty Chu was defeated. Why didn't he guess? No, it wasn't that he couldn't guess. It was just that he didn't guess. Why didn't he? In the end, he was too lazy to use his brain. Little Wu sat quietly beside Third and she watched Sima Yu and everyone's banter. She felt that their previous interactions were strange. Everyone was so casual. They seemed to be making fun of each other, but in fact, they were very close. She suddenly understood her master's words. Third Aunt, you said in the morning that it's time for you to go to the spirit silkworms to collect silk. Why don't we go to the spirit silkworms first? Sima Yue asked Third Aunt Du for her opinion. Okay. Third Aunt, give Little Rock a direction. Sima Yue patted Little Rock's back. Little Rock took everyone to the spirit silkworms territory. On the way, Third Aunt Du told everyone about the spirit silkworms. There were many types of spirit silkworms. The quality of the silk produced varied according to the species. The better spirit silkworms were snow silkworm, jade silkworm, profound silkworm and so on. The best silkworms now were 9-turn snow silkworm, ringed silkworm, profound sky silkworm and so on. Because the spirit silkworms' ranks were different, the quality of the spirit cloth they weaved was also different. The defensive ability after making clothes was also different. And the amount of silk produced by a spirit silkworm in a year was not enough to weave a piece of cloth. In addition to the spirit silkworm's rank, the weaving technique also affected the quality of the spirit cloth. They wouldn't understand it even if she explained it, so Third Aunt Du explained it in one sentence. No wonder this spirit cloth is so rare. It turns out to be so troublesome. Sima Yuming sighed. If this spirit cloth is of high quality, its effect will not be worse than a spirit weapon. Sima Yue said. Third Aunt, your weaving and embroidery skills are already very high. If you can get rare spirit silkworms, the spirit cloth you make will definitely be good. Every spirit cloth embroiderer hopes to weave a higher quality spirit cloth, but how can those rare spirit silkworms be so easy to get? Third Aunt Du said regretfully. Since this continent has it, it is possible to encounter it. Shimin Feng said. I have heard some news about spirit silkworms, but I was not interested at that time, so I didn't pay much attention. But I remember that they seem to have said that there is a very rare spirit silkworm in the depths of Heartbreak Valley. It seems to be called 9-turn snow silkworm. Kong Sangyi said. 9-turn snow silkworm is in Heartbreak Valley. Sima Yue couldn't believe it. Heartbreak Valley is full of poisonous insects. How can 9-turn snow silkworm be there? It can't be 9-turn snow silkworm. Third Aunt Du said. The living environment of this 9-turn snow silkworm is very harsh. It needs to be clean and holy. It won't live in a place like Heartbreak Valley. If there is a rare spirit silkworm there, it is probably ringed silkworm. Third Aunt, what does this ringed silkworm look like? Sima Yue asked. The biggest characteristic of ringed silkworm is that it absorbs poison, transforms it into spirit power in the body, and then injects the spirit power into the silk that it spits out. Read, please remember our address, download, please go to Chapter 703. We've been to Heartbreak Valley before. Even with our valley's special pills, we can't get close to the depths of the valley. Kong Sangyi said. Heartbreak Valley is known as one of the 3 poisonous places in the middle. The poisonous gas inside is naturally extraordinary. Third Aunt Du said, but the ringed silkworms bred in this place are of higher quality. Really? Sima Yue's eyes lit up. If we can figure out a way to get in, we might be able to find the ringed silkworm and obtain its silk. By then, all of us will be wearing spirit clothes. It will be very eye-catching. Hee, Yue, I want 2 sets. Fatty Chu shouted first. Sima Yue poked her. You're so useless. You're only satisfied with 2 sets. When the time comes, we can raise as many spiritual silkworms as we want. Actually, this is also possible. There are still quite a few spirit cloth embroiderers on the mainland. Third Aunt Du said, if we can recruit them, they can also become an industry in the future. Third Madam knows about this. You used to be the one in charge of the Shiman family's spirit cloth business. Sima Yue said, I don't know if the embroiderers in the family escaped the disaster that year. Sanyang, if there are any surviving embroiderers, we'll guarantee their safety if they want to come back. If they're already living their own lives, we won't disturb them. All right. Third Aunt Du replied. When I first heard that the clan was in trouble, I dismissed them. I think many of them escaped. Before they left, they told us where they might go in the future. When the time comes, we'll go look for them. The blood feud back then shattered our happy life. Sima Yue said, whether those people are willing to come back or not, don't make things difficult for them. After all, they have no obligation to face the difficulties ahead with us. Yes, they really don't have that obligation. Third Aunt Du said, Little Wu, you've heard what we're going to do. There will be a lot of danger. If you want to leave, Master will arrange a good life for you. Xiao Wu was shocked. She grabbed her hand and begged, Master, don't abandon Wu. Wu will be very obedient and won't cause trouble. Could it be that Master was going to abandon him because of them? Thinking of this, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Wu, it's not that Master doesn't want you anymore, it's just that what Master is about to do is very dangerous. Master doesn't want you to be in danger too. Master hopes that you will be safe and sound. Third Aunt Du patted her hand to comfort her. Xiao Wu kept shaking her head. She couldn't stop her tears from falling. Master, Wu has lived for 20 years. I've been with Master since I was a few years old. Wherever Master goes, Wu will follow. Wu is not afraid of danger. Master, don't let Wu go. Is that okay? Third Aunt Du was a little hesitant. She was also reluctant to send Wu away. After all, she had been with her for so many years. However, she felt that what happened next was too dangerous. After thinking about it again and again, she decided to send her away. Xiao Wu saw that Third Aunt Du was still hesitating and turned her gaze to Sima Yue, saying, Yue, help me beg Master not to chase me away. As long as I can stay, I will do anything. I don't care about anything. I don't want anything. I just want to follow Master. Sima Yue saw that Xiao Wu's eyes were really scared. She said to Third Aunt Du, Third Aunt, since Xiao Wu doesn't want to leave, let her stay. We will protect her. But, our early operations were carried out in secret. You will also arrange for her to be in a safe place. As long as the news doesn't leak out, nothing will happen. When we develop later, it won't be easy for them to hurt Xiao Wu. Sima Yue said with a smile, Third Aunt, when Third Uncle died, the Shiman family was torn apart. Your life definitely wasn't easy. Although you raised her, she also filled your life. If you send her away, you definitely won't be able to bear it. Third Aunt, you are very important to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is also the most important to you. Just let her stay. Xiao Wu nodded with tears flowing down her face. She looked at Third Aunt Du expectantly. Third Aunt Du hesitated for a moment before replying, All right then, you will follow me. You have to always follow me. You must not act alone. Okay, I won't. I promise. Xiao Wu smiled through her tears this time. Third Aunt Du took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. How old are you? Still crying. So many people are watching. Be careful not to laugh at you. Xiao Wu took the handkerchief and covered her face. She was a little embarrassed. Third aunt, since Xiao Wu is your disciple, she is naturally my sister. We only have a few girls in our group. We can't wait to dote on her. How can we laugh at her? Fatty Chu said with a smile. Indeed, here, only Yu, Bei Gong and Little Seven are girls. The rest are boys. Now that Xiao Wu is here, everyone will naturally treat her as a sister. Sima Yulu echoed. I also think it's good to have a sister. Shimin Feng said. Elder sister and younger sister, that was a different feeling. In fact, everyone knew what Xiao Wu was thinking these 2 days. They had also interacted with many people over the years. Although Xiao Wu didn't think it through for a while, her temperament was not bad. She was even a little simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't show all her emotions on her face for everyone to see. Such a simple girl, as long as she thought it through, she would be liked by everyone. When Xiao Wu heard what they said, she thought that her master was right. They weren't here to steal her master. If she was with them, she would be protected by them. Thinking of her own thoughts, she was a little embarrassed. She shouldn't be jealous of them. She thought it through. She didn't feel uncomfortable when she saw Third Aunt Du smiling at Yu and the others. Third Aunt Du understood her disciple. Seeing her eyes, she knew that she really thought it through. She sighed in relief. Although she agreed to let Xiao Wu stay by her side, if she didn't think it through, she didn't dare to let her stay. If she didn't sincerely want to be with everyone, she might cause trouble in the future. It wouldn't be good for her or everyone. Fortunately, they entered the dark forest in 5 or 6 days. Little Rock took everyone to the place where the spirit silkworms were. Third Aunt Du thought that it had been a long time since she came to collect silk. There should be more. But when she arrived at the place she was familiar with, she found that there was not a single spirit silkworm. Master, the spirit silkworms are gone. Xiao Wu came here twice with Third Aunt Du in the past. There were spirit silkworms everywhere. The silk that they spat out was placed in the middle of the lake. But now, not a single spirit silkworm was seen. Could they have been taken away by those people who came in front? Sima Yuran asked. There are no traces of destruction here. It shouldn't be. I'll try to contact them first. After saying that, she took out a small whistle and blew it twice. Chapter 704. Third Aunt Du blew the whistle 3 times. Everyone waited for 2 minutes, but there was no movement anywhere. Master, is this whistle useful? Xiao Wu asked. There should be. Third Aunt Du said with some uncertainty, back then, I made an agreement with their king that if something were to happen in the future, we would use this as a communication signal. I tried it twice, and it worked. But you've already boasted for so long, and there's still no movement. Could it be that they're no longer here? Bei Gong Tang asked. That's hard to say. I have been getting along well with them for more than 10 years. I hope nothing bad happens to them. I'll try again. Third Aunt Du said worriedly. After that, she blew the whistle again. There's movement. Sima Yue looked at the calm lake and said. Just as she finished speaking, a small head poked out from the side of the lake and looked around carefully. Seeing Third Aunt Du on the shore, the little idiot rushed out of the water. San Yang is here. The small body was completely out of the water. It was actually a round silkworm. When the spirit silkworm saw Du Sanyang, it immediately pounced over. Little fatty, why did you go into the lake? Where are the others? Third Aunt Du reached out to catch little fatty and asked. Sanyang. Third Madam, we're here. Third Madam is here. Spirit silkworms emerged from the water one after another. For a moment, the surface of the lake was densely covered with spirit silkworms. So many spirit silkworms. When everyone saw so many spirit silkworms, they were all extremely astonished. Little Axayan, Little White, why did you all go into the lake? Sanyang asked. Sanyang, a lot of people have come to the forest recently. Many of our neighbors have been captured or killed. The king wants us to hide at the bottom of the lake. Luckily, we hid in time. There were a lot of people behind us, and we were scared to death. Little Fatty spun around twice in Du Sanyang's hands and said, "Where is your king?" Sima Yuming asked. The king is still in the water. The queen is pregnant with a baby again and is currently in labor. Little Fatty said, the queen said that the baby born from the spiritual embryo this time will be very powerful. How can these silkworms live in the water? Fatty Chu asked Sima Yue in confusion. Where is this place? Sima Yue glanced at him. The dark forest. Where is the dark forest? Primordial lands. In the primordial lands, what's so strange about spirit silkworms that can live in water? Why are you making such a fuss? That's true. Fatty Chu rubbed his head. Even the ringed silkworm can live in the poisonous miasma, so there's nothing strange about the spirit silkworm that can live in the water. Oh no. Not good. A small humanoid figure came out of the water and shouted. What happened? King, she can't give birth to a king. I've used up all my spiritual energy, and I can't hold on much longer. The little one said anxiously. What? The spirit silkworms in the water and the people on the shore cried out. The spirit silkworms wanted to dive down to take a look, but they were stopped by a force. The queen can't handle so many of you going to see her. A 1-foot-tall little person with a white beard came out of the water. She was the one who stopped everyone just now. Grandpa's son, how is Roly? Very bad. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeves, and those spirit silkworms flew out of the water and landed steadily on the shore. Elder son, Ruoli, she. Third Aunt Du was very worried. Can you let me take a look at her situation? The queen can't move in the water now, and you can't stay in the water for too long. There's nothing you can do if you go down. Elder son said to her, then turned to the other spirit silkworms. Hurry and go to the forest to find anything that can increase your spiritual energy or prolong your life. Go quickly. Sima Yue saw that Third Aunt Du was very anxious. Third Aunt, I'm a pill master, and can stay in the water for a long time. I'll go down and take a look. Elder son and the other spirit silkworms looked over at the same time. Third Aunt Du excitedly grabbed Sima Yue's hand. That's right, you're a pill master, so you might have a way. Elder son, let her go down and take a look at Ruoli. Her. Elder son looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. She's my nephew. Let her take a look, and she might be able to save Ruoli. Third Aunt Du said. Elder son, you don't have any other ideas, right? I want to go too. Little Seven grabbed Sima Yue's hand, emphasizing her presence. Elder son hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Follow me. Elder son returned to the water, and Sima Yue brought Little Seven down. One had eaten the water avoidance pearl, while the other was an unknown species. Anyway, being underwater didn't affect them much. Sima Yue followed Elder son down for a long time. She originally thought that it was just a small lake in the forest, but there was a whole new world below. It was so big that it was strange. Elder son brought them to the bottom of the lake. On a high platform, a huge spirit silkworm lay on it, its abdomen bulging. Because of the difficult birth, its entire body seemed to be weak, floating on the surface of the water. Elder Sunday. Did you get something good? A 1-foot-tall little girl asked. Not yet. This is Sanyang's nephew. He said that he's an alchemist and is here to take a look at the queen. Elder Sun said. Once they heard that it was Sanyang's nephew, everyone's resistance was reduced. They opened up a gap for Sima Yue to take a look at Ruoli. Sima Yue swam over, reaching out her hand to touch the bulging abdomen. Ruoli seemed to sense it, and opened her eyes slightly. Queen, let me check for you. Sima Yue inserted a bit of spirit energy into Ruoli's abdomen. The spirit energy first circled around her abdomen, then circled around her body. How is it? Is there a way? Elder Sun asked anxiously. According to the time of your spirit silkworms, this queen isn't due to give birth yet, right? Why would she give birth in advance? Sima Yue asked. She was hurt by a human, that's why she gave birth in advance. A little person beside Ruoli said. Do you have a way or not? I have a way, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept it. Sima Yue said. What way? Elder Sun asked. Contract. Contract. Hearing Sima Yue's words, everyone present shouted. How is that possible? No, definitely not. Before she could say the reason, the spirit silkworms all raised their objections. How could their queen form a contract with a human and become a human's contracted beast? Sima Yue wasn't in a hurry. She took out a pill and fed it to Ruoli. Seeing that her life force had stopped flowing, she then turned to Elder Sun and the rest and said, You have less than a day to consider this matter. A day? That's right. Sima Yue said, her life force is flowing away, not only because of the birth, but also because of this. She pointed at the bulge, her meaning obvious. Chapter 705. Because of the king's child? Everyone was confused. If this wasn't a difficult labor, then what was it? Seeing her like this, it seemed that she had a different idea from what they were thinking. Which one of you will inject spiritual energy into your king's abdomen? Sima Yue said. I'll do it. A woman volunteered. She injected her spiritual energy into Ruoli's body, but she didn't break the connection with herself. When she felt her spiritual energy being absorbed by the child in her womb, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How is it? Elder Sun asked. All of the spirit energy has been absorbed by the child in my abdomen. The woman said blankly. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They all understood what kind of consequences this would cause. Your Wang Huai's child must be a mutated breed. Although it's not time yet, its vitality is extremely strong. If it grows according to the usual amount of spiritual power, it will be very normal when it's born. However, because your queen was injured by a human, the child in her womb was injured, resulting in premature birth. If it was an ordinary child, it would have been fine, but it was a mutated one. Not only did the injury not harm it, but it also stimulated its desire to live, causing it to unconsciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Most of your king's spiritual energy must have been sucked away by it. Then what do we do? The spirit silkworms cried out. The pill I gave her just now can provide her with spiritual energy, but no matter how much it provides, it's not enough for the child in her womb. Once it's finished, your king's life will come to an end. Sima Yue said. Don't you have a way to make it come out? Yes, cut her belly open and take out the child. But if you do that, your king will die as well. Sima Yue said, her situation was that she couldn't give birth to the child. She wanted to give birth to the child, but she woke up with a start. It couldn't stop automatically. No matter what we do, the final possibility is that 2 lives will be lost. Then what should we do? Everyone panicked. Although the contract will cause your king to lose his freedom, it will ensure the safety of his wife and child. This pill can support your king for half a day. After half a day, if you don't have the power of the contract to heal the mother and son, then this half a day will be the last half a day of their lives. Sima Yue said, you can make your own choice. Go ashore with your king, if you please. If you don't want to, that's your choice. Little 7, let's go up. Sima Yue swam ashore with Little 7. Seeing them come out, Third Aunt Du immediately asked about Ruoli's situation. Sima Yue told them the truth. Only then did everyone realize that the king's condition was so serious. Other than the contract, is there really no other way? Third Aunt Du asked in disbelief. Sima Yue shook her head. This is the last resort. The other methods, no matter what you do, will lead to 2 deaths. But Ruoli won't be willing. Third Aunt Du understood the spirit silkworm and understood Ruoli. It wouldn't be willing to recognize a human as its master. Not necessarily. Sima Yue felt that not Ruoli would be willing. You don't understand Ruoli. She is a proud woman. She will never recognize a human as her master. Third Aunt Du said with certainty. But you forgot that she has another identity now. Sima Yue said. What identity? Little 7 raised her head and asked. Other than being the king of the Spirit Silkworm clan, she is also the mother of an unborn child. Sima Yue said. A woman can do anything for her child, not to mention exchanging it for its life. Is this a choice between freedom and a child? This is too difficult for it. Xiao Wu said. There are always many choices in life. You can't escape just because it's difficult. Also, many times, we can't escape. Sima Yue sighed. Xiao Wu looked at Sima Yue. She still couldn't understand what she was saying because she had never experienced such a situation before. But she felt that what she said made sense. But she couldn't tell where it made sense. If it's possible, I hope that she can choose to live. Third Aunt Du sighed. She felt sad that her friend had to go through such a thing. The spirit silkworms by the shore were silent. They didn't want their king to die, and they didn't want her to become a human's contract beast. And the child in her belly. Their clan rarely encountered a mutated child. If it couldn't live, it would be a pity. Let's wait. Sima Yue found a big tree to sit down after speaking. Little 7 sat beside her and leaned on her, reaching out her hand to play with her hair. Yu. And even if she's willing to contract with a human, there shouldn't be much time left, right? Little 7 asked. Why? She's a sacred beast. Although Zi Qi can tame sacred beasts, he needs to spend a lot of time to completely tame them. This king can't last that long, right? Little 7 tugged on her hair. Since I gave them half a day's time, that means I'm confident. Unless she gives up herself, she can live. Sima Yue caught a fallen leaf and twirled it in her hand. Is there something else that I don't know? There are many things that you don't know. You'll slowly find out later. Everyone anxiously waited on the shore for the spirit silkworm king to make a decision. At the bottom of the lake, Ruoli, who had been weakly pacing back and forth in front of the door, finally woke up. King, you're awake. Her maids happily surrounded her. Why am I still alive? King was in her original form and couldn't move at all. She could feel the spiritual energy in her body flowing towards her abdomen, which made her extremely happy. Child, my child, you're still alive. King, how do you feel now? Still all right. Ruoli said, I remember that before I fainted, my spiritual energy was completely used up. Why is there so much energy in my body now? If I were to give birth now, would I be able to give birth to the child? This elder son hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still brought Sima Yue down for her treatment, as well as her solution. So it's like this. I was wondering why there was spiritual energy. Ruoli lowered her eyes and looked at her huge belly. She could feel the spiritual energy in her body flowing towards her abdomen. It was as if she could feel her own child greeting her in her belly. King, that human said that this pill can only support you for half a day. After half a day, the spiritual energy in your body will be completely absorbed by the child, and you will lose your life. Furthermore, because there will be no nourishment later on, the child will not be able to survive. Elder son said. So you're saying that the contract is the only way? Rolly laid on the stone platform and looked at the flickering water's surface for a long time. Then, she said to the maid beside her, "Bring me up." Chapter 706. Sima Yue was a little surprised when she saw Old Sun and the rest bringing Rolly up. Although she had expected her to come up, she didn't expect her to come up so quickly. It seemed like Rolly cared more about this child than she had imagined. When Third Aunt Du saw Rolly coming up, she hurried over and asked with concern, "Rolly, how are you?" Rolly's body was still weak, but it was better than before. She said weakly, "I'm all right." "Who was it that saved me just now?" "I didn't save you. I just helped you buy some time." Sima Yue stood up and patted the grass off her butt. She walked over and pressed on her bulging belly. It was still hard. "Not bad. Thank you," Rolly said gratefully. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't have woken up this time, and she wouldn't have felt the vitality of the child in her womb again. Can the contract really save me and my child? During the contract, the power of the contract will heal all your injuries. Naturally, it will also stabilize your child. Sima Yue said, "Your child was agitated and felt that its life was in danger. That's why it took the initiative to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. After it recovered, it naturally calmed down. Won't she give birth? It hasn't matured yet. Even if it's born, it won't be good. It's better to go back to the beginning and let it grow steadily in your stomach." Sima Yue said, "The child in your stomach is a mutated breed. It should be of a higher grade than you, so it will take longer to develop. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. You should have a beast tamer master here, right?" Rolly said. "We don't lack beast tamers. But have you thought it through? Once you tame it, you can't go back on your word," Sima Yue said. "For the sake of the child, so what if I lose my freedom?" Rolly said without hesitation. "Because your child is in your womb, the power of the contract will also bind it." Sima Yue pointed out another point. Rolly hesitated for a moment before saying resolutely, "That's still better than not being able to come to this world alive. But I have a request." "Go ahead." Rolly looked at Third Aunt Du and said, "I hope it's with you and me." "Me?" Third Aunt Du was surprised, then shook her head. "I already have a natal contract beast, so I can't contract you. Rolly, I can't let you suffer." "It's okay. I'm only willing to form a contract with you." Rolly said, "Only by forming a contract with you will I be at ease. I believe that with your character, it doesn't matter if it's a life contract or not." Seeing the trust in Rolly's eyes, Third Aunt Du nodded, "Don't worry, I will definitely not treat you as a contracted beast. We're friends, always have been." Sima Yue had always known that Sanyang was a good person, but she didn't expect that she would have such a good relationship with Rolly even though she hadn't been here for long. You may begin," Sanyang said, and then said to Wei Ziqi, "I'll have to trouble you." "Third Madam, it wasn't me." Wei Ziqi waved his hands and said, "It's not you. Aren't you a beast tamer?" "I am a beast tamer, but I'm not as good as you. If you let me do the Spirit Silkworm King, I'm afraid there won't be enough time." Wei Ziqi said. You're a beast tamer. You're a beast tamer. How come I didn't know?" Third Aunt Du and Little Seven looked at Sima Yue in astonishment as they cried out in surprise. Xiao Wu was so shocked that she couldn't speak, only staring blankly at her. You didn't ask me. Sima Yue shrugged, then took out a bed and got people to carry Ruoli onto it. Carry her up here. Old Sun and the others placed Ruoli on the bed, and Sima Yue came to the bedside and placed her hand on its forehead. Using the imperial beast art in her body, she began to tame it. Ruoli didn't have much time, so the taming speed had to be fast. Luckily, its consciousness didn't reject this, so the taming speed was much faster. Half a day later, Ruoli was completely tamed. Third Ant, let's form the contract. Sima Yue retreated to the side. Third Ant Du went forward and placed her hand on Ruoli's forehead. The contract formation quickly wrapped around the two of them, and when the formation dissipated, the two of them had successfully formed the contract. King's aura has stabilized. The spirit silkworms on the shore cheered. Ruoli felt the connection with Ruoli in her body, and also felt the child's condition in her body. She finally relaxed. But before she could say anything, she and Third Ant Du were wrapped up by the formation of a level up. Third Ant Du hadn't leveled up for a long time, and she didn't expect her stagnant cultivation to improve after forming the contract. Ruoli was the same. Not only had her condition stabilized, but she had also leveled up. She also felt that her child seemed to have absorbed a lot of energy, and had grown a little bigger. When the light of level up faded, the spirit silkworms were in an uproar. Their king hadn't leveled up for decades, and they didn't expect it to level up after forming the contract. This was too surprising. The spirit silkworms were born with spiritual energy, and could spit out silk with spiritual energy. This was a blessing from the heavens. But perhaps because of this, their level-up speed was slower than other spirit beasts, and it was harder for them to level up. Ruoli came down from the bed, and bowed to Sima Yue, saying gratefully, "Thank you. You saved me and my child. You are Third Ant's friend. Third Ant will only be happy if you are well." Sima Yue said, "But, you are now Third Ant's contracted beast. You can only follow Third Ant." Then she glanced at the spirit silkworms on the shore. Would these fellows let them leave? King. The spirit silkworms felt uncomfortable when they thought of this problem. King was now their contracted beast, and had to leave with Third Ant. Do what would happen to them. You can choose the next king. Ruoli said. Without the king's bloodline, no one will be convinced to be king. Elder Sun said. But if I want to leave, you can't leave with me. Ruoli said. We will leave with the king. Ruoli's maid said. They had all gone through the lightning tribulation, and turned into human form. Although their bodies were only a foot tall, if they wanted to leave, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. We also want to leave with the king. The spirit silkworms on the shore also called out. Yes, king. Don't leave us behind. Some of the spirit silkworms were already crying. Ruoli was so sad that tears were about to fall. Why are you following me? I will go to a very far place in the future. Are you willing to go with me? Wherever the king is, we will be there. Elder Sun, who had been silent all this while, opened his mouth and said something that Ruoli couldn't reject. King, you are connected to everyone by a contract. If you don't die, the next king won't be able to get this. So, wherever she was, their clan would be there. Chapter 707. Ruoli and the spirit silkworms were silent. With this restriction, they had no way of separating. Third Ant Du and Ruoli were close friends and understood their restrictions. Seeing Ruoli in a difficult position, she said, "Why don't you stay?" "But, I can't be too far away from you." Ruoli said. "You have so many people, they can't leave you." Third Ant Du said, "I'm just afraid that if I leave in the future and something happens, it will affect you." Sanyang, you don't have to be so troubled. Sima Yue understood what they were struggling with. If they don't want to leave their king, then let's leave together. Yuyue, you don't know this, but Ruoli and the others are ice silkworms. They have high requirements for their environment. If they leave this place, they might not be able to find an environment suitable for them. Third Aunt Du said, and we're going to do those things, so we won't stay in one place forever. There are so many of them, it'll be troublesome to move them. Third Madam, this is easy. Sima Yuyue said, when the time comes, we will definitely choose a place to be our sect. When the time comes, we will find a place for them in the sect. If the environment is not suitable, then we will modify it to be suitable. Modification. I remember that third uncle once gave you a strange stone, right? Sima Yuyue asked. Third Aunt Du thought for a moment and took out a small box with a small stone inside. This? Sima Yuyue took it and looked at it. This is it. Third uncle has given it to you for so many years, but you haven't refined it. Third Aunt Du shook her head and said, when the two of us were together in the past, I didn't find this strange. Later. I often used it to reminisce about your third uncle, but I didn't think of refining it. This is just a stone. Can it be refined? Of course, Sima Yuyue said, if I'm not wrong, this stone should be a meson. Meson? What is that? Sima Yuyue asked. In our current world, there are many little realms. You all know this. Sima Yuyue said. Everyone nodded. Didn't they want to stay in the little realm for a year? That time, we entered a big little realm, but not all little realms are that big. There are many small realms that are only as big as a house or a square. Sima Yuyue said, I've read about it in an ancient book. In the past, when the powerful people discovered this kind of small world, they would use their own methods to make it their own. They would refine it and then use all kinds of mesons as a medium to enter. Could it be that this is also a meson that entered the little realm? If I'm not wrong, it should be. Sima Yuyue said. Back then, third uncle vaguely mentioned this, but at that time, I wasn't sensitive to space, so it was only a guess. But now, I'm half sure because I can feel the spatial fluctuations. Really? Master, quickly try and see if this is really a meson. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Although she had never been to the little realm, she had heard about it from her master and knew what kind of place it was. If it was really a small realm, it would be much more convenient for them. Especially now, they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Sanyang, this can only be confirmed after refining it. You should refine it first. Sima Yuyue said. Okay. Sanyang picked up the stone and put the box away. Then, she sat cross-legged on a large rock and began to refine it. She refined it for more than 10 days, and when she opened her eyes again, she already had a trace of connection with the stone. With a thought, she disappeared from the spot. This made Xiao Wu excited and scared, seeing someone disappear for the first time. Where's Master? Looks like I guessed right. She should have gone to the little realm. Sima Yuyue comforted Xiao Wu, don't worry, Sanyang will be out soon. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded, but she was still a little nervous. At this moment, third Aunt Du was standing in a strange place. Seeing a forest that was comparable to the entire dark forest, she couldn't react in time. This is the little realm that Yuyue was talking about. It's amazing, there really is such a space. She looked around in amazement. I'll bring them in to take a look first, then we'll see the situation here later. Thinking of this, the word out flashed through her mind, and she appeared in front of everyone. Master. Xiao Wu saw third Aunt Du come out and quickly ran over to grab her clothes. Master, you just disappeared into thin air. You scared me to death. Sanyang, how was it? Sima Yuyue asked with a smile. It's just as you said. It's a little realm. Third Aunt Du said excitedly, but I haven't seen the situation inside yet. I was afraid that you would be worried, so I came out first. Then let's go in and take a look. Sima Yue said, you just have to think of bringing us in together. Third Andu was so happy that she forgot how Sima Yue knew this. She wanted to bring everyone in, and with a thought, the scenery in front of everyone changed. This is the little realm. It's similar to the outside world. Xiao Wu looked around. It's basically the same, just not in the same space. Kong Sangyi said. This little realm looks a lot bigger than the dark forest. But it's still gray in the distance. Third Ant, you haven't completely refined it, right? Third Andu nodded, saying, I spent such a long time to refine it a little and establish a connection with it. If I want to completely refine it, I'm afraid I'll need a few years. It's not bad to have this. Sima Yue said, it's already so big without completely refining it. When you completely open it later, this little realm will not be small. Roali, what do you think of the environment here? Can you live here? Third Andu asked. Of course. Roali was very excited the moment she came in. We ice silkworms need a place with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is even more abundant than where we're living now. The environment is also similar, so it's much better than here. It's just missing a lake. Isn't that simple? We just have to dig a lake here, then move the water from the lake outside here. Fatty Chu said. This idea is feasible. Fatty, I'll leave this task to you. Sima Yue said. Alright, it's very simple. Fatty Chu took out a hand grenade spirit weapon and threw it far away. After the grenade exploded, a huge hole was formed just like that. He looked at Sima Yue proudly, saying, how is it, this isn't bad right? It's possible, but isn't your place too far from the forest here? Sima Yue asked. It seems so. Fatty Chu looked at the distance, and it was indeed a little far. This lake needs to be in the forest, so, you should slowly dig one. Chapter 708. When Fatty Chu heard Sima Yue's words, he howled in pain. He kept yelling at her for not reminding him earlier and causing him to waste a grenade. Sima Yue ignored his accusatory gaze and turned to Third Andu. Third Ant, since you can open this place, you should be able to control it. Try and see if you can dig a lake here. You can do that. Third Andu was very surprised. Of course you can. This is your space. As long as the Messin is with you, you can do whatever you want. Sima Yue said, if you don't believe me, you can try moving the stone to the other side. Third Andu nodded. She used her mind to think for a moment and really moved the stone to a new position. Master is so amazing. Xiao Wu clapped her hands and looked at Third Andu with admiration. Third Andu tried a few other things and gradually understood how to control this little world. Then, under the shocked gazes of Xiao Wu and Roali, she dug a lake that was about the same size as the one outside. Now we just have to move in the lake water from the outside. Third Andu smiled at Roali after she was done. Emin, I believe that they will definitely like this place. Roali said happily. I also hope that they will like it here, so you don't have to be troubled. Third Andu sighed. Let's bring them in first. The spirit silkworms moved. They brought everything to the little realm. Not even a single strand of silk was left behind. After dealing with the spirit silkworm, Sima Yue and the rest continued to move deeper into the dark forest. They had been delayed here for 10 days, and many of them had already entered the depths of the forest. Yue, won't we be too late when we get there? Third Andu asked. Sima Yue gazed into the depths of the forest and said, so much time has passed. They have already reached the depths of the dark forest, but they have yet to reach the center. If we follow the route that those people took, it will save us a lot of trouble. We should be able to reach the center around the same time as the others. But I don't think it's possible to trick the Sage Pavilion's people. We won't have the chance this time. We'll come again next time. Fatty Chu said. Yes, it's just something that happened along the way. Sima Yue said. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Little Dance asked. We've accepted a mission from the Academy to collect flamingo eggs. Imperial College is a good place. As if remembering something, Third Aunt Du's expression was full of emotion. Chongming led everyone according to the information sent back by the Scarlet Bees. They avoided the ferocious spirit beasts along the way and approached the central area of the forest without experiencing a single battle. We'll reach the central area if we continue forward. We'll be a target if we walk in the air, so we can only move forward on foot, Sima Yue said to everyone. Chongming brought them to the ground, then transformed into his human form and followed them. There were many traces of people walking on the ground. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people walking here. With so many marks, it should be that many people chose to walk in after arriving here. Wei Ziqi guessed. It's too dangerous here, especially when we're flying in the air. We'll become targets for land spirit beasts and humans. Since we're all here for the auspicious beast, we definitely don't want to become the target of others before we reach our destination. There are charred corpses here and the trees have been destroyed. There should have been a battle here not too long ago. It should be. Looking at the size of the pit, the person who fought here was at least at the level of a divine emperor. Then, to be able to fight with the other party and cut down the surrounding trees, it means that this person's level is not too low. I didn't expect that in the end, he would still become a pile of charred bones. Even a divine emperor is dead. The people who came this time are not weak. According to the information obtained by the bees, many powers have sent experts here. There are even a few monarch-ranked. Even monarch-ranked people were attracted by the auspicious beast. Is this auspicious beast so attractive? The potential of the auspicious beast cannot be underestimated. Shimin Feng said, if a sect has an auspicious beast, their status will increase a lot in the future. And even if those experts look down on this auspicious beast cub, as long as the sect says so, they have no choice but to come. That's true. Sima Yue suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong, Yue? Bei Gong Tang was walking side by side with her. Seeing her stop, she asked. The people in front heard the movement and stopped in their tracks to look back at her. Shi Chen and the others are in danger. Sima Yue said lightly. She did not say that she was going to save them. They were recognized. Sima Yuchi guessed. Should be. Sima Yue glanced to the right and continued to walk forward. Let's go. Yue, aren't we going to save them? Fatty Chu asked, puzzled. According to Sima Yue's temperament, if the people she fancied were in danger, she should go and help. Why did it seem like nothing happened? Sima Yue was not worried about those people, they can survive so many years of being hunted down. It means that they are not weak. Since this is the case, this little trouble is not a problem for them. Since they can solve it, why should we go over? Besides, although there are many of them, they are not very strong. If they can't solve this, they are not worthy of our recruitment. We don't keep useless people. Fifth bro is right. If we recruit useless people into our team, they might drag us down. Sima Yuran said. His gaze inadvertently swept past Little Wu. Little Wu lowered her head when she heard this. She secretly thought that she had to follow her master properly. Otherwise, what would she do if they did not want her to follow them? There is an empty space in front. We can go and rest. Sima Yue said as she walked over. A few kilometers away from them, Shi Chen and the 10 brothers were being chased by a group of people. The 10 of them were running rather pathetically, but they did not panic. When they reached an empty space, the 10 of them stopped running and turned around to look at the people who were chasing them. Ah, what is this? Why are the vines moving? They are demonized. The vines are demonized. Quickly cut them down. They can't move. The vines are poisonous. The people who were chasing them shouted in panic. They kept fighting against the vines in the air. Those who were wrapped in the vines gradually lost their senses and became numb. Why are the vines so strange? Ah, it's that person. He's a demon. Dai stood outside the forest. His hands formed a seal and his mouth kept chanting in a language that they did not understand. The ordinary vines grew longer and longer under his control, tying up the other people in the forest. The thorny vines pierced their skin, and those people were suspended in the air, motionless. Chapter 709. Sima Yue, who was resting on the spot, suddenly had her eyes lit up. Her excitement was indescribable. Bei Gong Tang had always been by her side. She could sense the change in Yue's expression. Has something happy happened? She asked. That's right. Sima Yue's smile widened. We got the treasure. We got the treasure. What treasure? Little Seven asked curiously. Good baby. Sima Yue ruffled Little Seven's hair. Hurry up and tell me. Little Seven looked very impatient. Sima Yue told them about Dai Yi's ability to control plants. Everyone was dumbfounded. He should be a wood-type spirit master, right? To be able to use one's own spiritual energy to control the plants in the forest, turning them into weapons to kill people. This is really rare in the past. Sima Yulin said. That's right. At the very least, none of us can do this. Wei Ziqi agreed. It is said that the 10 great evildoers each have their own abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape the pursuit of those people for so long. That's why I said we found a treasure, Sima Yue said. I wonder what the others are capable of. Everyone was even more curious about the 10 of them. No matter what it is, it definitely won't disappoint us. Bei Gong Tang said, it's just that the more capable a person is, the more they don't like to be below others. Furthermore, the 10 great evils are used to being free. It will not be easy to get them to submit willingly. We'll know when the time comes. Sima Yue said, all right, let's go. They're heading this way. It's not the right time for us to meet them. In the forest, Dai Yi waved his hands, and the paralyzed people fell to the ground. The demonized vines gradually returned to their original appearance. Rustle, a thin vine suddenly extended onto a large branch and wrapped around a bee that was lying on top of it. This is that person's bee. Shui Qingyang looked at the struggling bee and asked. It is indeed similar to the bees I saw that day. Shurchen reached out and sucked, and the scarlet bee was caught in his hand. Scarlet bees have been extinct in this continent, but this person has so many. If it's because he is the junior valley master of the divine Devil Valley, there is no news that the valley has such a thing, Yu Si said. No, the second valley lord, Old Man Devil, took out a few years ago, but even if it was him, he would not be so extravagant as to use it as a tool to investigate. Feng Kai said, but this kid, he looks so young, but he has so many scarlet bees. I guess he got the Scarlet Queen bee. Scarlet Queen. How powerful is that? Ni shouted. No matter who he is, he is. If we get the auspicious beast, we would not have any relationship with them, Yes, as long as we find the auspicious beast, third brother's illness will be cured. He was his D.S. father's. And he, Dai Yu. He lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. What do we do with this scarlet bee? Let it go, Feng Kai said. Shurchen thought so too. He opened his hand and the scarlet bee flew away. The scarlet bee flew one round in the air and suddenly flew back, landing on Shi Chen's shoulder. Yo, this little guy is still not leaving. Nie reached out to grab the scarlet bee, but was stopped by Shi Chen. I think this is his idea. Shi Chen said, since it's nothing much, let's just bring it along. This Sima Yue has guts. He's not afraid of our reputation and wants to make a deal with us. Shui Qingyang said. Third brother, are you really going to bring it along? Dai Yi asked. It's okay. This scarlet bee has been following us for a while. Since we only found out now, it means that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Even if we chase this one away, there will be others. Why not just bring it along, Shi Chen said. Feng Zhi didn't say anything. He looked at the people on the ground and his eyes darkened. Let's go. I hope those people don't come looking for us again. Our patience will run out eventually. If they come again, don't blame us for being merciless. That's right. These people always want to kill us. Do they really think that we don't have a temper? Nie said hatefully. Maybe, we really need to clear our names. Shi Chen said faintly. Roar dash, an immature roar suddenly resounded through the forest, and the soaring aura caused everyone in the forest to change their expressions. Big brother, this is the aura of the auspicious beast. Shui Qingyang said excitedly. Seems like the auspicious beast is still here. Let's hurry over. Nie jumped down from the big rock. That's right. We have to hurry over. The others must have heard the roar just now. If we're late, someone might beat us to it. UC said. Let's use the flying beast. Feng Kai called out his flying beast and asked everyone to hurry up. Okay. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by the auspicious beast, nobody would come looking for trouble at this time. Feng Kai's giant eagle took off from the forest. Just as they flew out of the forest, they saw Chongming bringing Sima Yue and flying a few kilometers away from them. It's them. Nie said softly when he saw Sima Yue and the others. I didn't think that they would be so close to us. UC said. We don't have time to care about them now. Lao Air, speed up. Feng Zhi said. We're already at our fastest speed. Feng Kai said. But even if they were the fastest, they could only watch as Sima Yue and the others got further and further away from them. Sima Yue was stunned when she heard the auspicious beast's roar. Because she felt a familiar aura from the auspicious beast. She was puzzled. She let Chongming transform into his original form and brought everyone over. Yue, our feelings weren't wrong, right? That was really. Bei Gong Tang looked worriedly and anxiously at the heart of the forest. Sima Yue's expression was solemn. If it's just one feeling, it might be an illusion. If we all feel the same, then it's not an illusion. If it's true, whether it's true or not, we'll know when we get there. Sima Yue said, there's no use in worrying now. The sky above the forest was filled with people. Those who chose to walk flew up. Everyone wanted to rush to the heart of the forest as soon as possible to see what kind of auspicious beast it was. Sima Yue and the others flew for half a day before they finally reached the heart of the forest. It was the Scarlet Flame Lake that was marked on the map. When they arrived, there were already many people standing by the lake. Seeing Nalan Lan on the shore, Sima Yue let everyone wear the human skin masks that Fatty Chu made for everyone. Chapter 710. The Scarlet Flame Lake was the largest lake in the dark forest. It was named the Scarlet Flame Lake because its water was boiling hot all year round. According to the information given by the Xianyuan Pavilion, the temperature of the lake water was very high. It contained rich fire and water attribute spiritual power. The water also contained a lot of minerals. Soaking here for a long time could achieve the effect of body refining. However, because there were many sacred beasts around, and many of them lived in groups, humans usually did not dare to come here. Thus, even though they knew that there was such a good place here, no one dared to use it. At this time, the lake was covered by a thick fog, and the people outside couldn't see the scenery inside. Before Sima Yuyue and the people from the Sage Pavilion noticed this, they kept the Chongming and flew towards the shore with Bei Gong Tang and the others. We can't fly over there. The entire lake is covered by a barrier. Those who came later couldn't reach the lake, so they could only land by the lake. It was no wonder that the people who came first could only stand by the shore and did not fly to the center of the lake. Not long after Sima Yuyue and the rest landed, Shi Chen and his brothers arrived. Like everyone else, they were also blocked outside by the barrier. This barrier. Nie reached out to touch the barrier and said with certainty, "This is not a natural barrier, nor was it set up by a spirit beast. It was set up by a human using a formation. Array formation." Shi Chen flew into the air to take a look and said, "Indeed, there's a huge defensive array this time. I wonder who it is that can actually set up such a formation. With this, we won't be able to enter for a while." Nie said. "What's the hurry? If we can't get in, no one else can either." Feng Kai wasn't in a hurry. Since everyone couldn't enter, there wouldn't be a problem of who would enter first. On the other side, Sima Yu and Sima Yulin came to the same conclusion. The person who set up this array is very powerful. The defensive array was turned into a barrier. This is much better than an ordinary defensive array. Sima Yulin sighed, "Normal arrays can be broken, but this is a spirit array. If you want to break the array, you have to break the spirit array first. If this is really a defensive array set up by someone, doesn't that mean that this place has already been taken by someone else?" Wei Ziqi said. "Yes." Sima Yulin said confidently, "Furthermore, the person who set up the array is currently inside the array. However, the fog rising from the lake blocked our view. Because this formation can only be activated from inside. Inside. The auspicious beast is also inside. Doesn't that mean that person is protecting that auspicious beast?" Fatty Chu cried out. When the surrounding people heard their words, their faces did not look too good. They thought that they had come early. They did not expect that someone had already obtained the auspicious beast. Roar! A painful roar came from the center of the lake. When the people on the shore heard it, their eyes became even more fiery. So what if someone else obtained it? As long as there was no contract, they still had hope. This aura is getting purer each time. This auspicious beast is evolving. A middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. His eyes, which were originally uninterested, were now glowing. He was curious about the auspicious beast. It's evolving. I wonder what kind of bloodline it will become in the future. This barrier is used to protect him, right? I heard that the auspicious beast will be very weak when it evolves. The person inside predicted that the evolution of the auspicious beast would attract many people, so he set up this barrier. No matter what, the auspicious beast and the person can't stay inside forever. As long as they come out, we have the confidence to take it. Nalan Lan's senior brother said. Nalan Lan saw more and more people and frowned. She said worriedly, there are more and more people. Have the reinforcements arrived? Marshal uncle won't not come, right? Junior sister, don't worry. The people behind have already entered the dark forest for a few days. They should be here soon. Ma Lin said, Marshal uncle said that he would come after finding 2 people. When the time comes, he will directly cut through the void and come here. It won't delay things. Marshal uncle always has a sense of propriety when doing things. I have only seen Marshal uncle a few times. Naturally, I don't know him as well as you. Nalan Lan said, since you say there's no problem, then it's fine. Suddenly, the space was opened, and a short, dark-skinned, bald man walked out with a few beautiful women in black. One mountain sect's ancestor is here. Ma Lin saw that dark bald man and his face sank. What kind of sect is this one mountain sect? A first-rate sect. Senior brother seems to be afraid of them. Nalan Lan had only been here for a few years. She didn't know all the losses. This one mountain sect isn't a first-rate sect, but they are very strange. They aren't strong, but they can stand tall in the central regions. This one mountain sect's ancestor is a weirdo. He often does some unusual things. His temper is strange. He likes beautiful women when he sees them, but hates people who are taller and more handsome than him. Ma Lin said, Master was so outstanding and elegant that he was jealous of him. The two of them even fought a few times. That's how the grudge was formed. If we let him know that we are Master's disciples, I'm afraid he will take his anger out on us. He can cut through the void and come here. His strength isn't low, right? I wonder who is stronger between him and Martial Uncle. Nalan Lan said. Naturally, Martial Uncle is stronger. However, this guy has many tricks up his sleeves. His battle strength is average, but he is still alive. Ma Lin didn't like this ugly bald man. He didn't even want to look at him. Sima Yue, who had been paying attention to the situation, took a second look at this dark bald man after hearing Ma Lin's words. She realized that he was indeed very ugly. However, the few black-clothed women behind him were very beautiful. It was just that they were all cold as ice. They looked at everyone as if they owed them millions of dollars. This was simply a combination of beauties and beasts. The dark bald man stood in midair and looked at the densely packed people on the shore. His thick lips parted. Oh, I didn't think that there would be so many people here. Beauties, let me take a look. Which powers have come? Sage Pavilion. Kong Valley. 10 Great Evils. The few beauties said one sentence after another. Very quickly, they said the names of the tens of powers that had come here. Sima Yue followed the second beauty's gaze when she said Kong Valley. Indeed, she saw a few Kong Valley disciples. She turned her head and looked at Kong Sangyi with a questioning look. They are the disciples who followed us to take revenge. At that time, they came here with us. However, I didn't like them following us, so I let them move on their own. I didn't think that these guys would sneak here. Kong Sangyi said. Sima Yue leaned over to her ear and whispered, Xiang Yi, send them a message later. Tell them to leave and not get involved in the matters here. If possible, they should leave as soon as possible. Chapter 711. The following is provided for you, 711. Please enjoy. Kong Sangyi had some doubts, but still nodded and said, I'll pass the message to them. Sima Yue was very satisfied with Kong Sangyi's unconditional trust. She would never cheat her, but if she doubted her, it would mean that she did not trust her. After being together for so long, if they did not reach this level, then there was no need for them to interact anymore. Kong Sangyi left after speaking. She seemed to be walking around casually, but intentionally or unintentionally, she came to the Kong Valley. She was wearing a human skin mask, so the Kong Valley people did not recognize her immediately. She came to the side of a man in white and called out softly, Senior. Lu Xinqiu was talking to the Kong Valley people about one mountain sect when he suddenly heard Kong Sangyi's voice. He was shocked. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he signaled the disciples beside him to block the surroundings. Junior, why are you here? Lu Xinqiu asked. I came with Feng and the rest. Kong Sangyi said, we are all wearing human skin masks, so most people will not notice me. Why are you here? I came to tell you that the Kong Valley should not get involved in this matter. Try to leave as soon as possible, but don't attract too much attention. Kong Sangyi said. Leave. Lu Shincho was a little surprised. Junior, didn't you always say that you wanted an auspicious beast? This is such a good opportunity. Yu Yue must have her reasons for leaving. She has always seen things accurately. She will not harm you. Kong Xiangyi said, although she hasn't told me why, I'm guessing that she knows what's inside, or that she's doing something that will affect others. She does not want you to be implicated, so she asked you to leave. Junior, you trust her that much? Lu Shincho was a little doubtful. Kong Sangyi nodded and said, I trust her. So find an excuse to leave later. Even if you don't leave, you have to leave this place. You can only watch from a safe place far away. But, senior brother, this is an order. Kong Sangyi's attitude was firm. Seeing her like this, LV Shincho sighed and said, all right then, I'll leave with my brothers. But we will not leave, we will only retreat to the back. We must ensure your safety. Up to you. Kong Sangyi said, don't make it too obvious. All right, I'm going back. Kong Sangyi pretended to be squeezed out. She did not go back immediately. Instead, she walked around other places and listened to other people talk before she went back. As soon as she left, LV Shincho passed down the order to leave. More and more people squeezed over. They retreated bit by bit in the crowd. Without anyone noticing, they retreated to the back of the crowd. Kong Sangyi went back to Sima Yue and asked, Yue, why did you ask them to leave? Sima Yue felt that the aura was getting fainter and fainter. She was very worried. Seeing Kong Sangyi come back, she said, not only they have to leave, you guys have to leave too. I'll stay here. You alone. That's too dangerous. Kong Sangyi disagreed. We didn't plan to snatch the auspicious beast, did we? Sima Yue said, I felt a familiar aura from the auspicious beast, that's why I came here. But you see, now there are more and more people coming. The scene will be very chaotic. It's better to leave. In that case, you can leave with us. Kong Sangyi said. I want to confirm if it's what I think it is. Sima Yue said, don't worry, it's better for me to fish in troubled waters alone. You guys should leave while it's still early. Feng take care of Sanyang and Xiao Wu. Don't let them get hurt in the chaos. Yes. Shimin Feng replied. Yue, leave with us. Sanyang Du was worried about Sima Yue staying here alone. Sanyang, if I didn't guess wrongly, the people inside are very important to me. I can't leave. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Sanyang, don't you know her temperament? Let's go. Shimin Feng finished speaking and led everyone to retreat. Yue. Bei Gong Tang grabbed Sima Yue's hand. If it's really him, I will definitely keep him safe. Sima Yue said, if something happens later, you guys can't panic. Just leave this place. Okay. I'll go with you. Little Seven held Sima Yue's hand and didn't want to leave. Little Seven, I know you're very powerful, but I have something to do later. I might not be able to take care of you. Be good and leave with them. Sima Yue persuaded. I don't want to. Little Seven still didn't agree. You're not going to listen to me. Sima Yue purposely pulled a long face. What do you want to do? I can help you. I'm very powerful. Little Seven looked at Sima Yue stubbornly. Little Seven, have you forgotten our agreement? If you follow me, you have to listen to me. I'm not sure if things are what I think. If they aren't, I'll leave later. If they are, it will hinder me from doing things if there are people around me. Little Seven, you don't want me to get hurt, right? Sima Yue squatted down and coaxed her like a child. I want to be with you. Little Seven insisted, if you don't want to be with me, then I'll just stand somewhere else. She didn't want to leave. Her instincts told her that something big would happen here. And she would most likely undergo her next evolution. So, she couldn't leave. She had to wait here for her destiny. Sima Yue saw that she was so insistent and guessed that there must be a reason that she didn't know. All right then. Stay by my side. If there's any danger, you have to listen to me. She wiped the tears from the corner of Little Seven's eyes. Little Seven nodded. She hugged Sima Yue's neck and kissed her forehead. Sima Yue kissed Little Seven's face before standing up. She said to Bei Gong Tang and the others, since Little Seven doesn't want to leave, then you guys can leave. Bei Gong Tang and the others nodded and turned to leave. Their original position was quickly taken over by others. Sima Yue held Little Seven's hand and came to Shi Chen's side. Although Shi Chen and the others didn't see them wearing the human skin mask, they could still recognize her from her clothes. Thank you for showing mercy. Sima Yue saw the scarlet bee on Shi Chen's shoulder and smiled. You can return it to me now. Shi Chen caught the scarlet bee and passed it to Sima Yue. Leave it with you guys. I'm too lazy to send a second one. I'm not here to talk to you guys about this. Sima Yue said. Then why are you looking for us? Feng Kai asked. I want you guys to leave. Sima Yue directly stated her purpose. I love my family's academy, actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 712. The following is provided for you, 712. Please enjoy. Shi Chen didn't have much of a reaction to Sima Yue's words, but Nine and the rest were unhappy. What do you mean? Why are you asking us to leave? Are you afraid that we'll get the auspicious beast and cure third bro's illness, so you won't have the capital to trade with them? Nine said angrily. Sima Yue looked at Scarlet Lake and said faintly, there's nothing you want here, so there's no point in you staying. It's for your own good that I'm asking you to leave. As for the purpose of your words, you can think whatever you want. With that, she held Little Seven's hand and left. The brothers were baffled by her behavior. Big bro, second bro, what do you think? Shi Chen asked. The people around her are gone. Feng Kai said. Didn't they wear human skin masks? Maybe they've become people we don't know. Shui Qingyang guessed. We followed them all the way here, did you see them change their clothes? Shi Chen asked. Shui Qingyang shook his head. Although they were quite far from Sima Yue, they didn't see them change their clothes, which meant that they weren't here. Since they've left, why did she stay? And she even brought a child with her. Kong Ren didn't understand. That's not an ordinary child. Feng Ji said, I didn't feel any spiritual energy waves from her body. But she didn't have the aura of an ordinary person. Could it be a transformed spirit beast? No, there's no aura of a spirit beast. Feng Ji shook his head. Then should we pretend that we didn't hear what she said just now? This is third bro's hope for survival, we can't leave just because of her words. Feng Ji said, but since she sent the people around her away, it means that something might happen here. We just have to be careful. The few of you have to be careful later, don't leave alone. Yes, big bro, tens of meters away from them, Sima Yue held Little Seven's hand and walked to the side of the lake, stretching out her hand to touch the enchantment. Little Seven heard Feng Ji's words and pouted, you told them with good intentions, but they didn't appreciate it, they still don't want to leave. They have their own plans. We can't force them. Sima Yue said, besides, they've already realized that there's danger here. They don't want to leave because they think that this is Shi Chen's hope to survive. Even if it was dangerous, they had to try their best. Don't you think that their relationship is actually very precious? Is it that difficult? If it was you guys would be the same. Little Seven said. It's precisely because I'll make the same choice that I can understand their feelings. That's why I admire them even more, Sima Yue said. If I was in danger, would you do this for me? Little Seven raised her head and asked. Of course. Sima Yue held her right hand and pinched her nose with her left hand. When Little Seven heard the answer she wanted, she smiled happily. In the latter half of the day, more and more people came to this place. Many of them directly cut through the void and came here. They were all temporarily sent here after receiving reports from their own disciples. Sima Yue saw more and more reports. Her eyebrows furrowed more and more, and her aura became colder and colder. Not only was she getting more and more anxious, but Feng Kai and the others were also getting more and more anxious. The stronger the people who came, the less chance they had. Also, a few of their former enemies came. The other party had already discovered them. It's just that their attention was now on the auspicious beast and they hadn't dealt with them yet. They were afraid that when this matter was over, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being hunted down. Let's leave. Shi Chen said. Third brother. Let's go. Shi Chen turned around and left after speaking. Many people left like them. It didn't look very unusual now. Feng Kai and the others also knew that it would be very dangerous to continue staying here. The hope of the auspicious beast was too slim. It would be fine if there weren't so many big forces and clans. In the end, many forces sent people here one after another. They had no way to contend with them now. They came to the mountain in the distance. This mountain happened to be the mountain where Sima Yulin and the others were. They could see the scene clearly from here. They left early and occupied a better place. Some people left later and occupied the mountain like them to observe the situation, but it wasn't as good as their position. I told you to leave long ago. You didn't listen to her, right? Fortunately, our position here is good. Otherwise, you won't be able to see a good show. Fatty Chu ridiculed. Feng Kai and the others landed on the mountain. When they saw the calm people, they asked, "Aren't you worried about her?" "What's there to worry about? Yu is powerful." Fatty Chu said, "It's a good thing that you guys finally understood. If you had stubbornly guarded that place, not to mention anything else, those powerhouses wouldn't have let you guys get it. Taking a step back, even if you got it later, can you hold on in the face of so many people? This scene is really unexpected." UC said. "Then you're not worried about her? Leaving her and a little doll there. Yu is powerful. We'll drag her down if we stay there. Since you're all here, if you want to stay and see the situation, then stay." Sima Yuchi said. "Thank you." Fengji cupped his hands towards them and waited at the side with his brothers. Roar. In this half-day, the roars of beasts from the spirit barrier became more and more frequent. It made the faces of those who stayed blossom. Judging from the roar, the auspicious beast doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Someone said. Could it be that its evolution is in danger? Someone guessed. It better not die. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Sima Yu heard the discussion of the people beside her and heard the roar of endless pain. She couldn't bear it and called out Little Roar. The moment he came out, she merged with him successfully. Let's go. Sima Yu carried Little Seven and flew towards the center of the lake. When she encountered the spirit barrier shook gently and let her in. Someone actually went in. That's incredible. Isn't there a spirit barrier? How did she get in? Yeah, could it be that this spirit barrier is useless? It can't be. I'm guessing she must have some treasure on her. That's not for sure. Someone agreed. But whether it's useful or not, won't we know once we try? Yeah, let's try. Many people thought so. So for a moment, whether they were in the air or on land, they all flew towards the lake. What surprised everyone was that except for Sima Yu, many people who followed behind, regardless of their strength, were all blocked outside the spirit barrier. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. Chapter 7:13. When Sima Yue and Little Seven entered the enchantment, an old man on the island in the middle of the lake suddenly opened his eyes and leaped away. In front of the island, there was a figure soaking in the water. Only a small head was exposed. From the outside, it looks like there is a lot of fog. I didn't expect there to be nothing inside. Little Seven said. That smoke was originally produced by the array formation. It was used to block the view of the outside world. Otherwise, how could a normal mist block a person's divine sense? Sima Yue said. Oh. Little Seven nodded in understanding. Yu, why do I feel that this array formation is a little familiar? Have you seen this array before? Sima Yue was doubtful, but she was not surprised. Of course you find it familiar. An old man appeared in front of the two of them and looked at them coldly. When Little Seven heard this voice, she subconsciously jumped up and hid behind Sima Yu with a whoosh. She cried out, You, why are you here? She knew it. Why did this formation feel so familiar? Wasn't this the formation that had trapped her main body for so long? I also want to ask, why are you here? Why did he run out? How did old Yuan manage you? Fan Lei waited for Little Seven. He promised me. Little Seven shouted at Fan Lei. Is this Vice President Fan? Sima Yue bowed to Fan Lei. Who are you? Fan Lei looked at Sima Yue. He sensed that the two of them had come in, so he came over. He thought that if they came in with ill intentions, he would deal with them first. He didn't expect to see Little Seven with her. I'm a student from the inner courtyard. My teacher is Su Jin. Sima Yue said, also, I'm Little Two's relative. Fan Lei's eyes narrowed. Are you Sima Yue? Director Fan knows me. Sima Yue was slightly surprised. Little Two said so. The vice president flicked his sleeves. Since you're here, come over. Vice President, how is Little Two now? Sima Yue asked. The situation isn't very good. Fan Lei said. Sima Yue felt that Principal Fan was colder than other principals. He didn't talk much and his voice was cold. Before they reached the center of the lake, Sima Yue saw Little Two in the shallow water with a pained expression. After not seeing him for a few years, Little Two had changed a lot. His original 7 or 8 years old appearance had turned into a teenager. His facial features had matured, but he still had some childishness. His face was a little pale, and his brows were tightly furrowed. It seemed like he was enduring intense pain. Director Fan, have you been here for the past 2 years? Sima Yue asked. Yes, he has been soaking in this water for 2 years. Dean Fan had accompanied Little Two day and night for the past 2 years. Seeing his forbearance and strength, he liked him very much. When he talked about him, his tone softened a lot. Oh, Little Two's closed eyes suddenly opened, and his black pupils turned golden. He raised his head and roared, releasing the aura of an auspicious beast without reservation. This was the aura he had sensed from the outside. It was this aura that she and Bei Gong felt was Little Two's aura, which was why they suspected he was here. They didn't expect it to really be him. Little Two's facial features became distorted from the pain. Large beads of sweat fell into the lake, splashing up little ripples. His body had changed a lot in the ripples. Sima Yue saw little two like this and felt distressed, saying, does he feel so uncomfortable every time he changes? Since his bloodline has already awakened, the human bloodline in his body has been nibbled away. Now his changes are based on his strength. Every time his strength increases, his appearance will change. However, because of the restrictions on his body, he still needs some time to complete the transformation. There had been news of him since 2 years ago. Didn't that mean he had endured for 2 years? The most dangerous stage has passed, and he is about to complete the transformation. The danger now is not this, but the people outside. Fan Lei saw the densely packed people on the shore and felt a headache. Little two had endured the transformation this time. His golden pupils turned back to black, and he regained his clarity. Seeing Sima Yue standing on the shore, a big smile appeared on his pale face. Brother, why are you here? I came here by accident and didn't expect to meet you. Everyone was worried about you before. It's good to see you safe. Sima Yue said with a smile. Brother, wait for me to go out. I can always be with you guys. Little two said happily. Yes, we will wait for you. Bei Gong and the rest are still waiting for us outside. You will see them when you go out. Sima Yue nodded and smiled. Okay. Little two's consciousness was swallowed by the changes in his body. His pupils turned golden again, and his body started to change slightly. He looks like he is in pain. Little Seven saw Little Two like this and felt much worse than when she was evolving. Yes. Even though Fan Lei had seen it many times, he still couldn't bear to see him like this. He transmitted to Little Seven, you can help him. I can help him. Little Seven blinked her eyes. Just a little bit of essence will do. Fan Lei said, I wanted to ask old Mao to get some, but he said you were not in school. How about a little bit? Little Seven retracted her hand and said unwillingly, it will hurt. It's not like you haven't been in pain before. Fan Lei said, when we go back, I will ask old Yuan to give you something nice to eat. Little Seven was a little Yue. Seeing Sima Yue looking at her worriedly, she said unwillingly, okay then. Just a little bit. A little bit will do. Go. Little Seven let go of Sima Yue's hand and walked towards the water. Sima Yue didn't know about their conversation. Seeing that Little Seven was about to go over, she grabbed her and asked, Little Seven, what are you doing? I am going over to take a look. Little Seven said. Little Two might be in danger if you go near him. Don't go over. Sima Yue said. It's okay. Little Seven said, he is in pain. I will go and help him. After speaking, she continued to walk forward. At the same time, her body emitted a faint fragrance. Little Two, who was in pain, felt better after smelling this fragrance. Little Seven walked to Little Two's side and bit her finger. She put it into Little Two's mouth and said, don't bite me. Just suck my blood. Little Two found the source of his comfort and sucked on Little Seven's finger. The fragrance spread in the surroundings. Sima Yue thought about the time when she advanced in her sleep. When she woke up, this was the smell in her mouth. It was Little Seven who helped her. It was one thing to guess it, but it was another to see it with one's own eyes. Little Seven let Little Two drink her blood for a while before retracting her hand. When she retracted her hand, she accidentally touched Little Two's tongue. She felt itchy and glared at him. However, she didn't expect to meet a pair of bright eyes. Chapter 7:14. Little Two only recovered his clarity for a moment before he went berserk again. Little Seven returned to the shore and took out 2 of the pills that Sima Yue had made for her. Little Seven, thank you. Sima Yue touched her head and said gratefully. I did it for you. Little Seven said, otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. No matter what, thank you. Sima Yue said. Fan Lei glanced at Sima Yue. He knew what little Seven was like back in the academy. He never thought that she would be so close to someone. There are more and more people outside. Fan Lei furrowed his brows as he looked at the people who kept coming through the void. He was worried about what would happen next. From the outside, it was a thick fog, but from the inside, it was very clear. Sima Yue saw that the sky and the ground were filled with people. They were completely surrounded. Dean Fan, can you cut through the void and open a spatial passage? Fan Lei shook his head and said, someone just sealed off the entire lake and the space above it. Didn't you notice that the people who came later didn't come from above the lake? Then can you break the seal? At least half an hour, Fan Lei said. But I don't think the people outside will give us that much time. Although this spirit formation has isolated the people outside, it has also isolated the space here. If you want to open a spatial tunnel or use a teleportation array, you will have to undo this formation. Sima Yue said, but once we break the formation, I'm afraid those people won't give us half an hour to break the formation. Fan Lei finally looked her in the eye. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with formations. Aren't you Su Jin's student? Not an alchemist. I know a little about alchemy and formations. Sima Yue said. To be able to enter Su Jin's eyes, it must not be a simple matter. Since you understand the characteristics of this array formation, you should also be proficient in array formations. Su Jin has taken in a good student. Thank you for your compliment, Dean Fan, Sima Yue replied. Old Fan, how are we going to leave? Seven saw the people outside and asked. I don't know either. Fan Lei said. How could you not know? Little Seven didn't believe him. You've always looked dull, but you're full of ideas. Don't try to fool us. Sima Yue looked at Little Seven and then at Fan Lei. She felt that her relationship with the principals was very subtle. Fan Lei still shook his head and said, there's really no other way this time. I didn't think that so many people would come, much less someone like the One Mountain Sex Patriarch. Moreover, there were quite a few of them at this level. They sealed the space because they were afraid that we would directly tear through the void and leave or use a temporary teleportation array. Then what should we do? Seven asked. I've already sent a message to Old Yuan and the others. Now, we can only hope that this teleportation array can be delayed until they arrive. Fan Lei said. What if we can't? We have to drag it out even if we can't. Fan Lei said. Dean Fan, how long until Little Two completes his evolution? It shouldn't be long. Looking at him just now, there should be 1 or 2 more times. Fan Lei said. Boom, suddenly, a wave of spirit energy hit the barrier, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Those people are attacking the barrier. Seven roared. Maybe it's because more and more people are coming. Those people are getting anxious. Sima Yue said. Those people are starting to attack the barrier. This is troublesome. Fan Lei said. What, your barrier is so useless that it can't block those people's attacks? Seven asked. This barrier can't be broken in a short while, but they started attacking so early. I'm afraid this barrier won't be able to last until Little Two completes his evolution. Fan Lei said. Boom, boom, waves of spirit energy hit the barrier, causing the surroundings to shake. Those people are attacking together. Sima Yue's expression changed. Fan Lei looked at the people attacking in the air and was very angry. These are all Patriarch-level people. They actually joined forces to attack us. How despicable. The One Mountain Sex Patriarch doesn't look like much, but his strength is not bad. Sima Yue looked at the black baldy in the air and said. I didn't think that Jia Hongguang would also come. Fan Lei looked at the person opposite the Black Baldy and said, "Who is Jia Hongguang?" "A vice pavilion master of a sage pavilion." Fan Lei said, "This person's actions are ruthless. He's very different from the sage pavilion's righteous style." His words were very skillful. The sage pavilion's righteous style showed that they were not righteous in the dark. "Jia Hongguang, where's your dead senior brother?" The Black Baldy looked unhappy when he saw Jia Hongguang. The attack that was going to hit the barrier changed direction and attacked Jia Hongguang. Jia Hongguang had just arrived and had not asked about the situation here before the Black Baldy's attack came. However, his reaction was very fast. He quickly condensed spirit energy and dissolved the Black Baldy's attack. "Black Baldy, you're still as ugly as ever." Jia Hongguang glanced at the Black Baldy in disgust and landed gracefully beside Nalanlan and the others. "Master's uncles." Ma Lin and Nalanlan bowed to Jia Hongguang. "How's the situation?" Jia Hongguang asked. "The auspicious beast's aura is getting thicker and thicker. I think the auspicious beast is still evolving." Ma Lin said. "Two people went in before. The others wanted to go in, but they were blocked outside." "Two people went in." Jia Hongguang's gaze darkened. "Which sect are they from?" "They're not from any other sect. No one knows them." Ma Lin felt guilty when Jia Hongguang glared at him. Jia Hongguang's expression became even more gloomy. He stared at Ma Lin until he broke out in cold sweat. Nalanlan saw Ma Lin's frightened look and stepped forward, saying, "Master's uncle, now is not the time to investigate who went in. The auspicious beast's aura is getting thicker and thicker. We should think of a way to go in now. If we let others beat us to it and snatch the auspicious beast, it won't be good." Jia Hongguang glanced at Nalanlan and retracted some of the hostility on his body. "You're right. We can't let those ugly people get the auspicious beast. My two friends, come with me to break this enchantment." The Black Baldy heard Jia Hongguang's words and was so angry that he stomped his feet and roared, "Jia Hongguang, what are you saying? Sect Master, now is not the time to quarrel with them. The auspicious beast is more important." A cold beauty advised. You guys come with me to break this enchantment. We can't fall behind the Sage Pavilion." "Yes, Sect Master." Jia Hongguang and the two people who came with him, the Black Baldy brought his group of beauties, and the others who stopped because of the change just now, all looked at the enchantment. Chapter 7:15. Sima Yue saw that these people seemed to be planning to attack the enchantment together, and she was worried that the enchantment would not be able to withstand it. "With so many people attacking at once, old fan, your array won't be able to take it, right?" Little Seven said. "Do you want me to go out and help you send them flying?" "As long as you don't cause me any trouble," Fan Lei said. "You stay here and look after Little Tuesday. I'll go out and buy some time." Sima Yue didn't think it would be useful for Fan Lei to go out, but Little Two hadn't finished evolving yet. It wouldn't be good if he was interrupted at this time. She nodded and said, "Be careful, Principal Fan. If you can't hold on any longer, come back here. This formation can still hold on for a while." "I understand." After Dean Fan finished speaking, he leaped through the enchantment and arrived outside. Just as those people were about to attack, they suddenly saw a person pass through the barrier and stop above it. Oh, the person hiding in the barrier has appeared. The condensed spiritual energy in Black Baldy's hand did not dissipate. "Who are you? You actually dare to seize the auspicious beast? There are no auspicious beasts here. Leave quickly." Fan Lei put his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd. "Since when did the people of the Heavenly Sect monopolize the auspicious beast? Since you dared to do it, then you should have the courage to admit it. Otherwise, how will the Academy teach its students in the future?" Jia Hongguang recognized Fan Lei and mocked him. My heavenly sect has always been open and above board. Since I said there are no auspicious beasts here, then naturally there are none. Fan Lei said, this is only a student of our academy who is recuperating here. He cannot be disturbed. Everyone, please do us a favor. TSK, just because you say there are no auspicious beasts, there are no auspicious beasts. A bearded man howled, everyone can feel the aura of this auspicious beast. Do you think everyone is a fool? Yeah. If there really isn't an auspicious beast, open this barrier and let everyone see if there really isn't one inside. If only the student you mentioned is recuperating inside, then we naturally won't disturb him, someone said. That's right. This is a good idea. Black Baldy smiled and said, you, open this barrier. When we see the situation inside, we naturally won't make things difficult for the heavenly sect. Fan Lei's face was calm. Although Little Two used to have human blood, his blood had awakened. Recently, he had devoured all of his human blood and had become a spirit beast. If these people saw him, how could they not be tempted? Why, you don't want to. Jia Hongguang said, did we hit the nail on the head? As I said, there are no auspicious beasts here. If I open the enchantment now, what if one of you accidentally injures my student? Fan Lei said, if you want to see, wait until his injuries are completely healed. No. Jia Hongguang said, either you open it, or we open it ourselves. You choose. Jia Hongguang, do you want to go against my Sky Heaven school? Fan Lei shouted. It's not that my Sage Pavilion wants to go against the heavenly sect, but that your heavenly sect wants to go against all of us. Jia Hongguang said. That's right. Someone echoed. We all felt the aura of the auspicious beast, but you said there was no auspicious beast here. For the sake of the Sky Heaven school, we gave you a chance to prove to everyone that there was no one inside. This way, we would give up and not make things difficult for you. But you don't want to. What does this mean? It means that you have a guilty conscience. You don't dare to let everyone see the situation inside because it's not just a student healing like you said. Jia Hongguang continued, tell me, if this isn't you going against everyone, then what is it? Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just go ahead. Black Baldy shouted. Others were afraid of the Sky Heaven school, but he, Black Baldy, was not. He had previously bragged to others that he would catch an auspicious beast to take back as a gatekeeper. If he didn't bring the auspicious beast back today, where would he put his face? Everyone, since the people of the Sky Heaven school don't know how to appreciate favors, we don't have to give them face. No matter who this auspicious beast belongs to in the end, we have to open this enchantment reasonably. How about it? Okay. If this enchantment doesn't open, no one can get the auspicious beast. That's right. Let's work together to break this enchantment. Okay. Everyone present agreed. They had just attacked this enchantment for a while, but it didn't have any effect. If everyone attacked together, this enchantment would definitely not be able to withstand it. They had to break the enchantment to be able to do the following. Suddenly, a group of flying beasts flew over. Xixing, it's so lively here. Tuoba Wuqin stood on the leading flying beast and smiled at the people around him. Well, there are a lot of people. Feng Xixing glanced over and didn't have much interest. Tuoba family and Feng family. Why are they here? Tuoba Wuqin and Feng Xixing have been missing for many years. Why are they out now? They came back more than 2 years ago. Don't you know? I heard that they were cheated by a family. If it wasn't because that family was still resisting the devil race in the bloody passage, I'm afraid they would have been gone long ago. Someone whispered. If the Tuoba family and Feng family are involved, then isn't it even more hopeless for us? That's not necessarily true. There are more and more people from these big powers. the more likely we are to fish in troubled waters. But I heard that the Feng family and Sage Pavilion are not on good terms. I don't know if they will fight this time. Maybe they really will. That Jia Hongguang is stronger than Feng Zhixing, but the people from the Feng family are not to be trifled with. Let's wait for a good show. Jia Hongguang's expression darkened when he saw Feng Zhixing. In these 2 years, they had interacted a lot, but even if he was stronger than him, he couldn't gain an advantage every time they fought. This array master's battle power was too strong. Sima Yuyue was a little excited when she saw Feng Zhixing. She hadn't seen him for a long time. But wasn't he in the middle region? Why was he here? She didn't know if he was here for Little Tuesday. The Feng family and Tuoba family were big clans in the middle region. The guards who came with them were not ordinary people. As long as she recognized them, based on their friendship, it was very possible for them not to participate in this matter. They might even help her deal with these people. But she looked at the people around her and didn't go out immediately. Zhixing, I heard that there is an auspicious beast here. Do you think we should also get involved? Tuoba Wuchen saw the people whose expressions gradually changed and smiled a little obnoxiously. Feng Zhixing looked at the people by the lake one by one. He didn't see the person he wanted to see and frowned slightly. Not interested. Take it if you like. Feng Zhixing said lightly. He didn't put the people present in his eyes.